One, two, three, four. Fell in the well. Church ring a bell. Free as they just tried to help, but he went straight to hell. Lost in the flames, such a shame. Here to be monsters again. He lost the thought, but for what? Here to be monsters again. Do do do, do do do. Here to be monsters again.
Causes some to resent him. So many people are like a Baccio. They think if I just get through school, I'll be happy. If I just finish college, I'll be happy. If I just get a good paying job, if I just get a stable relationship, I'll be happy. If this sounds like you, I have some bad news. You're never going to be happy. If you feel like a failure because you can't check the boxes of some arbitrary list, stop basing your entire life around that list. It's like Skyrim, Zelda, or GTA. You can follow the main quest and get a lot of really nice things, but you generally have more fun.
Welcome to my channel.
NPCs, complete
Stream
little side
elements.
quests, and screw around in
Welcome
multiplayer.
to my channel.
Keep the main quest in your back pocket, but live your life the old-fashioned way. Get outside, talk to a stranger, spend some time with your family and friends, and turn your money, influence, and gratitude towards the people and places that really deserve it. But what happens when bad actors start playing the game to their advantage? Well, this is precisely what Stone Ocean and Steel Ball Run revolve around. This is also the point where I think the series goes off the deep end. If you feel like Araki completely solved your life with the lessons he included in parts 1 through 5, hold on to your seat because we're going into borderline schizo territory. I'm actually a little worried that what we're about to discuss will get my channel blacklisted or put me on some kind of watch list, so to avoid being framed for murder, everything in this video is purely hypothetical, unconfirmed, and based entirely on speculation. And if I somehow end up mysteriously sick, dead, or in prison, you know what happened. I don't think it's a coincidence that both parts 6 and 7 take place in America, one of the most hilariously corrupt nations in the modern age. To me, Pucci represents empires like Rome, England, and the Nazis that used religion and nationalism to justify the expansion of their empire. In his mission to accelerate time, he is technically benefiting the human race, but it goes contrary to the natural flow of the universe. Pucci's goal is to fulfill Dio's heaven plan, and because of his insanely strong will and powerful stand ability, he actually succeeds. Pucci believes that the ends justify the means, and by beating the rest of humanity in the sperm race, he is able to fertilize the new world in his image, creating a reality where every person is aware of their fate. But Pucci fails to realize that true peace comes from a lack of control and a surrender to the will of the universe. Fate is one of the most recurring themes in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and Araki, myself, and a host of various religions and philosophies all promote the idea that fate is not to be tampered with, and villains like Kira, Diavolo, Pucci, Valentine, Toru, and even Dio are punished for misusing their abilities for personal gain. In the modern age, some theorize that organizations like Vanguard and BlackRock are attempting to accelerate the world, specifically the United States economy. It's no secret that the value of the US dollar has been plummeting for a variety of reasons, most notably the $34 trillion national debt, which gives a scary amount of leverage to the same central banks that manage our government's finances, and foreign nations. The idea is that by forcibly crashing the economy, they can beat everyone to the new system, whatever that may be. Others point to the United States' consumption of oil and their influence in the Middle East, as politicians will regularly accept bribes and lobby money to protect overseas interests, printing and funneling more money into the pockets of people who really don't care what happens to the American public. Japan actually experienced a similar economic crisis 20 years ago, which, again, makes me question if Araki sees this all coming for us in the West. In previous instances of economic disparity, presidents like Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy created greenbacks and silver certificates to stabilize the value of the dollar. Today, people are looking back at the gold standard and forward towards cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum as possible solutions, but a lot of this is uncharted territory, and we likely won't know the best course of action until we're looking back during the aftermath.
What the cat do?
Apart from the banks, other institutions like prisons have historically been used to take advantage of lower-class United States citizens, which may be the reason Iraqi chose to set Stone Ocean there. Not only do some celebrities actually hold stock in state prisons, but inmates have been used as a source of free labor, further dividing our classes and fueling the cycle of poverty. Jolene is a really interesting character and represents a lot of the hardship that young, underprivileged kids had to go through in the early 2000s. In a previous video, I compared her to Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad, because he too is a gentle soul merely seeking answers, ultimately finding them in dark places. Jotaro was the one who put Jolene in prison.
Huh.
secret, he forced her to conform to a broken system, one that she ultimately grew to resent. She found her security in Romeo, her abusive boyfriend, and relied on him too heavily instead of learning how to do things on her own. Ironically, by going to prison, she did learn how to do things on her own, and in turn, finally emancipated herself from mental slavery. But if Araki wasn't subtly criticizing the United States in Part 6, then oh boy, I think it's time we give Steel Ball Run a once-over. I love JoJolion to pieces, but Steel Ball Run may possibly be the greatest work of fiction ever created. And actually, Steel Ball Run couldn't be coming at a better time. Not only is Megan Thee Stallion publicly championing the series, but the tongue-in-cheek bromance that came out of movies like Barbie is a lot more common these days. Men's fashion, of course, factors in there too, but so does a wider trend of positive vibes and community support for everyone around you. Not to mention how it takes place in an entirely new universe, making it the perfect starting point for anyone looking to get their feet wet. It takes place in America too, making the dub a little less sacrilegious to watch, and it pushes the classic idea of the American dream while still incorporating many of the criticisms that younger, anime-watching, internet-using, government-hating people have towards the system. To all the people who like Fallout, Call of Duty, and Red Dead Redemption, this is the anime we've been waiting for. At first, I was just speculating, but I truly believe that Steel Ball Run is a commentary on the United States of America as it stands today. This was actually the original video idea, 15 minutes of me breaking down why Part 7 is a mirror to our modern society, but then I discovered that Araki has been doing it since Phantom Blood. The only reason I didn't realize sooner is because I don't know if Araki did either. Sure, these themes have been present throughout each part, but here's where they are fully realized. Even in my own videos, I've talked about many philosophies without realizing their scope or involvement in wider trends. Like the giant wave of optimism I mentioned a few minutes ago, it pairs perfectly with the development of web aesthetics that I discussed in the Frutiger Arrow video. The Steel Ball Run is a horse race across the United States, starting in San Diego, California, and ending in New York City. It begins as a simple sporting event, but is quickly overtaken by the president and used not only as a tool to distract and manipulate the masses, but as a means of acquiring the various pieces of the Holy Corpse of Jesus Christ. Johnny Joestar takes a lot of the best qualities from previous Joestars. He has the passion and humility of Jonathan, the raw power of Josuke, and the will of Giorno. He had his spiritual awakening and spends the first part of the race attempting to learn from those whose wisdom, development, and experience is greater than his own. President Funny Valentine, on the other hand, blindly seeks power without understanding, with the hope that he can, like Poochie, create a new world in his image. But instead of a brand new universe with a new set of rules, Valentine wants to create the ultimate nation with the power of Jesus Christ, trumping any spiritual or military authority that may come his way. Valentine gives one of the hardest anime villain speeches ever when explaining this philosophy. When we find our spot at the table, we can choose to take either the napkin on the left of us or to the right. But whoever takes the napkin first will determine the side that everybody else takes. It's a chain reaction. Unless your server just throws a bunch of silverware napkin burritos on your table, but this is the 1880s, not an Applebee's. He applies this philosophy to the wider world we live in. We follow the law because somebody took the first napkin and set it up for us. We follow tradition because somebody decided to make traditions for us to follow. We spend money on things based on value that was never determined by us. It's why we complain about things being too expensive, but we still pay anyway. Even the value of the United States dollar was decided to be based on gold, and then when people tried to change it, either for righteous or evil purposes, it always led to unintended consequences. This is actually the reasoning behind the Cold War, because the United States and Russia were terrified of attacks from one another, but they knew that whoever gained the stronger nuclear power first would be the one that others would have to follow. And speaking of advanced technology, NASA's solid boosters are actually the same width as a Roman chariot, and it's not a coincidence. Roman roads set the standard for modern roads and rail systems, which in turn decided the standard for spacecrafts that must be moved using those same roads and rail systems. So if we were to go back to the beginning, I guess the person who took the first napkin was the person who discovered the nature of horses? Well, wouldn't you know it, Johnny Joestar and Gyro Zappelli are only able to defeat President Valentine after discovering the nature of the horse and its relation to the Golden Spiral, aka nature itself. You know, I've joked in the past about how we need to bring back horses in modern society, not just because they won't raise your insurance after an accident, and not even because they're a lot safer than cars, but because they're a living creature that runs off of renewable energy. Horses may not go 85 on the highway, but they cost a lot less to run than a car, they require less repairs, and even have self-driving capabilities. While a little bit out there, it's a good solution to transportation in a country as big as the United States, whose economy heavily depends on oil.
Hi Kiri. Welcome to my channel.
Hello man, what's up?
Lurking.
Oh wow, the bullet is dropping. Not even reloading. I'm shooting bullets. Yep, feels like I'm shooting rocks, not balloon. Below? Above? atrocious.
Exp collector.
Yes, love.
Welcome to my channel. Eseki re itiho samo snake style.
Sva gospoda ovdje znoje. Što nemaju pojma da se. Naravno da ne znam zato što sam van domet. Dobili smo svi pristup kako se zove, vas plančaru u Heldeverim.
Dobra kita satara za tramiranje I panglevanje. Nisi na display.
Pa ne, uglavnom dođe Milan da priča sa mnom, ja ga ne slušam. I nema pojma. Kapiraš?
Jo smara Milan.
Nije nego, kao što rekao, misli da smo ja i on kao...
Kako mu ne dosedi.
Ne znam. Što misli da moram znati što on priča, ne moram i ne interesujem.
Ja samo prim u drugi kanal katla krim da kriya.
Može i to. Viš.
Boli mi ljubo za gluposti kak sam do da igro.
Kao što rekao, džaba kad ja pređem u jedan kanal, on pređe u drugi.
SVD tu moda se švidi. Ali kafiram ti.
Ne bih volao da ga, moram da ga nagidam.
Ha 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 ha.
Da, ako bi ga ja nagnao, bi mene vjerojatno sačgo, ali... ne želimo da do toga dođe. Do uzemnog uništenja, tako da ono...
Zna li ti koliko moć PSI basi FPS-a LOL?
Dosta, a? Postavljam dosta.
Kap Pratipod Odin. Sound on. Onaj Lancer U Helldivers J6. Snake I see dead people.
Boga mi, ovo bi me usmrtilo da prođe kroz ovo. Whisky je spas.
Wimj.
Vidiš. Jest. Toliko metak pada sa ovim prigušenim snajperom da imam osjećaj kao kamenje da bacam. Izlazi. Te skalamerije sa optikom i prigušenim mecima, to ne treba. Šta sam tada vidim, da. Opet neki solo kobra. A. I ovaj memar im je balansiran u pičku materinu. Ja. Dva nula tri. Six star. Ovaj drugi isto.
A natural resource that is in the control of some extremely powerful nations and corporations. Just like in the JoJo series, there are many organizations that are attempting to tap into wider powers to advance their interests. The issue is that, without proper education, they're all doomed to fail, and by going against the natural order and putting their own ambitions first, they will slowly destroy themselves, seeking happiness and affluence in all of the wrong ways. We see a lot of biblical parallels, especially in Part 7, with Lucy Steele taking the apple and betraying Valentine, only to become a Mother Mary when she gives birth to the skull of the Holy Corpse. Johnny is a lame man that learns to walk, and Gyro, like Moses, leads him to the Promised Land, but isn't able to make it there himself. But the largest theme, the one that this video was originally going to focus on, is the folly of man in his pursuit of power beyond his comprehension. Johnny Joestar actually learns this lesson himself after attempting to cheat his son out of death, which directly ties into the way that the new universe treats the physics and science behind each ability. Everything is centered around the Golden Spiral, and I believe
Vidim da li se neko stvorio pored mene.
NOGA Milan na Discord.
Znam. Evo ga tebi.
LOL.
Htio sam iz levela ovog Huntera do levela 50. Da ga pošaljem u penziju.
Odo da džvuđem.
Ajde. Možda ja dođem malo kasnije. Ne znam kada, ali možda.
Ako saj raspolojen tamo sam.
Okej.
Znao sam da ćete se prevariti.
Pa ne, zapravo s tobom, ono, nije da mogu, nego ne želim da slušam nekoga s kim ne razgovaram.
Ma razumem bre čovječe,
Kao
zajebavam
to
se,
sa
ja
neko
razumem.
može da dođe
Pazi,
kod
mene
mene na
smori,
kafu, da
brate,
mi
znači
drobi.
igramo nešto i sad krenem totalno 55-a neka tema i čovjek ne staje, znači malo, znaš, ja samo pređem u drugu sobu i ne želim da se obaram. I ovdje vidim stanicu i jebate. Iz broda, kako lepo izgleda. Treba
Jesi-
3 misije
Je li
autom.
video novi strategiju?
Jesu.
Si probao?
Ne.
Dadies. Welcome to my channel.
Prekjuče bio na poslu i kao naš, igrao sam malo, ali naš. Sad idem u treću, tako da danas ima vreme, ako mi opet Keva dolazi, nema veze. Trebamo da, kao personal, 3 misije da se ekstraktujemo protiv robota. Nebitno težina. Što mu dođe dobro za farming, jel te, a? Kako napreduje sezona u Huntu, ili ja?
Pa ne znam, uzeo sam 13, 14 levela. Prethodnih 10-15 dana, što nije toliko loše postavljeno.
Da.
Kažem, pošto većinom igram sam, kad igraš sa timom malo brže ide. Kad izmerim da li želim brže da pređem nešto, po cenu da moram da slušam tuđe naređenje i da sebe stavljam u neprijatne situacije, ne želim sebe staviti u neprijatne situacije.
Jasna stvar.
Neko prolazi pored mene.
Što je loša mapa za ovo, opšte čovječe. Najčistiji view sam našao, ali je toliko, znači, ona ostrvca, ona stranja. Bog Johot, kako već se zove planeta. To je čovječe ostrvca jebo. Ovo pičku. Ajmo. Ovo je malo bolje kao. Deset mi fali super kredita sad za plaštu da uzmem, kažeš da je puška đubre, tako?
Po statistikama đubre, ako hoćeš da budeš fancy.
Maja,
Pretpostavljam ćeš
mislim
ga
da
s-
imam kredite, zašto da ne, ali prvo ću onda ove stvari, to ću na kraju.
Flash barem ne utiče na tvoje statistike, samo utiče ono da što kaže izgledaš i osjećaš se cool.
Pa da.
A pušku ako uzmeš, kao da nemam pojma.
Navuku si me samo ove narkotike uzimam u pičku u materinu ili ja, znaš?
Pa šta, toliko su dobri, ja?
Jel ja malo agresivnije igram, ne igram malo, znaš,
Ne
volim
igram
da
ni ja.
ulećem, da i
Utrčim,
onda mi to...
ubacim bombu, ubacim granatu i uzmem onaj Steam pack. Oni me biju, ne mogu da me ubiju, ja prođem dalje.
To ti pričam. Zato ih preferiram. Najviše.
Pa ako igraš pasivno, ne trebaju ti.
Pa i ne igram ja pasivno, to dobro znaš. Gledaj kako je lep view, Ilija, ovdje gdje sam ja, sada je dobro. Malo je, mislim, ledena planeta, nema drveća, nema ništa. Ali malo pre čovječe na jednoj viziji. To su ostrvca.
bacili ovdje u igru. U taj kao scan mode, u taj dark side, da možeš da provjeravaš da li ima neko u blizini. Igra je postala kao neki light DVD.
Ajde bre, gledaj koliko su dosadni ovi roboti, mogu da verim. Pustite mi ljudi da namestimo ovo sranje. Nisu mi zvao čovječe. Konzolu, znaš koliko ih dođe je. Koliko ubaciš ovo stranje, odmah nailazi. Nevjerovatna stvar. Dobre.
Kako misliš ubaciš?
Pa znaš, koliko krene ova konzola da kako bi ti rekao.
Ako si uzeo posljednji warband.
Da.
Onaj anti-cannon, onaj emplacement, ono da ti sedneš, za ono malom topom i pucaš, ono je mnogo jako. Mnogo.
Moram to da probam, da vidimo. Ajde, to budemo igrali.
Ja ga probam. Jako dobar. Pa
Very
staviš
good.
ga negdje na brdo, možeš da skembaš ove, kako se zove, sponere, recimo one fabrike od robota, možda skineš onaj, kako se zove, onaj njihov transport ship, one heavy jedinice možda skineš isto, imaš 15-20 granata, nisam siguran tačno za broj. Sasvim dovoljno imaš municije, a cooldown je, ja mislim, 120 ili 140 sekundi, oko 2 minuta. Tim što računaj da, recimo, dok ne oskidaš sve mete koje si mislio, treba ti neki 30 sekundi, možda malo više. Tako da realno možda čekaš minuti sljedeće.
Evo igrat ćemo.
Ako sam ti slatko, la 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 la, ako sam ti slatko.
Ali dobro, za sad nije loše.
Ti znaš pošto ja nemam pojma. Uživaj.
Ma ne, lagano, ono. Quiet je za sad. Brate, ja ću da ga smanjim sad, ladno. Majke, uđe čovjek i priča nešto levo.
Priča s tobom ili uzeo telefon da priča s nekim?
Uzeo telefon. Ne, mujutovo sam ga, ladno.
Od mene je došao bio kući pre 1-2 nedelje, 3.
Jebote, glupo, jebote, dođeš i pričaš
Da,
malo, jebote.
da, to mi je uradio. Došao kod mene kući i uzeo da priča telefonom. Ja gledam i ne verujem. Kasnije pokušao da se opere, kaže šta da je nekom bio život u opasnosti. Tada sam morao da se javim. Ja ga slušam. Pa niti je doktor, niti je policajac. Prije mi je slik njega da pozovem. Kako na poslu?
Na poslu, pa dobro ti kažem da se ne žalim. Nije loše.
Kako su vam rasporedili praznik i to?
Ma ja sam, hvala Bogu, u januaru dao mi sve prvu smenu da radim s tim, znači onda radim kao ovi u prvu, kad ti znaš, znači doduše radim prvi i prvi, drugi sam slobodan.
Dobro.
A 31. i 30. sam druga, jebi. Pa onda imam 2 dana slobodno, pa on prva, pa isto za Božić mi dao kao jednu, znaš da radim prvu. Pošto sam sve prvo, slava mi kasnije ide on Sveti Jovan i, znaš, onda ću da vidim da spojim.
A, to je isto slava Sveti Jovan, fino.
Da.
Nije Jovan popeno, Nikola. Ako se sećaš onog crnog gruve i kamen. Kaže, nije Pantelija popeno. Sveti Nikola. Slava, pa šta? A dobiješ samo lovca, ali ne dobiješ ovih zovu Bloodbonda, pa dobro. I to dosta.
Kako nije, čoveče, ekstra.
I još što?
Opa, idemo. Ovo ja mislim da je dobra planeta za farming. Definitivno. Ali vidjet ćemo sad. Ja odmah gledam, pošto sam igram, znaš, main objektive prvo da odradim. Jebi ga zbog vremena. I onda češljenje. Ali sad u drugom delu mape ćemo da češljamo, a sad ćemo ovdje da ga... Dobro su uradili sa ovim updateom, stvarno svakim čast. Evo su super krediti. Evo su super krediti. Yes. I finally got it. Dobro.
Ja nemam ništa protiv toga da platim premium valutu developerima. Ako
Naravno.
želim da podržim njihov rad. Ali ako je proizvod koji mi oni nude, razumeš, osrednji ili nikakav, ne želim centara na.
Normalno. Da, za sad sam 20-icu, a krenuo sam, da ćemo da vidimo. I znaš šta je još interesantno, Ilija? Kad igram recimo sam, u 90% slučajeva nađem bunker. Mislim, ja ga i ovako nalazim, ali
Znam,
to je
mi se dešava često.
neverovatno, čoveče.
Da li je slučajno, da li namjerno, da li je takav dizajn igre.
Ma kakav crni dizajn, nemamo sreće u životu i to je to. Kako kaže onaj lik, nemam sreće u životu.
Nije sreća para puna vreća. Čekaj.
Ma na ovaj farming ću sljedeći put i da stavim neku scout odelo, brate.
A šta nosiš inače?
Pa šta misliš?
Ne znam, heavy, šta? A ne, onaj medium.
Ne, bre, ovaj medium, brate, ovaj.
Pa nosim ga ja,
Doduše, oni su dali za džabe, onaj free,
A što ti ne uzmeš fino? Znam, scout, ali nije tako dobar. Što fino ne uzmeš auto, pa se voziš okolo?
Pa čekam Ilija tako nekog pametnog kao ti da uzme auto koji zna da vozi, malo meni to nezgodno da kontrolira, da budem iskren. No duši nisam ni probao.
Kažu na kontroleru još lakše, zato što imaš analog, ti zapravo daje opciju da dodaš gas koliko hoćeš.
Da.
Šta da?
Nisam nešto mnogo probao, Ilija, jebo ga ti. Radio sam druge smene, Ilija. Bio je update pre par dana, Ilija.
Dobro, ajde.
Probam, Ilija.
Ajde, imaš prođu kod mene.
Pa definitivno, šta, igrali smo, znaš kako sam igrao od update-a? Pa 7-8 partija. Kad da probam, jurim personal, kad, šta? Jebi ga. 3 misije moram da se ekstraktujem, jebem u mater.
Čekaj, gdje je magarac? Moment sam. Tu je magarac. Gdje si, Dragane, šta ima?
Sad ustaje.
Ilija,
Ja.
još 20. 40 za sad, all alone. Da.
Eto još, ma nema, pa ja sam je čuo. Ja sam uzao onaj cloak plašt pre neki dan.
Ali vidiš kako si sad promeni kanal, jel vidiš?
Jest. Jesi seća, pa Kesić nije došao malo pre, kad je Milan uzeo da priča telefonu. Znači, ubacio si u Discord da bi mi slušali kako on razgovara telefonom. Da. Jeste. Izvinjavam se, Kesiću. Jesi video sa sajma igara? Hideo Kojima se slikao i
Super Earth.
stavio kao
Vidio
fazon.
sam, vidio sam. Aha,
Dobar je fazon.
jest.
Mislim, navodno treba dobijemo 100 super kredita, 100 ovih medalja svi,
Da.
ako odbranimo kao super zemlju naredna 3 dana.
Jeste, dobro su
Ali-
uradili, majke.
Šta to znači?
Pa
To znači-
zezanje, znači
Pa ne
uterali,
znam.
znači kao fore uživajte 3 dana, neće biti ništa ono opasno, ali jebi ga, posle 3
Ne
dana.
mora da znači šta ako ti bude invazija.
Jeste, to su isto, moguće da će da uteraju
Jer
svi na znači invaziju.
imaš taj kao
Da.
super space station, šta ako ti bude priča će da je kao zemlja pod invazijom i kao da su jedino ostali kao te snage recimo koje su bili na tom kao, u suštini kao borbe na tom brodu. Jer ćeš na kraju imati opciju kao da možeš kao da oslobodiš ono zemlju.
Moguće,
We
sve moguće.
destroyed the Illuminate once. Now, we will do it again.
Znaš koliko su robosti jedan sektor blizu zemlje, vidiš?
Aha.
A bube ne. A alieni imaju onu uvek foru.
Alien.
Da.
The Illuminate have returned, but they're
Allied destroyer coordinates
Nisu
received.
napravili te iluminate kao da imaju
Initiating
svoju bazu, oni
FTL
više
jump
kao
to
kroz
the
te,
Vogsoyoth
kao
system.
wormhole-ove, kao iskaču, znaš, okolo, da prave neke iznenadne invazije. I to mi se sviđa, meni lično. Znači ne možeš da predvidiš da će biti.
Mission coordinates
Ne
logged.
vidim koji je voditelj tih.
Trojka,
Hellpower
brate,
strike.
lagano. Ma da, farmujem.
Onda pa ti...
A imamo i personal, lagan. Ono, 3 misije da se ekstraktujemo, poslije možda se zajebamo kako god doću.
Da, to su roboti.
Aha,
Mhm,
takav je personal.
Znam, nego se zajebam. Najebeš modu.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat.
What the fuck?
Allied destroyer joining
Ajajajajaj,
squadron,
majke.
deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Nisam ovog sranka vidio pogledaj.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Nije strašno.
Go now and shoot.
Hvala Elijah.
Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Moram ovdje nisam ušao. Destroy the big processor.
Requesting vehicle!
Će uništiti.
Requesting sentry!
Sending down sentry.
Uništim ga ovako.
Requesting
Jebam.
orbital!
Sad mi sreći.
Requesting fortifications!
Marš u pičku.
Calling down supplies!
Sad ćemo procesor da uništimo. Ali, mnogo ih ovdje ima i prvo da ga uništim, onda pa da vidimo uzorci. Motherfucker.
Odi vam.
Extraction is available.
Čekaj, ne vredi.
Ma
Imam
vredi.
prčicu.
Ma ne interesuje frka, dođi vam.
Evo, daj mi 30 sekundi ili ja.
Okej,
Jebem
ako
u
ti
mater.
nećeš, ja ću.
Evo idem. Odmah begam, trčkam. Evo mi idem za tebi.
Tagging location, southwest.
Dolazi vam.
Idem.
Da se ne išu,
Vidim. You are very bad man.
Da.
Ček.
A što svi... Ti znaš da možda koristiš svoju pušku, čak i support.
Znam.
Da to znate. Što se svi tako za taj machine gun i onda se skemba ta amunicija sva i niko ništa ne radi.
Jel ja?
Ajde, pucam.
Ja bih te zamolio. Pucam.
Dobro, gdje ne izbio?
Pa malo pre iza nas idi, vamo, Ilija. Vamo, u tom pravcu. Southwest.
Za boss. Šta je bravo?
Tamo piči.
Znam da vas.
Vidim.
Samo prvo.
Ali do duše moram i ja to da probam.
Imaš default
Tamo
je
dole.
kao u drive. Drive
Evo
je
se.
ono kao autogas.
Motherfucker!
Orbital inbound.
Bot outpost destroyed.
Jesi, da, bravo. Imamo pun kurac vremena za češljanje, samo da ti kažem.
Calling down fortifications. Tagging map.
Dobro,
South.
kad sam
200
vidio
meters.
peške, nisam znao da je ovaj usorani Canon kurac nas razbio na prevozu. Ne znam kad su prepozvali pojačanje.
Nesrećnici.
Da si mi rekao da je Snake uzeo bi umjesto ovoga za staminu uzeo bi Muscle Enhancement da se brže krećemo po Snake.
Znaš kako, povremeno su sad ove oluje, inače je vedro, ali da, Snake. Pa rekao sam ti, cold shit, ali nije ovako, oluje su povremene samo. Trenutno, vidjet ćeš koliko je u stvari vedro, odlično za farming, verujem. Ovo je sad naravno kata jebena katastrofa, ali trenutno.
Ne pomaže ni Steampunk ovdje.
Supplies.
Da, tu možemo da vidimo, da.
Jingle bell, jingle bell.
Neki nesrećnik se pridružuje. Kakav lik ovaj Milan Tebra, ne mogu da verujem, majke mi. Uđeš čovječe u kanal, ej šta se radi, ništa, tralala, bla bla bla. I kao, alo, ti priča čovjek, jebote. Jebote, možda igram s nekim, možda pričam, ne razumijem. By the way, ni jedan bunker nisam našao. Da, za sad. Pa pazi, ili ja, pa dobro, 13 minuta nije baš ni mnogo da ima, ali nisam našao.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. Čujem neke nesrećnike kako marširaju. Pa krvići.
Requesting sentry.
Evo su.
Enemy patrol north.
A ja nemam gde.
Dropping a pin. East. 300 meters.
Ti napuni ovaj top.
Jesam. Jebem, evo ga. Jel sad okej, pogledaj sad vidljivost, Ilija. To je trenutno, jebim u mater. Ali ja smatram da je ovo baš dobro za farm, a? Vidi se bre, sve super. Ujebem ti krv, ti jebem brod mi na glavu pao. Kupite uzorke. Ako ste blizu. Meni se in-game voice ne čuje, jel da? Ili, ali me čuješ sad u igri dok držim ovaj jebeni kurac dok pričam?
Ne vidi se ikona. It should show like this. Ne vidi se uopće da...
Meni se vidi. Kad pretisnem zvučnik. Znam šta mi pričaš.
Vidi, ali ne vidi se. Možda buguje. 0 od 18 samplova.
Da, evo su kod mene ovdje. Samo da izađemo odavde. Jel dobro sad? Sve ja skupljam profesionalno deformacije, imam ih 500, ali jebi ga. Šta da kažem? Super kredit. 50 za sad sam našao u misiji, u ovoj misiji. 50 super kredit. Ma vidi bre, dobro se vidi sve čoveče. Sada.
Bunker.
Idem. Trčkam. Ma sljedeći uzimam jetpack. Ozbiljno ti kažem. Sljedeću misiju. Malo lakše bre čoveče.
Extraction is available.
Tagging location.
Affirmative. Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Idu roboti ka tebi ili ja... Novi sića. Vidiš?
Requesting sentry. Affirmative. Thank you.
I'm on it.
Ajde. Super krediti, 60 komada za sad.
Marking location.
Nagradio sam Silija. Nesrećnici. North. Idem Ilija. Trčkam. Trebao sam uzeti neki untroci da obučem. Ajde, vozim. Oh my god. You sick bastard. Jebeš ih, zovi druga koga jebe, volim. Tupe. Čekaj vidimo šta kaže mapa. Mislim da smo poprilično dobro raščešljali ovdje, ali ajde. Čekaj bre, kako ja nisam, jesmo našli, jest, tanjir nismo. Ne, ja ću ovdje da ga markujem nešto, u tom delu.
Nemam još puno vremena, znaš, ja ti poručio da...
Znam, idemo, nije problem. Možemo da, evo ovdje imamo nešto, čekaj. Pa znam, ovim delom nisam prošao. Taj deo uz mapu ka izlazu bukvalno. Pazi, za trojku ova mapa 60 super kredita i koliko smo već samplova, evo, 12 od 18 mislim, skroz okej. Dobro, ti nisi 60, ti si, mi smo koliko kad smo igrali, 20-30 sigurno, a?
Da, 20.
Pa da,
To je
pa
dosta.
super. Kako nije čoveče. Da je svaka 20 ekstra.
Tako da.
Mislim da mi nemamo ili ovdje više ništa. Možemo polako tom stranom ka ekstrakciji i možda tamo iza da.
Ja kad kažem što sam igrao Hunt Shodan, da sam našao 50 premium valute, a za 1000 ti treba za Battle Pass. Meni se Milan smeje, kaže pa to ti je 50 centi. Ja mu kažem,
Tagging location. Southwest. Dropping a pin.
to je 50 centi, ali tih 50 centi mi neće niko ni uplatiti, niti ja želim da ih dam. Kad bude ta firma, taj Krajtek, kad bude, razumeš, kad me budu, da kažem, impresionirali sa kvalitetom svoje usluge, onda ću da im ostavim par.
Pošteno,
Kao što,
molim lepo.
ja sam našao, barem, kaj ćete reći, s tobom igrajući, i s sobom, s Kecanom, bar jedno 5000-6 super kredita.
Da.
Pa sam uplatio i mimo onih koliko sam platio Helldivers, uplatio sam sigurno jedno 3 puta po 5 evra. 3 puta po 5 evra. A to ti u zadnjih godinu dana. A kao što igrao sam toliko igra također. Tako da ne smatram da je neki veliki gubitak.
Nema ništa ovdje, sine, može ovdje, ali gdje si ti Markovo, ali to jest
Dropping a
ljubić
pin.
ti je
West.
Markovo.
200 meters. Dropships. Southwest.
Možete vi da zovete što se mene tiče.
Affirmative. Calling in extraction.
Ma da, nema ništa. Ej, ima, nema veze. Ima.
Baz.
A, lagano, da.
Calling down a sentry.
Možda ima i neki kredit, ali ništa strašno, to i da ima i da nema.
Calling down fortifications.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Jesam govno, znači pohlepno, to je nevjerovatno. Kao da, ali ne trebaju, što je još žešće, ali jebi ga, volim da skupim, brate, što više i svake misije, i to je to. Idem nazad. Moram da vidim koji je to problem sa in-game voice chatom za sve. Mislim, stvarno mi nije jasno.
Don't let the aliens come gather our tech.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. Affirmative.
Znaš šta je lik poradio?
A?
Završio je s robotom, nevjerojatno ima više municije i uzeo i bacio 500 kila bombu na njega.
Calling down a support weapon.
Interesantna taktika.
Pa ne, kao ljudi roleplay radi, kaže, ne želim kao da ostavljam robotima kao našu tehnologiju. Superior Earthling tehnologija.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Dobro je. Ne, jebo sam u kevu. Uf, pa ovo sranje.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Da li sam bio ovdje, jebote. Nemoj da ulazite, molim vas. Samo da vidim.
ETA T-minus 10
Please
seconds.
brace for
Clear
my
landing
friend.
zone.
Thank you.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1.
Ne,
preparing
očišćujem
for touchdown.
sve te kurac. Vraćam se polako, valjda ću da se vratim.
Wait.
Lelel trčkaju roboti, sine!
Sorry.
Calling in reinforcements. I'm sorry.
Može.
Objective located. Northeast.
Objective located.
drugari. Može, a?
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Helldivers never stop!
Au, brat moj. Nema više reinforcement. Bolje ući. You know.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Negative.
Roger.
Negative. Liberty has seen you through.
Ubi ček. Koga ubio? Nisam ja 100%.
Nisam
Mene
ni ja,
nešto
brate.
lansiralo sa one litice dole. U smrt. Mislim sam se ja poginuo. Vidim on vrta.
Sjebu mi je bonus, kick. Znaš ono. Dobri. Pa jebi ga, dešava se, ma naravno zevam. Voli me kurac. Meni je bit novi kreditići. Idemo rakete. I to je jedna uspješna misija. Valjda ma stići ćemo, poslije ćemo da uzemo jednu krađu. Da se ekstraktujemo, da uzemo personal.
Imaš ono... Search and destroy, ne blitz.
Aha.
To ti se isto računa.
To ćemo gledati malo.
You secured a lot of samples. Well done.
Treba obratiti pažnju ili je na ovaj plašt. Da, treba obratiti pažnju.
Imam ja
We
taj,
destroyed the Illuminate once.
više mi se sviđa ovaj sa urbano tamo u
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Vidiš, to mi se ne
Orbit
sviđa, pogledaj.
synchronized.
Uopšte mi se ne sviđa, ali dobro. Ćemo odmah ovdje negdje, a?
tu.
Evo.
Možda se ne sviđa. Tako. Ja ću opet da budem Uberman. Ne super čovjek, već vozač.
Reminder,
Boban was that?
signs of disloyalty should be
Boban.
reported to the democracy officer.
Druže, Bobane.
Launch initiated.
Pazi, Snake je Viper komando. Čudno.
Zmijski komand.
Imam dobar osjećaj sad. A dobro, više nas je, sad ćemo da iskovemo ovo, nego mi se ne sviđa zbog vozila. Generalno planeta je super cool. Pa da, gledaj čovječ, kao na dlanu. Mielina.
Freedom requires firepower.
Pa nije uopšte neuobičajeno da nađeš. Ili da donesi.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Trčkam. Bravo.
Thank you.
Affirmative.
Roger that.
Roger.
Rogere. Ostavi, kako kaže, kako se zove onaj skit ono
Rolling out a
sa
vehicle.
koštunicom,
Throwing supply beacon.
gdje je žuća napao, kako se zove ono,
Jamboliju.
podnjač.
Pa ima svašta raznih scena u pičku, manje.
Tagging map. Southeast. 200 meters.
A možemo odmah i da lansiramo nuklearku, onako kao...
Može, onda pa ja ti to kažem, ajde, može. Onda idemo na tenane, čistimo sve.
Let's launch the nuke and
Yes.
kill the rest of mission slowly.
Affirmative. Roger that.
Ice is
Pazi
fucking
da
up.
ga ne.
Man, let is on over.
Pa znam. Ja umjesto da stavim čizme, ja sam Ilija u loadout stavio japanke, brate, one. Pa da, kineske. Roger.
Pazi sad ovo, pazi sad drive-by. Ja ne mogu zbog tebe. Imaš čime da gađaš?
Pa imam moje granate.
Idi u drugo mjesto, ajde. Vrati se na drugo sedište. Gledaj sad ovo.
What the fuck?
Čekaj.
To je probam ja da vozim, Ilija.
Čekaj, gdje mi je onaj kvazar Canon? Uzdi si ga ti uzeo?
A bre, nisam čovječ,
Ne,
šta ti je?
stavaj tamo. Ne mogu da ga gađam. Samo prvom brzinom. Moment samo. Vozi malo oko ja skembam ovo. Prvom brzinom.
To je broj 1, a?
Da, samo jedinici. Nemoj na drive. Drive ti je bukvalno smrt. To smo skembali.
Ili ja imam ovamo majmuni, čekaj, moram da izađem iz kola. Jebenim familiju. Nesrećni. Bra.
Eto sam ti dao ultra jako. Mislim da imaš granatu u njemu.
Calling down a sentry.
Marš.
Elija, dođi vamo, stani, budi miran, kad ti kažem.
Ajde vozi. Ajde vozi. Prva brzina.
Okej.
Vozi ka severu. Nema ni gledat mapu. Samo gledaš kompas pomalo. Ako ubaciš u drugu ista ćeš se prevrnuti. Ima veze valjda sa tim RPM-om. Samo kad je ravno, bez jednog kamička možeš u drugu. U prvu se nećeš prevrnuti, u drugu vrlo verovatno da. Stigli? Jesmo. Samo se lepo parkiraj, nemoj na kamenju. Koči.
Može? Pa i nije ovo toliko loše, znaš. Mislim da bi ja mogu da protjeram tuda. Ajde, Ilija, starti konzolu lutko.
Čekaj. Elektromagnet. Zaboravi novo.
No.
Znam da nisam. Da to i kažem.
I'm on it.
Da, ovo možda uradiš prevremeno, zato što možda čekaš dok ti ne kaže to da uradiš, možda još...
I know that. You know.
Calling down fortifications. Calling down supplies.
Ovdje bežimo, Ilija. Ja trčkam u pravcu automobila. Vi već tamo se zezate, ako pametno. Zašto da gubimo vreme? Ovdje može jedan. Ja mogu ovo da držim sve vreme, Ilija.
Pa evo ti to pogled. Gađi kad dođe, sedi za to.
O, usun si ti jedan krvovo, vidi ovo.
Možeš ga skinuti.
Koga?
Northeast.
Vidiš u motor.
Ne, te bro, on je iza planine, nema šanse da... Kako ga dobro uradili čovječe ovaj. Ajde, više jebote bol.
Affirmative.
Lele, ide ovdje armija.
Bots, southeast.
Armija tame.
Bots, southeast.
Tagging that. Southwest, 100 meters.
Affirmative.
Ja dolazim sa tebe. Ovdje.
Ja moram da bežim odavde. Ilija!
You have accomplished Liberty's will. Extracted your discretion.
Lele, majke.
Udri granatu.
Affirmative.
Leža.
Lele. Majke.
Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
Jel ono neka kuća u daljini?
Dropping a pin.
Vidiš li?
Northwest, 300 meters.
Ovdje.
Marking location.
Vidiš?
Samo kažeš pravac.
Bots, south. Bots, southeast. You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Affirmative.
Na side.
Dropship calling down a support weapon. Calling down
Imate
a
tamo
sentry.
kod vas.
Deploying sentry.
Opa.
Reloading.
Ima i toga. No dobro.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Sample collected. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting fortifications. I got the terminal. Activating jump pack. Requesting vehicle.
Clear. Maybe not.
Engaging terminal.
Extraction is available.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Work.
Bot fabricator. West. 50 meters.
Affirmative.
Iznad glave prozvelo.
Bag's empty.
Koliko ovdje je Totalno zajebanije za češljenje, ali okej.
Leda ima. Led jepe.
Možemo da promijenimo, ali čini mi se da ovo nije loše. Pregledno je dosta, znaš. Sad nema oluje.
Tagging map. North. Far. Dropping a
Calling
pin.
down a wall.
On my position. Affirmative.
Okay, good luck, soldier.
More weapons.
Nema tamo.
Nemaš nikakvu trakciju s gumama na ledu. Ovo ti u drugu, gledaj. Ovo ti maksimum probrate. Ovo samo na ravno. Mi smo na ostrovu, većina ove mape ti vode, znaš.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Ovdje imamo neki question mark.
Got a sample. Calling down a sentry.
There's something here.
Calling down for supplies.
Evo kreći, jao, familiju mu jebem.
Neko je dao dobro polož da se stavi ovaj top, znaš. Da se stavi na vozilo. Znaš, ono, daš ljudima malo, oni hoće mnogo.
Pa da.
Što nije ovaj transport, znaš, ono nije, Bog zna šta.
Dropping a pin. South. 300 meters.
Ovdje neki nesrećnike čujem. Da, da.
Northwest.
Extraction is available.
Nema ništa, a?
Ima snega kako hoćeš.
Pičku materinu.
Jako nego što bi bio mapa.
Very, very.
Who the fuck lives here?
Kornjače može.
I say let the bots have this planet.
Affirmative.
Ajde više prođi olujo, jebe mu mater.
Da misliš da možeš da... imaš granate da spališ.
Nema. Imam, ali neću. To mi je trebalo uvijek.
Se stresaš. Da ne sretnim robot.
Pa šta ću? 23 minuta do kraja emisije, kurac smo našli. Baš me čudi, jebate. Slab ulov. Nesrećnici Southwest.
Calling down fortification! Dropship! Requesting sentry! Dropship, southwest.
Ma nema, brate, ovdje gledam, nema
Requesting
ništa.
advanced weaponry!
Ovdje je već kraj mape, ma da.
Koliko ide?
Calling in
Da.
extraction!
Zove. Možda ćemo imamo u treći više sljedeći meč.
Calling down supplies!
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, reloading!
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Zato što kad dođe onaj ivek, obično se spuste svi ovi koji su otvoreni, ovi podovi. I onda ga skembam da bi ostalo bar nešto.
Nema, usrali smo ih mnogo.
Čekaj, vidim nešto.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Pa fino.
Freedom never rests!
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds.
This is the
ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Box, southwest.
This is Pelican 1.
Coming.
I have visual on the
Ajde
extraction
lako
zone.
miš. Ajde tako.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're
Requesting
standing.
air support.
How'd you like to taste some freedom?
Dropships, southwest.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
opet to radi.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning
Slomi se
ascent.
sjebu robota, a?
Da, bacio je, izašao iz robota i bacio je i ubio ga.
Democracy,
Da.
Pametno, ne ostavljamo ništa robotima. Kakav car, brate.
Posle da nam doći uz naši roboti nasad. Pa to su rekli da je bilo u Rusiji, znaš.
Ne?
Nemci su stavljali, da, Nemci su stavljali zarjane tenkove.
Mhm.
Ono, jebi ga, zamrzne se gorivo, pokvari se nešto tamo vamo. I kako su se povlačili, tako su stavljali naš mehanizaciju. Poslije Rusi popravili i vratili na srce. Smehotek.
Ćemo Blitz ili ćemo isto neku veću misiju?
Pa ako hoćeš da završiš objektiv Blitz, moj savjet.
Može. Mogli bi nešto teže, ili trebaju mi semplovi, jedemo manje.
Nice work.
Kakvi smo čoveče okrečeni.
Čekaj.
can't let the Illuminate do whatever they're doing.
Kako bi Tilija upucao sad u noge? Slatko.
The freedom of the galaxy remains in jeopardy. Let us join the fight.
Last war won. This is the
Ovdje sve velike misije, jel provaljuješ Tilija? Nema ove kratke.
Može i dugo čini mi se.
Ima u stvari jednu, naš sam.
čekaj, stari slatko, ne mrdaj.
Majmo bre airbase, ajmo neku veću, jebite se.
It deals damage, by the way.
Operation accomplished.
Mission coordinates locked.
Sad ću da uzem ono delo kako se zove. Imaš onaj armor medium koji radi 100% melee damage.
Orbit synchronized.
Gde ćete? Hajde pričite.
Da, znam. Da, nemam pojma. Njima staviti težine?
Trojka, brat, teramo trojku, laga. Pa zbog treće misije, jebi ga ovdje. Ja. Oski. Cover, courage, and more cover.
Hold position.
Today the light of liberty will break the skies of this world once more.
Se ovaj bagovo, šta mu je? Bebem, te u dupence.
Requesting orbital strike.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
Gotova misija, ajde, ekstrakcija.
Thank you. Calling down support weapon. Requesting tac pack. Freedom requires firepower.
Calling in an eagle.
Calling down fortifications.
Završili smo misiju bez ikakve mehanizacije, smo zapravo nazvali $200,000 opreme.
Sending in an eagle.
Outpost cleared.
Bravo. Pa ništa, ajde kad smo već ovdje da šikamo onda ovako na ovamo pa ćemo, a?
200 meters.
To je znam.
Ono mi ga bullets.
Dropping a pin, southeast, 200 meters.
Dobrze.
Affirmative.
Objective Objective located. South.
Radar station, momci, prvo, pre svega.
Easy za radar.
Definitivno prvo to, sve ostalo ćemo lako.
Requesting air support. Tagging location.
Extraction is available.
Marking location. I'll take it.
Bot outpost destroyed.
I got the terminal.
Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm.
Ćo.
Requesting sentry.
I'm on it!
Engaging terminal. Dropping a pin. South, 200 meters.
Reloading.
Tagging map. South, 200 meters. Dropping a pin. Southeast, 200 meters.
Ulazi! Get on! Ow. What the fuck is in? Wait for it.
Dropship.
Nice looking.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
This is Eagle 1. We're back in business. Calling in orbital strike.
Requesting fortifications.
Sending in an Eagle.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Tagging map. Southeast, 100 meters.
Calling in a hellbomb.
Freedom forever!
You may proceed to extraction when ready. Dropships!
Box, south. Dropships, south. Engaging terminal. Affirmative.
Throwing supply beacon.
Affirmative. Requesting tag pack. Calling down fortifications.
Deploying weapon emplacement.
Changing ice.
I got the terminal.
How'd you like to shake all three up?
Fellas.
Affirmative.
Extraction is available.
Reinforcing. I'm sorry.
Affirmative.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Calling down a sentry. Freedom never sleeps!
Got a sample. Tagging location. Drop ship. Deal.
Mission.
Fuck
30
no!
minutes remaining.
I'm
Šta
sorry.
radiš? Jel ti toliko liči na bota, šta? Reci, ličiš na bota.
Natrčao si Ilija, jebi ga.
Na šta sam natrčao, puko si posred mene.
Ne.
Natrčao sam.
Da, evo ovdje sam bio, dođi vam.
Northeast, 100 meters.
Evo ovako, dođi vam, da rekonstruišemo. Odavde sam ih šiko. Ti si odavde naišao i bam.
Yes, yes.
Extraction is available.
Tagging map.
Ne
Northwest.
mogu ti
Far.
znaš.
Requesting fortifications.
E, čekaj Ilija, evo ti ovo ako ti treba.
Calling down a support weapon. Throwing supply beacon.
New mag.
Get in. Ulazi.
Dropping a pin, northwest, 100 meters.
Extraction is available. West, 300 meters.
Da sam ti ja i rekao. Nije što.
Supplies.
I'm on it.
Requesting tech pack. No pain, no freedom.
Ne znam što on to radi, uopšte mi nije jasno. Koliko nije ružno. Došla si ovde, posle koliko i odmah sereš. Šta? Te boli kurac, moja kuća, bre, brate. Ja da hoću da sve ovde da mi budu stvari, ne
Dropping a
budu
pin,
stvari.
northeast, 100 meters.
Tagging map. South, 50 meters.
Calling down fortification! Bots, northwest. Affirmative.
Extraction is available. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
New mag. Sample collected. Supplies.
Dropping a pin. Southeast, 200 meters.
Dropping a pin. Southeast, 200 meters.
Come, Mr. Green. Let's go.
Tagging map, east, 100 meters.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Dropping a pin. Southeast, 100 meters.
Extraction is available.
Marking location, southeast.
Sample collected.
Affirmative. Got it.
Tagging map, northwest, far.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Nemamo ništa tebra više, vamo sam sve proverio.
I'm on it! I'm sorry. Dropping a pin, west, 200 meters. Orbital inbound! Dropships!
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Calling down a support weapon.
Da zovem ekstrakciju, nema ništa.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Checking them. South, far.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Marking extraction point. Dropping a pin, southeast, far.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Dropships!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
Kill them all!
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Requesting air.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Elijah, ja ću da napravim pauzicu da ručkam malo, pa se vrćem. Ovo smo uradili, sad će nov personal za 50 minuta.
Welcome back. Well done. Welcome aboard, Helldiver. We can never have too many heroes fighting for peace.
He's running away.
Helldiver.
Wait. It's okay, man. It's okay. To sad je super kredita, a znaš koliko sam kupio kozmetike iz ovoga Battle Passa?
No čovječe, dosta sam sad skupio, baš super kredita, oko 150 za ove 3-4 partije. Uzeo sam plašt, sad i zastavu i 20 kredita.
Listen, I give up on this video, okay? Reshade is linked in description. If you get banned, I laugh at you. Kratic will laugh at you. Your friends will laugh at you. Everyone is already laughing at you, and me, and everyone else. To hunt I came, seeking for treasures, have it so easy.
Ništa, Ilija. Odo.
Uzdravlju.
Hvala.
The people of Hunter hungry, but think what a game they're for the hunters like me. Upon me from up above, they see that I have. Why must these infernal exploitees?
I am man who arranges exploits that continue to follow drama above.
Našao sam opet rare odijelo.
Da.
Dobar dan.
I? Dobar dan.
Šta je?
I?
Ne, svako malo nađem, barem na Stalkera, na Path of Exile.
Na Stalkera nađeš rare odelo. Kako je to rare odelo Stalker?
Svako malo mi izbaciva nekako rare.
Aha. I? Jel prodaješ?
Ne, rare samo spremam.
I've not only cracked the code on its true place in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure universe, but its role in the current tangible universe we're all living in today. The golden ratio, or the Fibonacci ratio, is an irrational number with the value of 1.618, often referred to as God's signature on his creation due to just how much it appears in nature. The spiral is a natural growth pattern for things like hair, nautilus shells, and a myriad of different plants. Trees, pine cones, cruciferous vegetables, and sunflowers all grow and distribute themselves according to this spiraling pattern, and liquids like syrup, blood, and even water will flow in this path of least resistance. Even galaxies and hurricanes move according to the spiral, which represents just one of many natural constants in the part of the universe that we're lucky enough to be able to sense, using our eyes, our ears, and our greater nervous system. I think the power of the spin comes from a submission to and a complete understanding of nature itself. This is the flow that Toru refers to, and his ability Calamity represents the same power held by President Funny Valentine after acquiring Love Train. Before even reading parts 7 and 8, an idea crossed my mind that I began testing in my daily philosophy, that good and bad luck are merely results of how closely you adhere to the natural order of the universe, or God's plan for all you Drake fans. K-Dot, all the way, baby. And this actually checks out. Love Train gives Valentine the ability to repel all bad fortune, giving him incredible luck and metaphysical protection. but his motivations are inherently to serve his own interests, which is why Johnny is ultimately able to destroy him after harnessing the power of the golden spin and placing his full trust in nature instead of seeking to conquer it. Johnny even uses his fingernails, something that will naturally grow into a spiral if left unclipped. In JoJolion, Toru follows the exact same path as Valentine, but instead of controlling influence over society in the future, he has complete control over nature itself, and when anyone goes against it, they are met with terrible misfortune. And with the insight we have about Part 7, we know that he can only be defeated by the true embodiment of that same natural order. In this case, Josuke using the golden spin in conjunction with his stand ability Soft and Wet. And because I'm an absolute psychopath, I think I need to mention that the Monroe Institute Gateway tapes, which we talked about earlier, also encourage the practice of bubbling away your anxieties and unwanted thoughts, the same way that Josuke can remove things with his soap bubbles. I swear, either Araki got his hands on these tapes way back in the 80s, or both of them did heavy research into the same places. And actually, the bubble, regardless of its relation to the Gateway experience, is another perfect image of nature.
Yes.
Bubbles represent equality and balance, and just like the very planet we stand on, they're the product of equal and opposite forces working harmoniously. But instead of the pull of gravity and the electric repulsion of atoms and molecules, it's the surface tension of soap and the small amount of outward pressure that keeps the bubble from collapsing in on itself. We talked before about Hamon and the wave, and if you've read the JoJo series before, you know that it was replaced with the spin. Why? Well, apart from the fact that it's a little cooler and a little more workable, what if I told you that the spin and the wave are the exact same thing, just viewed from different angles, or rather, different dimensions? See, the golden spiral is actually three-dimensional, and the reason it infinitely progresses both outwards and inwards is because, well, it's always represented in 2 dimensions. If we turn the entire thing sideways, we get a much better image of its nature, where we find that it's actually oscillating up and down exactly like a wave. Get an electric and magnetic wave to intersect, and we get a 2-dimensional ray of light made of 1-dimensional photons.
Welcome to my channel.
What's more is that if we take both sides of a wave and bend them in on each other, we get a circle, the same symbol of balance, and another path of least resistance. This is how moons, planets, and solar systems are able to exist, by stabilizing themselves in an orbit based on their mass, their own rotation, and their proximity to other celestial bodies. You can only exist in this universe if you progress, if you move forward. And when the universe stops expanding, the electrons stop spinning, and your heart stops beating, what happens? Death. Even finding a cycle of stability in your own life can be dangerous. By orbiting things like money or becoming overly reliant on a person or a drug, you slowly regress and begin to affect less of the world around you, until eventually, you pop. We are particles, and if we exit our stable, comfortable orbits and progress according to the golden spiral, the path of least resistance, we can begin using our influence to positively affect the world around us. And the path of least resistance, well, it's the path of peace and love, 2 of the most important things you can live by, and 2 things that force you to be completely humble, honest, and vulnerable, putting others first and your own interests last. Our self-preservation instincts, they may help us survive in nature, but they're often to blame for the negative things we do to each other, driving our fears, anxieties, and antisocial behaviors. If we're making a list of symbols, then let's put the honeycomb in there with the wave, the spiral, and the circle. I realize the Greeks already beat me to this by a few thousand years, but shut up, Apollo Snuffleupagus, I have my own version. Also, grape leaves are disgusting. Bees and other bugs, like ants, represent the ideal orderly society. It sounds a little like communism, but I really believe in the power of equal output for equal gain. Not only do bees create grids of circles that, when pressed together, naturally form triangular and hexagonal patterns, but they depend on each other for the benefit of the hive. Applying this to your larger life, consider saying hi to someone who looks like they've It may be the only time they feel like a human being actually cares about them. And if you have a place of high societal influence, use your money and power for good, because it'll only strengthen and brighten the world around you. This all harkens back to the themes displayed in parts 4 and 5, but Josuke actually brings a little more to the table in his part 8 depiction. Another constant of the universe is the idea of 2 becoming 1. It's the...
Sharpov karabin. Pogledaj. Kad gađe vedricu vode na, ne znam, 200 metara, 300, ne znam koliko je daleko. Izračunali su ljudi koliko je daleko.
A znam, a sad sam ga stavili su, znači, Mosina sa prigušivačom, šta još ima, onaj snajper sa prigušivačom.
Nije to Mosin. Krag.
Ne, Krag, da, Kreg.
Nije Mosin.
Da.
Za sad nije Mosin.
Krivo sam rekao Krag, da.
Neće ni biti u krivu skoro. Ja sam probao onaj Maynard sniper, onaj medium sa prigušivačem, ali toliko metak pada da je to nešto nemoguće. Posle stoji nešto metara, znači moraš dići pušku za po 3 santima.
Pa sam gledao lika, znači koristiti tu pušku, to ovaj poznati jedan streamer sa prigušivačom i snajperom.
Welcome to my channel. Chief viewers on stream.com remove the space obnge.
Ne vidi mu se mark od kud ga uzio.
Pa ne vidi se. Nije da gledam to, ne vidi se.
Niš mu ne pokaziva koliko metara radi te subsonic municije.
Šta ti, Lek, opet igraš u stavku, ne razumijem, šta je?
Aj pošalji me Milane, ili mi ti pošalji svoje. Da on ima good all. Aha. Ne, meni treba samo da im pošalješ gdje se ti imaš ovo. Niš drugo me ne zanima. Za tu jebenu... Za radijaciju, nisam za radijaciju. A ne radi se sad.
Ja ne znam, meni lično ta igra baš ono smara.
Da, ma nije loša igra, nego vam ti sad... Vi ste iz početka ste ju previše forsirali. Evo ja sam ti sad u nekakvoj pustinji, Milane.
Sexual and asexual reproduction. It represents the electric and magnetic waves that collide to produce photons, and it generally embodies the cyclical nature of our solar systems and societies. And as a matter of fact, it's integral to the evolution of complex life. Endosymbiosis is a real phenomenon that occurs when two organisms merge to become one. Everyone knows the mitochondria at this point, but what you might not know is that it was the first known case of endosymbiosis, where a cell absorbed a bacteria that would become the first cell powerhouse ever. And about 1 billion years later, chloroplasts emerged from a similar process. What's insane, though, is that it recently happened a third time, and a little less than 2 months ago, a paper was published confirming that endosymbiosis had truly taken place. Introducing the nitroplast, a plant organelle that can synthesize nitrogen from the atmosphere instead of relying on roots and fertile soil. I don't know if Araki knew anything about the nitroplast, but I don't think it's a coincidence that Josuke's character was specifically created this way. I mean, we saw the power of the spin emerge through religion, and now we see it come from science, two of the most incredible explanations for the existence of life on Earth. Jesus Christ and characters like Anakin Skywalker are said to be born from the universe itself, an act of God to impregnate a virgin with a child of destiny. Josuke, on the other hand, is almost like a surrogate child of destiny, as the deaths of Josefumi and Kira combined with Holy Ground to create a brand new person. A brand new person who, like us all, must struggle to find their identity and place in the world. Joestars have it a little easy though because they know the strength of their bloodline, but Josuke was literally a blank slate with barely anything to go off of. And much like the rest of the protagonists, he finds his strength and identity after an adventure full of excitement, suffering, and personal growth. JoJolion also gives us more context on the Devil's Palms from Steel Ball Run, as we see the Morio Walleyes basically do the exact same thing. Although the JoJo Lands is still coming out, we can apply this same set of rules to the Hawaiian Islands and the lava tubes. I think all of these locations, either cursed or blessed, represent the power and influence of land, one of the only things that still drives war in places like the Middle East. In the JoJo series, land, and by extension, nature, is a great equalizer, granting special abilities, varying degrees of luck, and mystical items to whoever is lucky enough to find them. And judging by the themes of governmental, medical, and societal corruption that have popped up in the new universe, I theorize that the JoJo lands will have something to do with the CIA specifically, whether it be their mind-blowing secret technologies, their research into the occult, or the way that they're able to harness and bend fate to protect their shady practices from the public. We're also probably going to get to see some more fourth-dimensional stuff. For those unaware, we live in a fourth-dimensional world because, as I mentioned before, we have to move and progress to stay alive. And pretty much everything has a calculable birthday and expiration date. That's why we invented time to measure the fourth dimensional size of something. Because most of our existence is based on light waves, black holes will seemingly alter the flow of time as they suck anything and everything beyond the event horizon. If we had a black hole big enough, we probably wouldn't even notice the change of going over the event horizon, like how we don't notice our 3,000 mile per hour journey through the cosmos on planet Earth. This also completely validates the theory of fate, because if everything in the universe is determined by intersecting waves of influence whose speed can be altered by black holes and advanced technology, then with enough power, we could rewind or fast forward to any point in time. And even if we can't travel ourselves, we can predict and simulate everything that is to ever happen, the same way that we've simulated the universe up until this point in time using computer graphics and AI. This, in theory, would be the ultimate power, and we've seen Love Train, Soft and Wet, Tusk Act 4, and Calamity work within these bounds, but never fully controlled. Maybe November Rain's final form can reach and influence any part of the universe at will, or break down the forces that connect everything and shape reality into whatever Joe Dio chooses. Joe Dio implies that Part 9's protagonist has qualities of both good and evil, unless Dio isn't an homage to Dio Brando, but rather a reference to the Italian word for God. Either way, it plays into the theme of nature and objective balance. But that still leaves one unanswered question. How does the Joestar lineage fit into this whole thing? Some theorize that every JoJo is actually a descendant of the original JoJo, Jesus, or Joshu, son of Joseph, but I'm not entirely sold on this because, well, Jesus never had any kids, so yeah. I'd offer the counter theory that the Joestars actually descend from Joseph of Arimathea, the man who was responsible for burying Jesus after his crucifixion. Not only does this represent the selfless nature of the Joestars, always putting themselves aside to serve the greater good, but it falls in line with the final symbol I'd like to introduce, the pentagram. The pentagram, or rather the star, was another ancient Greek symbol used to symbolize the good deeds of mankind. The 5 points represent our 5 body parts, our 5 fingers, and our 5 senses. As a matter of fact, many old religions used the star to symbolize good fortune, and was used in Judeo-Christian art and architecture over the past 2,000 years. There is, of course, the Star of Bethlehem from the Bible, and the 5 wounds inflicted on Christ during the crucifixion, but the star is also a symbol of light, not just in society, but in the world of physics. Solar systems are solar systems. They depend on the light and gravity of the sun to keep things alive and moving. Even black holes originate from stars that become too massive for their own good. The wider JoJo universe depends on the light of each Joestar, someone who shines brighter than any other, positively influencing the world and bringing peace and balance to corrupt society. And to completely drive home the importance of the star, there's actually one final secret behind its mathematics. Take a pentagram and divide any one of its sides with the distance between any 2 of its points. You'll find the golden ratio. Take any one of the triangular points and extend its shorter end to create a rectangle. Once again, we find the golden ratio. For God's sake, if we take the 4 different sized segments of the pentagram and line them up by width, we find the golden ratio again. There's an old Disney cartoon that explains this extremely well, and just because I don't want to rip them off, I'm gonna let you guys discover that for yourself. Needless to say, the pentagon and the pentagram show up in nature almost as much as the golden spiral does, and oftentimes the 2 work in tandem. And as for the wider universe and the things that live in it, the wave, the spiral, the circle, the pentagon, and the hexagon all represent the natural order of reality and all that is good. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and Hirohiko Araki do a fantastic job of distilling this into an extremely entertaining, informative, and thought-provoking work of art that brings in the best music, architecture, history, culture, and mysteries that have really proven our creativity and worth as a species. At the end of the day, I guess what I'm trying to say is, it's peace. See all you guys in the next video. Peace and love. Have a good one.
Možda je Stefana.
Next time on Luke Wilson TV. If you guys made it this far, I'm actually going to reward you with some sneak peeks for upcoming content. We will be continuing the JoJo Iceberg down the line.
Ne, žena mi se zove Štefica, a svi ju zovu Seka.
Which one of you activated the gate?
Zovu je Seka.
Which one of you is a Val blood?
Ajde, pali to govno, digni.
I am Alva Valai, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
I'm not ready. Ti znaš ko je Luna.
You are nothing, locust. You will fall before us.
Pa zato che me grize. Upalio to govno od igre. Ovo ga pospavaju. Ima 1600 sati. Zašto se sad opet upalio? To da imaš Milanov Intel.
You are nothing but a locust. Bow to your queen or die! I will not relent!
Ali kao piše da uvećava 1000 puta, ali realno uvećava.
You are nothing but a locust!
This could forge something truly exceptional.
Popravljat, onda mi treba da vidim sitne stvari. Nećemo meni da glupost teško. Šta da ja radim s tim? Šta da ja radim s tim? Sad sam uzeo sam to. Čekaj da uzem nešto, nekakvu pušku pametnu.
Uzmi neku pametnu pušku.
A neku pametnu ću je uzeti, da sam ne znam koju.
Uzmi pušku koja ubija Ursu Mortis.
A nemam tako. Nemam tako. Ja ti nemam takve puške koje ubiju za Murtu Mortis i uzemi sticky bomb. Ma kako je, sticky bomb ne radi na Ursu. Ja sam zadnje put sam je pogodio sa stickiem.
Šta će ti to? Pa on ti ima helta koliko ti ima midhead. Šta radiš za midheada? A? Kako biješ midhead?
Ali velim ti, zadnji put sam bacio na nju sticky bomb i ništa. Izbacio je prvo, vada kada je napravila onaj rik i joj izbacio dole.
Ne znam, ja sam ga samo uzmeš 6-7 noževa, zabiješ u njega i iščupašek sa onim Dark Sightom i mrtavi. Bez ikakvog pucanja. Niko ni ne čuje se gubi.
Pa ja već stepen sa shotgunom.
Pa brzo se ubije, midhead sa suknjicom.
Pa toliko ti treba i za midheada, 6-7 noževa i da ih iščupaš.
se ti jebem, Žarko.
Šta je?
Ništa.
I'm gonna do a video about Stranger Things. I mentioned that in this video. I've had a video about AI and dreaming and the way we process images. That's been on the back burner for a while. I have a video about how AI is changing the YouTube meta. That'll probably be next, honestly. I like doing movie reviews and stuff too, because those are just fun, you know. So if you got any suggestions, anything, any comments, criticisms, concerns, leave them in the comments below. You guys are seriously the best. You're making my dream come true.
Čekaj, trebaju mi se oči priviknuti.
It's actually not that funny, the idea of a god-driven mad. I wasn't laughing as a child when I discovered that under the cartoonish waters of the Wind Waker lay a kingdom-sized graveyard, a land drowned by the very deities that gave the world life. Your gods destroyed you, remarks Ganondorf, the game's antagonist. And there's this face that Link makes. That was me. That was 9-year-old me trying to figure out why I felt the king of demons. Maybe at a point. The notion that humans are insects to the divine appears across mythology. So what happens after a god decides to squash
opet sam ubio jednu žensku, dobio sam Divine Orb od nje. Divine Orb ti zarola sve statistike na predmet. Možda biti bolje, možda biti gore.
Jesi probao ili je onaj, sad ne znam koji to radi, Divine Orb, koji od običnog predmeta može napraviti
Alchemy. Orb of Alchemy. Možda ti pričaš.
Uvijek sam gledao lika, znači probao je 30 vremena prebaciti u nekakav lik koji daje neke jebene probe. Znači od 30 vremena nije jedan. Jer on ili napravi, ili uništi.
A, on nešto pravi unikat. Da.
Da. Ili napravi ili uništi. Niš drugo ne može napraviti.
Super.
Ali nisam to probao, ali ne da mi se baš baviti. Ne da mi se baš jebati stvari. Jer već čini slučajeva ne napravi ništa. Ali baš sam pričao i Kesiću, znači ona stranica gdje kupuješ od 5. pisala stranica. Tamo je da naći jedno oružje, znači mene oružja, opreme za malu cijenu.
Idemo na cirkus prvo ili na pauc?
Ma ne, idemo njega riješiti pa ćemo na cirkus tak završimo. Tak imam jedan bod, šta ću na cirkus. Idemo prvo vidjeti, pa preživimo ćemo onda otići na cirkus.
Pustite ja mađu, izlupat ću ga odmah.
Dobro. Ako nema nikoga. Bijeli je za sad. Dobro, imam ja vatru i vatra će ga brzo riješiti. Bijeli još uvijek.
I can't yet.
Bijeli. Bijeli cijelo vrijeme.
prosto ne mogu da skapiram zašto mi zabode kompjuter nešto better pixel. Kad učitava nešto, znači svaki jednom u 10 puta mora zabode.
Mali novci. Sakrio sam se u palu, vidiš? Jel me vidiš? A ti me vidiš, drugi me ne vide.
Zato te on vidi.
Dobro, ja mu svijetim, zato me vidi.
Ako igraš sa mnom, ja te ne vidim, zato što meni ne svetleni.
Tu ne svetli mi niko, ne zajebavaj evo.
Jesi gledao moj ekran kad ja igram?
Pa gdje si maka to evo?
Vidim samo ono iznad glave, pa dobro, to Boris zna vrlo dobro. Borisa sam tako koknuo, zato što nisam vidio ono iznad glave.
Nancy Orange. Thanks for following. Hi. How are you?
Good. Actually, no. I feel really bad. I'm thinking of like doing the worst. I wish somebody could say like a nice word to me. Like, I don't know, maybe a random person from the internet. Cheer me up or something. Maybe you?
Oh, sad to hear that.
Oh, you're not a bot. That's nice. Hello.
What's happened?
Nothing. This is a test. Empathy test. Welcome. Usually when somebody is botting, he sends like 10 same messages like hello.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. It's empathy test. You passed. You are a human. Like those tests, you know, are you a robot? Like one of those. You passed with flying grades. Howdy. So you're a fan of the game?
Yeah, you are right.
What do you need?
Sorry, it's like a bad habit of mine to test like viewers to actually check how many of them are like actually human beings, not in a fancy way. So were you a fan of Diablo 4? No, this is a joke. This is not good.
Neko otvorio vrata, znači da je neko ušao unutra.
No, it's not a bad habit.
I don't know. Like I feel like it's kind of hard to believe, like not the people generally, like you know,
Still alive.
like 10 different people come and like offer you some like shit that you don't even like wanted to buy anything from them. They just like randomly, oh, I'm a digital artist. I have noticed that your channel is trying to grow, and are you interested into like improving your experience and yada yada yada, and I'm just like saying no, thank you.
Yeah, right.
So what's your if I may indulge myself into questioning you, what's your line of work? And if you're a mob hitman, I am not gonna ask you anything more.
BTW, where are you from?
Serbia.
Serbia.
Not Syria.
Not Syria.
Or Siberia.
Or Siberia.
Siberia. So that's kind of a middle Europe. That's kind of a poor part of mid Europe. Not culturally, you know, economically. Let's say they're like a cluster of humble lands. Is that even correct?
Nice place. Nice to meet you.
Same. So I guess I can check.
What is your favorite game?
No favorite game. I'm a like I'm a, what do you say, like a variety streamer. I play a lot of stuff. And
hey boss, stop fooling around.
Maybe co-op games, survival
Elora
games.
Jordan. Welcome to my channel. Good.
Welcome to Black Mesa. That's a joke. So this is the part I'm gonna ask you, are you a digital artist? Or just a casual viewer? Because I don't get too many people that are like genuinely interesting into like watching a game.
Well, I ask you something if you don't mind.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead, ask. I'm not married, but ask.
Don't eat anything colorful.
Ask away.
Hey boss, stop fooling around.
Actually, I am a professional graphic designer with years of experience specializing in customizing Twitch channels for gamers. I want to customize your channel for making it attractive for followers and viewers.
Yeah, thank you very much, but I'm not actually looking into expanding my circle of fans, call it fans. So, you know, thanks, I guess. But interesting effect. Thank you kindly, stranger.
All right, NP.
Yeah. Hope you're gonna have like some more time and more friendly people to talk to.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Kao na prozoru da bu te neke dočekalo.
Ko vidi na prozor, momci?
Viđo, brate mili, jebala te igra, te jeba.
Jer ga na prozoru ima mali.
Jest, ti si mala tačkica na prozoru, a on može biti bilo gde napolju van prozora.
Well, like I made logos, banners, emotes, overlay intro videos, and outro video, and much more.
Yeah, That seems fair. Thank you.
If you are interested, so tell me.
I will. I do have your follow with your channel, and I can make a contact with you if by any chance I need like a professional to make some stuff for me. I'm gonna contact you, or that, what's it called, like a Danish queen person, which is lacking. I actually employed like a different designer. I told him, if you manage to like keep bots off my channel and like other digital artists, I'm gonna employ you. But I guess that person gave up. Oh, what you gonna do? No easy money, I guess. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know, but I'm real person. I'm not a bot.
That I see. I'm kind of glad. So, this year like
yeah,
normal ammo. Like browsing, you know, streaming platforms and like asking people maybe, you know, they wanna like your service employed. I don't know. Does it work actually? Or is it like kind of hard? My god.
Feel my wrath.
Oosh.
Ali to ima veliku ovu.
Šta da? Šta da?
Sweet.
Fuck you.
Guys, there is like children.
Ro. Welcome to my channel.
Ja bez čega sam sve prelazio, znači još sam dobro igrao.
Ali to ti daje veliku radijaciju. Kad to imaš, moraš imati one protiv radijacije.
Ako nas svaka na sebi.
Daj da te ne možeš dati svaki drugi metak ubija. Ja imam one što ti recimo nemaš prvaki kad te upucaju da ti isto teško možeš biti sa njim, ali on ti daje veliku radijaciju.
What you gonna do when it's coming for you?
Mislim, sad možemo ići u church, u cirkusa.
Čujete se zamki kroz cirkus. Ima ljudi koji znaju da stave gad na kljusat i trepuje svuda tamo.
Body is born from the uterus of a mad dream, and thus the world itself grows sick with despair. This is the world we see from the first moments of Kentaro Miura's dark fantasy epic Berserk, a land where madness now lives in the very whisper of the wind, where nightmares gather in service of their new god, a god who was once but a man. Indeed, all godlike beings who reign in this narrative were formerly human, but have literally and figuratively lost their humanity in pursuit of divine strength. For ascension to godhood requires a sacrifice so inhumane, only the most ruthless would accept the terms. The pursuit of power is the ultimate corrupting force in Berserk, spurring mortals down paths to monstrous godhood. This holds true for the story's youngest twisted deity, who we learn was once a knight named Griffith, a man whose obsession with creating a perfect kingdom led him to make a dark bargain for supremacy. Berserk questions whether those who seek power will always be consumed by it. Figures like Griffith are fated to be corrupted. Throughout the story, we see both mortals and gods offload responsibility for their cruel actions onto forces of destiny, attributing personal failings to divine will. But while Berserk is a narrative where deities are real and just the worst, it's also a story where, regardless of any godly predestination, choices have been shown to matter. And beyond fate or the dark influence of power, Griffith made a choice. He chose to be cruel, and so the world is cruel for it. If a god allows themselves to turn mad with power, it's comforting to think they might somehow be turned back. When a minor deity becomes corrupted in the Zelda series, their madness usually manifests as some literal eyeball-covered parasite, and therefore the darkness can be removed with a well-placed arrow, excised like a However, despite the destruction they've caused both directly and indirectly, the series' main deities cannot be cured in the same way. Their callousness does not manifest so literally, and without hope of changing their deities, most characters instead do not question their actions, no matter how ruthless. Power! Accepting the cruelty of a higher power one is helpless against is understandable. Worshipping said cruelty, that demands investigation. In the game Blasphemous, a supernatural force known simply as the Miracle distributes sickening curses with an unjust hand. And yet this power is revered, venerated by a population who see themselves as deserving of torment. It's no accident that Blasphemous takes heavy inspiration from bubonic plague-era Spain, with its crowds of flagellates and bloodletters, people who saw self-punishment as the courteous response to what they believed to be a divine reprimand. I think it's easy, looking back on this era, to find such practices darkly comedic. But Blasphemous explores the tragedy inherent to these penitent souls, sympathizing with their painful and ill-advised attempts to regain a semblance of control, to rationalize a world gone mad, when a plague can be neither cured nor avoided. How can one go on, unless believing it a miracle? Interpreting madness as miraculous is the beating heart beneath the floorboards of the Hellblade games. Across the series, the main character Senua is tormented by dark gods, giants, and keepers of the dead, and other characters flock to Senua, putting their faith in her visions. The grim undercurrent to the series is that what Senua sees doesn't seem to be real in the literal sense. She's suffering from a form of psychosis, exacerbated dominated by trauma, but because she's living in the 8th century, Senua has no way to interpret her hallucinations other than as the presence of cruel deities. An illuminatingly similar misidentified psychosis seems to be at work in the game Indica, in which a nun in 19th century Russia tries to ignore the voices and visions encouraging her to misbehave, which she believes to be the work of, well, you can probably guess. These games blur the lines of personal and divine insanity, leaving you unsure where the mental rot truly stems from. Though occasionally manifesting as on-screen hallucinations, much of Indica's declining mental state is conveyed through camera angles and abrupt changes in style. The game's aesthetic sensibilities rocketing between those of an Ingmar Bergman film and an 80s arcade game. In sharp contrast to Hellblade, which strives for an unbroken cinematic experience, Indica is determined to remind you of its gameness, even leaving a goofy scoreboard on screen for serious moments. It's a choice that draws attention to the interactive nature of the medium, putting an uncomfortable spotlight on the player themselves. Though subtler, Hellblade does have its own fourth wall-breaking moments of confrontation, where Senua looks right at the camera, seemingly right at you. It feels like a reminder that, in a way, there is a mad god controlling both Senua and Indica, isn't there? Through virtue of their interactivity, games have a uniquely metafictional capacity to explore cruel gods. Sometimes the player gets to act as divine overseer, given supremacy over virtual subjects. And considering how people play The Sims, Berserk might have a point about how quickly godly power corrupts. But perhaps more affecting are games where mad gods are given power over the player. You see this overtly in titles like God of War, where the bloodthirsty Thor invades the game over screen to force you to continue fighting, or in Hades 2, where the Titan of Time Kronos refuses to let you pause. It's a clever trick to convey the power of a deity, as if they're going to escape the bounds of their own medium. But there's a darker method of putting the player at the mercy of a mad god. The game Fear and Hunger features a pantheon of suitably nightmarish deities with twisted urges, but it's not so much the gods themselves that make the game terrifying. Fear and Hunger is exceptionally good at making you feel mechanically powerless, using spikes in difficulty and psychologically crushing setbacks to break down your will, to immerse you utterly in the experience of being at the mercy of a deity's nightmarish whims. Like with Indica or Hellblade, while trying to beat the game, I felt acutely aware of myself as a player, but this time not as a controller, but rather I was the one being controlled, unable to turn away despite the punishing hardship. It's a feeling I've only experienced once before. With its colorful sci-fi aesthetic, Rainworld doesn't seem as nightmarish as a title like Fear and Hunger, nor does it seem like a setting that would house a mad god. As for the first point, don't let the cuteness fool you. Rainworld's ecosystem is highly unforgiving. As for the second, well, throughout one's first playthrough, there's a sense that you're slowly descending deeper and deeper into the heart of something you have no name for, until at last, pulled on by a force you can't explain, you enter the chamber of a godlike AI. Called Five Pebbles, of all things, this non-traditional deity is nonetheless transcendently powerful, his mainframe so large that the superstructure rises high above the clouds. And this machine is not just a god, but a mad one. Five Pebbles' actions have birthed creeping terrors that prowl in the depths, destroyed vast regions of the world, and even damaged other friendlier intelligences. Like in the world of Berserk, the sickness of the sovereign deity manifests as a sickness in the land itself. Except, Five Pebbles isn't just a deity, but a creation. He was built by a now vanished group of super beings called the Ancients, and his failures are just warped attempts at following his original programming. There's a tragedy to this character that can only be fully understood after playing the Saints campaign, a story set far in Rainworld's future, where a terrible frost is slowly dimming away the world. Here you can find the ruins of Five Pebbles malfunctioning alone in the snow, his resources exhausted trying to fix past mistakes. Thank you for company, he says, without a hint of his past ire. You can, if you so choose, stay with this discarded creation as the cold slowly overtakes you, two beings abandoned by their gods. The idea of a mad god creating another mad god brings out a theme that haunts the margins of all previously mentioned works, that of dysfunctional parenthood. Five Pebbles is very much a discarded child of the ancients. The fear and hunger deity Voltiel births his own ruined form of life only to abandon it. Senua and Indica's visions are both at least partially the result of parental mistreatment. Even Griffith has the Void, a manipulative deity who helped with grandfathering him into the whole evil god thing. A few stories make this framing as explicit as The Spine of Night, a rotoscoped animated movie that sometimes looks like a Joel Haver skit, but is pretty classic fantasy until, whew boy. So near the end of the film, we learn that the land this story takes place on is made from the skull of a dead god, and the world's first deities rose from its dream, and humans were created from the dreams of those deities. With me so far? Then, because of the cruelty of these gods, humans rise up against them, essentially children killing their own parents. Okay, and then it turns out that the entire universe is an endless chain of this exact cycle of infinite gods killing gods killing gods. All of reality is just a never-ending loop of cosmic parricide and, like, what? This twist comes right out of nowhere and is basically never brought up again. It's so bonkers. And yet I don't think it's as foreign a concept as one might think. Creation slaying their own mad creators is a surprisingly prevalent motif throughout mythology. The Greek pantheon has Zeus destroying his cannibalistic father, who destroyed his father before him. Babylonian and Mesopotamian myth have near identical stories of parricidal violence. Norse mythology has Fafnir murdering his cruel sorcerer father, and becoming a dragon as consequence. It is a grim, weird pattern that can easily get pretty Freudian, but I think there's more to these cycles of inherited violence than meets the eye. In the film Four Things, a mad god creates a new form of life the only way he knows how, violently. God, short for Godwin, is a doctor who transplants the brain of an infant into its own deceased mother, creating a new tabula rasa being. Fittingly, God in Four Things parallels the archetypal mad scientist, most overtly Victor Frankenstein. In his creation, Bella acts as a kind of Frankenstein's monster, a childlike being whose rebellion against their creator leads them to knowledge and, eventually, resentment towards their imperfect parental figure. For as is the case with Frankenstein's monster, from Bella's perspective, God is both her father and, well, he's God, in the same way that all parents are initially deified by their children. So what does one do if they discover their God is mad? In his book, It Didn't Start With You, Mark Borland writes on inherited trauma. How chronic or repetitive emotions like anger and fear can imprint on a child across generations. Notably, Godwin himself is actually another Frankenstein's monster, tortured and experimented on by his own father, driving him to conduct his own experiments.
Ne znam di su onda ti ljudi, pa velim ti, ovo što smo ja i Boris jučer igrali danas, pa slabo.
Sinoć je bilo kad smo ja, Drakula i Makić igrali, bio pun server.
Pre sat vremena bilo je 9000 ljudi, sad ima 11.500.
A da, pa kaj ti?
To ti je na svim serverima 11.500. Na američkim, evropskim, azijskim, ruskim.
Ko će to više igrat, moj dobri Tomislav?
A to ti je koliko, 15-20 dana već s toga eventa, već ljudi ne igraju.
A da, znam.
Jesi pronašao artefakta?
Ko je?
Feel my wrath!
Našao sam bio 3-4 Exalted Bloodbolt, pa sam napredzivao ovaj štap. Nis pološ. A moraš da ubiješ solidno jakog bossa da bi dobio šansu da ti spadne uopšte egzotodor.
Vidim koga. Jesu.
Opet 250. Pa jebo ti.
Gdje je ovaj Fortune Teller jebo ga ja?
Tu je, evo. Ne vidi da li ima koga.
Ideš i ti za novi po ovome.
Dobio sam dizi čip, red čip.
Nisi dobio nego si birao onaj...
Ma da, a ne, dobro sam ga na polu sreću.
Ne bi trebalo da možda ga dobiješ tako. Koji si izabrao pakt?
Uzeo sam pakt... Shadow Leap.
Nije to pakt.
Onda Shadow Crash, a dobio sam Shadow Leap ili...
Pa tako može. Jer ne možeš dobiti Shadow...
NATO pakt.
Osim ako jeste NATO pakt. Ne možeš dobiti Shadow Crash na random.
Ne, onda sam birao ovo pa sam dobio ovo.
Tako da.
Dobro. Ništa da ovo je... Origin.
Ajde još jedno.
Ne mogu da ručim ne da desim.
Valjda doručak mamu mu jebe.
Ne, nego ručak. Da li, ako velim tako ove, ja moram i tako svaki tigat, tako da...
Ajde nek sačekaj jebo.
Kad završimo ručak, onda ću se javiti 15 minuta 20.
Kako si likio?
A jebamo. A čekaj, starci me čekaju.
Bez starca nema magarca. Nije, ne ide tako.
Aj malo jače. Uvijek ja sam pustio.
Zoom.
Ajde, ja se kasnije.
Ovo je drugi kamen da sam ga dobio. Svi se raziđeš. Šta bi?
Otišu da ruča.
Da, nema glasnogovornika, on je bio glavni za hunt, ali sad više nije.
Odmah tišina, a?
Da, vidi tišina, nevjerojatno.
Tišinoća. Odmah neka čudna tišina, neprirodna. I'm not ready.
Baš. Sranje. Croissant.
If you look for it, Poor Things is its own causal chain of cruel gods creating cruel gods. Except, though Bella eventually gains the capacity to understand her dark conception, she doesn't seek revenge on God in the way of Frankenstein's creation. She is both disappointed by and ultimately sympathetic to her father figure, aware that God, despite his mistakes, tried to raise her with a kindness his own father never gave him. It is a thorny, tangled portrait of parent and child, creator and creation, madness and love, one that speaks to the inherent moral complexities of creating life.
I am finding being alive fascinating, so I'll forgive you the act.
What does a creator owe their creation? It's a question lurking in the claymation short film Adam, which, despite its silliness, really freaked me out as a kid. A goofy adaptation of Genesis, basically. Adam begins with a clay figure who is ignorant and beast-like, even going as far as to bite the hand of his maker. As punishment, Adam is essentially tormented by the divine hand that feeds him. You could read this as the story of a cruel parent, but Adam was created by Aardman, the same studio that gave us claymation classics like Wallace and Gromit, and the medium of clay itself feels indispensable to the themes Adam is broaching. Claymation, like all forms of stop motion, is a maddeningly labor-intensive process of creation, requiring the artist's constant hands on their art to give them life. Viewed through this lens, the hand in Adam isn't just the hand of a parent or a bad god, it's the hand of the animator, which is appropriate, because when it comes to fiction, those are basically the same thing. In creating a world, an author is both parent and god, presiding sometimes cruelly over the lives of their characters. Few films explore this as overtly as The Adventures of Mark Twain, another work of claymation which is just so deeply bizarre I don't know that I have a chance at explaining it. To oversimplify, his story follows Mark Twain, the author, who has built an airship which contains holders to all his works of literature, including a real unfinished novel called The Mysterious Stranger. Then, in a wildly metafictional scene, we see this world is an incomplete void, inhabited only by an all-powerful angel, who goes by his given name, Satan. And though seemingly aware he is but an incomplete story within a story, Satan decides to make a life of his own. What follows is what I interpret to be a portrait of the creative process of literature. First, Satan's creations are simple, fittingly resembling most animators' first experiments with claymation. But then, his little society starts to organize. Plots become more complex, characters take on a life of their own, and things, well, they start to get ugly. So Satan does what any mad god, any author might do when a story isn't working. It seems vital to mention that Mark Twain began writing The Mysterious Stranger in 1897, a year after his daughter died of meningitis. And the versions of the story that have survived are filled with Twain's famous distrust of organized religion, as well as a larger bitterness and rage at the nature of the world. Those copies end with the character of Satan declaring reality is nothing but a grotesque and foolish dream, and that is, in fact, quite literally true in the strange meta setup of the film. No matter how much life he creates or how many worlds he destroys, the Satan of The Adventures of Mark Twain cannot escape the fact that he occupies a lower rung in the ladder of cruel deities. He is a character trapped within his own medium, his clay mask changing shape so frequently you can almost see the sculptor's fingerprints. It seems like a reminder that it is the author who is the true mad god behind the mad gods of fiction. A literary character like Victor Frankenstein might create life, but only because writer Mary Shelley was inspired to craft her tale of a creator who inhumanly rejects his creation, not long after her father, last name Godwin, disowned her. She dedicated Frankenstein to him, by the way. One cruel god creates another. Of course, narratives often necessitate cruelty on the part of their authors. The real reason the creator deities of the Wind Waker flooded the land is because, well, the developers thought this act would make the setting more interesting, and They were right. Hell, the entire Zelda franchise is built on a divine and bloody curse, a promise of infinitely repeating suffering that haunts the main characters across their endless reincarnations. It's about the darkest punishment a mad god could come up with, but it also makes for fun games. To be clear, I'm not saying authors casting misfortunes down upon their characters are somehow doing something morally wrong. You don't owe the same things to a fictional person you create that you would your child. But I think it's inevitable that these concepts intertwine, that mad gods in storytelling often reflect both their authors and models of parenthood. To create anything is to gain a power that can, on some level, be read as godlike, and the question of what one does with that power. If there is an answer, a single work that could serve as a treatise on what happens after a god goes mad, well, appropriately, I think that would be Mad God, a stop-motion film created by animator Phil Tippett over a period of 30 years. Mad God is a colossal monument to madness and birth and creative obsession, and is also just legitimately nuts. Mad God begins with the main character descending into a hellish world in a diving bell, lowering past impossibly vast fossilized remains towards a realm of utter insanity. Mad God's setting is a never-ending parade of depravity, one that it seems only the cruelest deity could dream up, let alone build. When watching the film, it's impossible to forget the fact that what you're seeing was, to an extent, physically created. Stop motion requires material props to be dragged around one frame at a time. All this machinery of cruelty is, to a greater degree than most fiction, real machinery. In a way, it seems inexplicable that someone would create so much just as a vehicle for destruction, and in a way, it makes perfect sense. Mad God is the result of 3 decades of painstaking development, and the struggles that come with that feel entrenched in the world itself. The title can definitely be read as autobiographical. It isn't clear if there is a more textual Mad God within the world of the film, an overseer managing this forsaken realm, or if the world is simply the result of a network of individuals choosing to be monstrous. It seems worth noting that the main character is not elevated from the cruelty of his surroundings. One of the first things we see him do is step on this weird little group of gnomes, seemingly just because he can. The only justification any character in Mad God seems to have. Is that why this monolith of a film was made? To show us that anyone given sufficient power will inevitably misuse it? Possibly. But at the end of Mad God, a denizen of this world creates a new universe. It is a mesmerizing sequence, a dizzying time-lapse of creation made primarily through practical effects, and it begs the question, why? Why would the director, who can create such beautiful sequences, instead choose to reign over his creation as a wrathful deity? There must be some reason, some grand design, and some explanation that will cause everything to make sense. And then the film ends. For all that can be thematically gleaned from Mad Gods, all the echoes of power, creativity, and cycles of suffering, if a god's meaning can be perfectly understood, well, they aren't all that mad then, are they? Indeed, part of why these stories matter is they remind us cruelty is not always rational, that sometimes looking for reasoning can miss the point. To entertain the idea of the divine succumbing to insanity is to accept that the universe isn't always a place of complete sameness, that not all hardships are perfectly sensible. When we tell tales of mad gods, we acknowledge the unpredictability of life's sorrows, and perhaps there is a strange comfort in that. Maybe life is but a grotesque and foolish dream. Maybe it's mad gods all the way down. But it can be oddly reassuring when a work grapples with meaning and concludes that sometimes things are just tough. And it's not hard. All any creation can do is to see how they want to create. And as always, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this entry, please lend your support by liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification icon to stay up to date on all things curious. See you in the next video.
Emergency Reload instantly reloads your equipped crossbow skill and empowers your next salvo of bolts with more damage. Emergency Reload instantly reloads. Hail. Shock burst rounds explode if they hit a shocked enemy. You can reload manually by using this skill again. Shock burst rounds explode if they hit a shocked enemy. You can reload manually by using this skill again. Shock burst rounds explode if they hit a shocked enemy. Explosive grenades have a long fuse. Explosive Explosive grenades have a long
There are no women on the internet. That used to be a big meme on 4chan back in the day, and when I get to the end of this video, you might say, wow, they are actually right. But first, let's take a look at some pictures. This is the perfect family picture. Until you see it, I don't know, it looks pretty normal. 2 happy parents, 1 happy kid, 3 kids who are kind of like, eh. Oh wait, there it is. A wide-eyed, shiny gentleman, buried in the couch underneath the mom, like that one Edogawa Rampo story. Okay, how about this picture of a foggy street? You see anything out of the ordinary? Oh, there's a T-Rex lurking in the mist. That's not something you'd usually see. This format, when you see it, you'll shit bricks, or mindfuck images, was a really popular image format back in the mid-2000s. A subgenre of the demotivational poster meme that has been going strong for several years, as memes did back then. It's kind of like playing a game of Where's Waldo, with spooky twists. You see that caption and you know immediately that there's going to be something creepy or at least unusual going on. But it's not immediately obvious what that is. And as time went on, people would play off this expectation to misdirect you. Now you got this one where there's a red circle, but there's nothing in the circle. Then you look down and oh no, it's a demonic soy jack in the floor. And of course, there's also the ones where you think it's going to be one of these and you're looking, and all of a sudden a spooky face pops up, and it was a gift the whole time. I definitely got by a few of those back in the day. But how about this one? Perfection. When you see it, shit bricks. And it's a girl in bed in pink floral underwear. Well, easy there. Don't go off to your bunk and start killing kittens just yet. We got a mystery to solve. What exactly are we supposed to be seeing? The mattress tag? The flowers in the background? What if I told you? That's a dead body. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of Perfection Girl. This video is sponsored by Helix. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding, custom fit to your needs, and shipped straight to your door. Everyone sleeps differently, so Helix has you take a sleep quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with the Sunset mattress. The Helix lineup offers 20 unique mattresses, including their award-winning Luxe and Ultra Premium Elite collections, the Helix Plus, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, and the Helix Kids mattress, designed for growing bodies and endorsed by child sleep and medical experts. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the US. It comes rolled up in a box and it's easy to set up. And to make sure you love your Helix mattress, there's a 100 nights of sleep trial. You also get a 10-year warranty, as well as financing options and flexible payment plans. Also, Helix mattresses are fiberglass free. I've been sleeping on Helix mattresses for a few years now, and it's some of the best sleep I've gotten. Just go to helixsleep.com/wang and you'll get 20% off your Helix mattress as well as 2 free pillows. This was a story that I set out to cover several years ago, but at the time there just wasn't enough to it where I felt like I could make a decent video out of it. I don't know what it was that made me think about it again, but this time I found a lot more. Stuff that was previously lost to time, including the guy who most likely wrote the original copy pasta. And I also finally figured out, after almost 20 years, the actual reason that we were supposed to shit bricks about this. So for those unfamiliar with this meme, Perfection Girl was this woman who was in a series of 3 photos depicting her in bed in pink underwear. She's a good looking girl, but that in and of itself is unremarkable. You know, if I made a video that was like, okay, so there was this girl on 4chan 20 years ago, and she kind of looked good. That was the video, she just put me down like a dog. No, this is of interest because despite very clearly looking alive, she's supposedly dead. By the time I first noticed this girl getting reposted on 4chan all the time back in the day, it had already become this meme where the picture gets posted and then people are like, oh, this story, it's so sad. It's sad, but it's true. But nobody's going into the specifics. You just get a whole big thread of people going, oh, I know this story, it's sad, but it's true. And no elaboration. And some people kind of get what's going on there, but other people would just get more and more annoyed and be like, no, tell me what the story is then. And if you said the story was fake, people would just reply, she is really dead. I know the story behind it. It's quite sad but true. So where did this come from? Now, due to the nature of 4chan, it can be hard to pin down an exact time frame. I've seen people say that they've noticed this as far back as 2005. And I think that's probably true, but as far as I can tell, the pictures, the meme, and the copy pasta generally pop off until later in 2007. Her Encyclopedia Dramatic article was created that August, which points to the origin of it being a mindfuck images thread. People are posting a thread full of stuff like the ones I showed you in the intro, and then one of the posts winds up being perfection. When you see this shit breaks. And nobody can figure out what the trick is with this one. People are looking at this thing under a microscope and it's like, actress tag? There's like a pink ribbon thing next to her? That's something? Maybe it's supposed to be that she's wearing a cross while half naked on the internet. Some people thought she was a real doll, which, I mean, they look kind of convincing now, but this is what real dolls looked like in 2007. Another theory was that this was some kind of social commentary. That there being fake water drops on the flowers means it's talking about how online perfection is phony and contrived. Holy shit, dude, you don't do that mine. Which, you know, I mean, you say that now, it sounds like some fake Banksy type bullshit. But this is like the pre-Instagram world still, so this kind of thing is a thought that people haven't really contended with yet. At least not to the degree where it's become really the right thing to say. Basically, though, people investigating this image derails the entire thread. And then some guy comes around and says, good job, you've been fapping to a dead chick. Come on, don't be silly, there's no way that chick's dead. This is very much the face of an alive person, right? Like, this is so plainly obvious an alive woman, but then people are getting gaslit in real time as people are noticing little details, like she's got that wristband on. And they're like, hey, isn't that the bracelet they put on you in the morgue? Or as an ID for coma patients? Why are there flowers in this bed? Is she being prepared for a funeral? You know, you gotta have your good bra and panties on with your eyes wide open for the open casket. Eventually, people find a CBC article from the year 2000. A group of teens between 15 and 19 years old had been partying at a cabin in Newfoundland. They find the key to another cabin next door, and they discover a bunch of unlabeled bottles full of green liquid. They assume that this liquid is moonshine. It was not moonshine. After drinking the mystery fluid, most of them became extremely sick, and 2 of them died. The owners of the cabin would tell CBC that they had a jug of antifreeze at work, so they put what they could save in the bottles that partygoers thought was liquor. Which, I mean, I get it. While it may not be as inviting as Fabuloso, antifreeze does look delicious in kind of the same way that a bear looks friend-skinned. Although the victims named in the article were all male, posters on B would often claim that the girl was one of the other partygoers that wasn't named in the article. Then on October 16th of 2007, a different story would emerge. A guy makes a thread asking if he's a necrophile for jerking off to a dead body. And while there were those who were like, come on, we're gonna do the same thread again. That thread is people going, she's not dead. There she is. No, she's not. Then another guy comes in and says, she is really dead. I know the story behind it. It's quite sad but true. This was the first appearance of a line that was coming from part of the meme. Some people are saying it's shit. Other people think he's talking about the CBC article, and he's swearing he's got the real story. I knew her about 3 years ago. The story is both sad and true. She was my first and only love. So sad, so true. Then people are like, alright then, tell us the story, buddy. And he does. Okay, here's the story of the girl. Yes, it was in Canada. And yes, she did die from drinking antifreeze. But that CBC story is not it. Her name was Mary Ann Riella, and she was at a party. It was not at a cabin, but at a college senior's apartment in Vancouver. His little brother had apparently spiked some drinks with antifreeze to try to get all the girls drunk really fast, but didn't realize it was poison and could kill them. The only one who actually drank any was Mary Ann, but she'd already had some drinks before then. She got really weird drunk and started complaining about not being able to see anything. She, the guy, the senior's little bro, not the senior, convinced her to strip down and pose for some pictures. He left to get his camera, and when he came back, he asked if it would be alright to snap some pictures. She didn't say anything, so he assumed it was okay, and he took 1 or 2 pics. He then asked if she would change her position and pose, but she still didn't say anything, so he moved her around. As he took the pictures, he was uploading them on the computer. It wasn't until he had snapped 4 pictures that he realized she wasn't breathing. The 4th picture, he had pulled her bra off. That one is very rare. But anyway, after that, he found she was dead and panicked and called an ambulance. But the pictures were already up on the internet. When her mom found out, she got scared and was quoted as saying, "I'm your dream, my destroyer. I'm your eyes while you're away. I'm your pain while you repay. You know it's sad but true." Yeah, you just got Metallica aired. Most of you probably remember this, but for those of you who don't, there's this meme called Bel Airing people. You're telling a long, detailed story, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, at the end, it turns into the Fresh Prince theme. It's kind of like the Loch Ness Monster jokes.
And he said, I need about 350.
Or the his name is John Cena stuff. So the author of this just did that with Metallica. He even made the name Realib, which is Bel Air spelled backwards. Now, in this original thread, it's incredibly obvious that this wasn't meant to be taken seriously. Someone immediately copies and pastes his post, and then he goes, "WTF, I got copy pasted that quick? I'm honored." Then someone else replies and tries to keep the kayfabe going. She's is really Mary Ann. I do not know family name, but I suppose it's not Realib. I made up the name Mary Ann. If that girl's name really is Mary Ann, or Mary Ann, or Mary Ann, then I must have godly luck. Oh well. It was worth a try. The majority of the thread after this point is just people repeating variations of, "I know the story, it's quite sad but true." It's like that episode of The Simpsons where they put Bart in special ed and he calls the teacher cuckoo, and then all the other kids start going cuckoo, cuckoo. So at that point, this copy pasta becomes a defining piece of the Perfection Girl meme. The name Marianne Realib sticks, and when someone asks for an explanation, they get the copy pasta. Sometimes with the Metallica joke at the end, sometimes without it. And although it was completely obvious to everyone in the original thread that this was a fake joke story, over time, through new people seeing the copy pasta over and over again, some would come to believe that this was actually the true story. Some people even seeing the version with the Metallica joke and thinking it was real. So the analysis of the picture continues. Some people are saying that you can tell from the red eye in the pictures that she's alive, because that doesn't happen on dead people. Or you can look at her skin tone and tell. Or the fact that there's 2 other pictures in different positions. But still, some people weren't fully convinced. Dead, hands, fingers in the same position. Sick Necro took the pictures. And we all know sick Necros touch death bodies and play with them. So fixing her legs in a position or her arms isn't very hard to do. Red eyes, blood doesn't simple disappears from a body unless you cut a vein/artery. So blood will still remain in the eye, making your OMG WTF BBQ, Jesus Christ, OMG WTF BBQ. I think I've seen that acronym in like 10 years. OMG WTF BBQ, red eyes, blood count, flash, useless. Face is in a rest position. All facial muscles are relaxed. That's what dead people do. They don't use facial muscles. And I'm not talking about the jaw muscle. I'm talking about muscles right below the skin, which give you expression. Any type of skin color chemical can be used to give dead skin a more lively look. If they set a recently dead up for display, it almost looks like it's alive. Now to me, this is still all ridiculous and ridiculous. But you see enough people take it seriously and start to second guess yourself. And at the end of the day, I think this is pretty obvious, but what do I know? I'm not a doctor. You know who is though? Friend of the channel, Chubby Human, so I asked him his opinion. The antifreeze part is kind of weird. It says she cleans between C, so we'd be looking at methanol. Ethylene glycol is the other thing. So that causes kidney damage, pain in the sides, and bloody urine. Both methanol and ethylene glycol might be solid toxins, but rather the body breaks them down into something. We know this because the antidote to both of these is the regular alcohol we drink in liquor, ethanol. Ethanol blocks both methanol and ethylene glycol from being broken down, and they're eliminated from the body as is. Methanol breathed out from the lungs and urinated out, and ethylene glycol urinated out. When the methanol starts to get broken down, there's usually a period when the person will start hyperventilating. It's pretty noticeable. This usually starts hours after the ingestion, so it takes some time and doesn't happen instantaneously. Also during this time, the person's actions should be obvious that something's wrong. Vomiting, salivating, confusion, abdominal pain, far from being able to pose perfectly for a picture. And if enough time has passed that the methanol has turned the person blind, i.e. cause permanent brain damage, they would probably still be hyperventilating to the point where they do stop breathing in extreme poisonings. All this to say that antifreeze part might be kind of doubtful. So then someone could say she was already dead. Hard to tell from a picture because in person you'd still check breathing and circulation, things that can be done in real instance. I wouldn't take too much stock in stuff like skin complexion here, because cameras can throw off white balance, especially when room lighting and the camera's flash don't work. And it looks like the flash went on the picture. Maybe I'm just looking at the antifreeze part too closely, but she would look a lot sloppier if she really did die from antifreeze ingestion, and someone posed her for some pics. So I think that's a pretty compelling explanation as to why this is definitely not a picture of a person who died from antifreeze, and it's probably a picture of a person who is not dead in general. I also happened to find the person who most likely came up with the copy pasta. In a post back in 2018, ThorsDAy. No, seriously, I am actually the author of the Marianne Reality copy pasta. Sure, Perfection Girl was around for a while before I wrote her awful backstory. I honestly never thought it would stick around this long. Surf wisely. This post went by basically unnoticed and only got 6 likes. And of course, anyone could just say anything on Twitter. And in fact, on that note, he had actually mentioned it again, this time quoting the original fake RDM Kid post that I spoke about a few months ago. And this also went by mostly unnoticed. Not sure which one had more impact, Poochie and Pansy, or the Marianne Riel copy pasta. Surf wisely. When I came across this post, I saw this guy was already following me, so I sent him a message about it. After confirming that I wasn't a scam account, he told me that he really was the author of the copy pasta, and he actually had a ton of stuff archived from this time. One of them being the original thread that this appeared in, and also a fake MySpace account that he made for her, and I actually feel like I remember seeing. He said he came up with the name Mary Ann because he saw someone else in the thread mention it, and the last name Relieve, of course, because of the Bel Air thing that he wanted to make a Metallica thing instead. The overall concept was, of course, inspired by the CBC article, and he also noticed that there were some changes made to the copy pasta after his original post. Another thing I've noticed about the copy pasta is the addition of after doing what he does best. That part was not written by me. Some other anon added that after the fact, which when you see that version of the copy pasta, that line comes between him taking her bra off and calling the police. So I understand why he wanted to make it really clear that he's not the one that wrote that part. And once again, especially with 4chan being anonymous, anyone can kind of say anything, but considering how much stuff he had about this just saved and ready to go, he gave me all this stuff really quickly, and he's posted about it a couple times. I can't fathom that a person would put that much effort into faking being responsible for a somewhat obscure meme for several years. So shout out to Dulce, he provided me with a lot of stuff that made this video better than it was. He created the series Poochie and Pansy, which has a very old school Newgrounds or albino black sheep vibes, so go check that out. So now all this leaves us with is who actually is this woman herself. There's not a lot of clues. The green wristband that people thought meant she was a coma patient was said to be from Leeds Fest in the UK, and the tag on the mattress is written in German. You can see the word Betten in there, which is German for bed. So could she be German? Did she travel to the UK from Germany to go to this festival? Or maybe she just lived somewhere completely else and went to the UK and just has German bedding. So I don't think we're ever gonna find out who this woman is unless she decides today she really wants people to notice her. My gut is telling me that she's German. Who's German? After almost 20 years, I finally realized why we were supposed to shit bricks about this picture. A lot of the women watching this video probably figured it out immediately. Some of you probably already typed a comment about it before you got there. It was so obvious, but not to me or anybody else on 4chan apparently, because we're all guys. I only ever found this out by reading the comments on shitbricks.com. Not the flowers, not the mattress, but she's definitely not dead. You know how I know this? Because she's on her period. You can see her pad through her underwear. That's what we were supposed to see. Basically, this only ever became a meme because there really were no women on 4chan. Anyway, that's the story of Perfection Girl. If you like this video, check out my video on Dusty the Cat. I'm out.
gotta do, what you gotta do when they're coming for you. Bad boys, bad boys.
One of the most common recurring topics on my channel is when horrifying, disgusting things happen involving the human body. Sometimes it's something a person did to themselves. Sometimes it's something they did to others. And a lot of times it's just a matter of unfortunate circumstances. So for today's video, let's take a look at some of these gross instances of body horror and hope they never happen to you. This video is sponsored by Thesis. Thesis makes supplements that help with energy and focus. They help you improve your mood, motivation, creativity, and focus with naturally derived ingredients like lion's mane, ashwagandha, and mango leaf. Here's how it works. Take a short quiz to get recommended blends. Try them out your first month, and customize your box with what works for you. The right blend should make you feel more awake, focused, and productive. It seems to have the most notable effects with the creativity. Although really I'd describe it more of a motivated feeling than a creative feeling necessarily. Like, I often have a hard time getting started on my work for the day, and I felt like when I was taking that particular blend, it was slightly less of a struggle. Everyone's brain chemistry is different, and we all react to things differently, so it's important to find the blend that works specifically for you. But with any supplement you take, there's a lot of different factors going on, so it can be hard to assess it specifically yourself. That's why Thesis uses ingredients that have been clinically studied, and each batch is third-party tested. Take the free 3-minute quiz to see what your brain needs. Just click the link below and use code WANG to save $60 off your first purchase when you sign up with Thesis. In November of 1966, Walt Disney was diagnosed with lung cancer. Famously a heavy smoker for most of his life, it wasn't entirely surprising, but it was still a shocking discovery that unfortunately came far too late to treat. Procedures he endured, including the full removal of his left lung, did little to stave off the illness that at this point had spread throughout his entire body. Barely a month later, on December 15th, he would pass away due to complications caused by cancer. 2 days after his death, he was cremated, and his ashes were eventually kept at a family plot in Forest Lawn Memorial Park in California, a memorial that you can visit to this very day. But it's likely that you've heard a different story about Walt Disney's death. That Walt Disney wasn't actually cremated. That he had been cryogenically frozen in hopes of bringing him back to life someday. There's a lot of factors that fed into this urban legend. Some of the reporting around Disney's death at the time was a little confusing, some of it fraught with misinformation. And at the time of his death, cryogenic freezing was seemingly making advances and even inviting its first real candidates. With Walt Disney's vast resources and his known interest in futuristic technologies, it's absolutely plausible that if anyone would be taking this leap into the future, it would be Walt Disney. Although cryogenically freezing a person to bring them back to life at a later date is largely believed to be impossible, there is a sizable, deeply committed contingent of people who disagree. And as of me making this video, there's roughly 500 people that are currently frozen, with thousands more on waiting lists. But there's several others who were frozen in the past and didn't quite get the results they signed up for. So for today, let's talk about the truth, the myth, and the horror of cryogenic freezing. There's always been something that's fascinated me about cryogenic freezing, although I never really looked that deeply into the technology. I remember one year for a school science fair, I tried to cryogenically freeze crickets in Tupperware in my freezer. Unfortunately, I was not able to bring them back to life. I think I might have tried this because I remember reading about this thing you can do where you freeze a fly, then you tie a string around it and unfreeze it, and you got a fly on a leash. Apparently that actually is a thing you can do, though. There's actually a guy on YouTube, Drum Lewis, with a video of him doing this. And while I was looking up whether or not you can actually do this, I came across this horrifying Reddit comment about a guy who tried this with a goldfish. When I was in 5th grade or so, as a science experiment, I left a goldfish in a bag of water in the freezer overnight. The next afternoon, I thawed out the solid block of ice and successfully revived the goldfish. He seemed no worse for wear, until 3 days later, all his skin fell off and he died. In any case, though, humans aren't goldfish and we're not flies unless, you count Seth Brundle. But I think the Walt Disney myth is most people's point of reference for the idea of cryogenically freezing a human. So let's take a look at why this belief exists. The urban legend is often said to have been started by a magazine called The National Spotlight. The National Spotlight was known for stories like, Cured by Elvis's Healing Hands, America Needs Nudism to End Crime, and How UFOs Control Our Minds. Clearly a very trustworthy news source. Supposedly, shortly after Walt Disney died, a reporter for the National Spotlight snuck into the hospital he was being treated at, disguised as an orderly. He broke into the storage room, where he made a horrifying discovery: Walt Disney's body, sealed and frozen in a tube. That being said, I've seen some doubt that this article actually exists. I've even seen doubt that the National Spotlight exists, although it didn't go on eBay by a few issues, so it did exist at some point. Some publications, such as Snopes, perhaps uncomfortable with the idea of citing this impossible to find National Spotlight article, claimed the source was actually a French publication called PC Paris in 1969. But I did manage to find a few publications that make reference to a specific National Spotlight article entitled Walt Disney is Frozen, He'll Be Back in 1975, and attributed to a writer named Bill Burnett. So I do think this article likely did exist and is probably the first published source for the rumor. Although it's been said that the rumor actually started within Disney itself as a joke among staff. Despite the nature of the publication that the story originated from, it still persists. To the point where some people are going to watch this video and be like, no, you're wrong, Walt Disney is frozen. And this rumor would evolve over the decades with little details added. Suddenly, Walt Disney was obsessed with his own mortality and trying to find ways to live forever. And that he had often specifically spoken about the possibility of freezing himself. That there was a weird amount of secrecy around his funeral. It was said that Disney created a movie called Frozen so that it would be more difficult to look up the facts about Walt Disney's frozen body. And at some point, it was said that he was stored right under Pirates of the Caribbean in Disneyland. Most recently, there was a screenshot making the rounds, mostly on Facebook, that Disney would be unfrozen in December of 2021 on the 55th anniversary of his death. The source of that being, much like the original story, a fake news publication, which in this case literally says it's not quite news. But just because Walt Disney isn't frozen, that doesn't mean there aren't people who are frozen. In fact, the very first person who was cryogenically frozen with the intention of bringing them back to life happened mere weeks after Walt Disney died. Every year on January 12th, cryonics enthusiasts celebrate a day known as Bedford Day,
Welcome
named for
to my
psychology
channel.
Professor James Bedford, who was frozen on January 12th, 1967. Although there were other people who had their bodies frozen before Bedford, he's generally considered to be the first true example of cryogenic preservation. An article published in 1991 by For the Record entitled The First Suspension documents some of the previous failed attempts. There were a number of people who died before Bedford and agreed to be frozen, but they couldn't proceed because of disagreements with family members, or doctors who were unwilling to help with the process. And if you want to freeze someone to bring them back to life, you gotta get things moving right away. There's no time for red tape. The closest they got before Bedford was an anonymous woman who died of a heart attack, but she had already been embalmed before she was frozen, which is a no-go if you want to be revived. But still, that was considered an important step towards the real thing. Bedford, who had been suffering from kidney cancer, was extremely passionate about cryogenic preservation, and even left money to
Gledam... Koje su noći? Sve je legalno.
I need more time. Feel my wrath.
Gledam neki, kako se zove onaj kanal, Wonk. On je kao neki muzičar, neki alternativni, ali pravi tako neke interesantne, da kažemo, klipove, neke mini kao interneta kada neke mimove istražuje i stare vesti iz doba pre interneta, da kažemo tako. Dobro. Može. Da?
Nema čovjek. Da je to naš moj
Ko to zna? Vjetar je to.
A to je tako zdravo kad ne žvaćete hranu, nema stresa.
Jedno je žvalkati, drugo je preživati.
Still alive. Don't drink the water.
Dobro. Ok, ako može. What you gonna do, what you gonna do when they come for you? Ne. Ne treba mi više ništa.
Elora Jordan. Welcome to my channel. Hey, I am back.
Welcome back. How was lunch? Oh my lord. Heck, what up the river?
Haha, how did you know that I had lunch?
Just educated guess.
I'm not ready.
Good one, huh?
How's your streaming going?
Well, not bad, thank you. It's usually one long gaming session. Because I got a day off. It's either watching movies or going to like friend's place, like my godfather house.
Yeah, you guess right.
Yeah, well, it's probably that. It's either breakfast or lunch, depending on time zone. If it's a lunch and you live in Europe, it could be okay. It could be early breakfast. What was that? Breakfast. What did I say? Breakfast or lunch?
BTW, where are from?
Serbia. I think we spoke about that, but I could be wrong. Hopefully. Serbia, not Siberia, not Syria. Serbia. Rather.
Oh my bad, yeah, you told me that, sorry.
All good. I think I told you the same thing. People mix up my country name kinda super easy. Oh, 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 oh. Take that. Yeah, we can do it like that. Šta je, Boris? Kaj tamo?
Puknem jednog, ne ubijem leđa i napravim.
Zato uzmeš Shadow Trade kad god možeš.
A ne, to se bavim.
A je to teško. Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider. Okay.
Surbrigen. Pyramid, Surbrigen. Hartstikke Surbrigen.
Ne.
Da se naš Milan reši da skija, ja ne sumnjam da bi ga on pobedio.
Ja znam da je on bolje od njega napred.
Pa i ja to znam, da se čovjek reši, to bi on počistio očas posla, je.
Jest.
Tako je.
Tako je.
naš mladi Curbrigen od 41 godine koji u stvari ima 38, ja.
Mentalno ili?
Ne, on mentalno, on pati od toga da prikaže da ima manje, jebi ga, ne znam iz kog razloga je. Pre neki dan je pametovao za ono vreme ratova, pazi, on je tvoje godište, 83.
Da.
I kaže, 91. kad sam imao 7 godina, dobro, ajde, to je 8, ali evo, prostit ćemo mu.
Da.
I onda je rekao, a 99. kad je imao 13, znači kako idu godine dalje i dalje, on sve to progresivno smanjuje, znaš. Tako da me ne bi čudilo da on sad u stvari ima 33, znaš.
Ko zna?
Verujem da debil ne reaguje na klu da crveni, ne crveni, nego diže trag i ja pored njega 3 metra, jebate. Kakav retard je. Naravno, headova sam ga je.
Dosta neoprezno.
Mrtav Vladan uzima pištolj sa one plave kutije, a trag vrišti, jebate.
Da.
Desno 3 metra od traga.
I'm not ready.
Nezgodno, nezgodno.
I don't think so.
Može. You gotta do what you want.
I can't yet.
Push.
I need more time.
Ćemo nahoditi svuda. Šta?
Ne vjerujem kako ovaj Radeon super izbušen, dobro radi.
Volite slike? Da li je na zadovoljavajućem nivou?
Ovo je baci pogled na stream.
Na YouTube-u pretpostavljam. Boris Gardi. No, znači... Boris. Evo vidio sam te. Gdje si post Melone? Post Melone Psycho Circus. Plate belt. Ja gledam te točkaraš sa sekirom okolo.
Da mi GPU load, vidiš da drži frame, ograničio sam na 144.
Da. A koji si RAM uzeo?
Uzeo sam neki Kingston Beast Black Fury na 36, 2x16.
Aha. A mislim da mu više pomaže to što imaš 16 GB te stikove. Da ćeš vjerojatno reći da si preimao toliko. Da. Zabavno.
mogu ja da ga podešavam kako hoću, a ne kako mi igra diktira.
Da ja?
How goes it? Don't get eaten.
Samo sam jedno video da je lik uzeo Winchester koji da je s Winchesterkom počistio čitav taj quick play lobby. Gledam sad. Mnogo džbunja na tvom ekranu.
Odakle baca noževe na mene i jebo mu pas mater.
Negdje iz mase, što se kaže. This is quite nice.
Da se radi.
Pa me nam desno gledam da dobijem neki checkpoint pa da odem da dignem pare iz banki za račune. Pa dobro, budući ima mnogo grana na tome, stvarno dobro. Tomislav je ozbiljan lik.
Uvek.
I can't yet. I need more time.
Oh, krstami, vojnik shit. Vapsteru. Upstairs.
Steel yourself. I'm not ready.
Atencija mi je 94. Kako je tu?
Daj se atenciju.
Pa ti jesi se teleportirao u njega, konju jedan.
A ne vidim šta.
Pa gledaj onda mu šta se teleportirao.
Vidi, izgore health sebi. Ako ćeš to da radiš, onda promeni health da imaš veliki čank od 25, a ne te male.
Pa znao da sam se teleportovao u Mara, pa smak.
Kad ne gledam. U njega se teleportira kad ga ubije.
Midheada, ne? To je premogu.
To je premogu,
da. A ne, oni ne...
Ne, upravo si.
Na monstera kao...
Moglo je pre. Više ne može.
Jel imam ono kao da ubijem svakog monstera 25 metara, ali njega...
Ne može. Nije slabo, nego ne dati.
Ma da mi nešto ga malo oštetim, ali
već pola sata je tako biješ.
Da. Loot box imaš ovdje.
Mislim da gleda. Sinoć smo gledali onaj film. Obično ga ne budim. Nisam gledao ni čalet. Samo sam zgrabio činiju sa pola litra mlijeka, uzeo onaj cornflakes i to me bio doručak. Reći ću jednostavnije.
Better keep my strength in check.
What have you learned?
Ja, znam.
Need a guide?
Beli ljudi ne mogu da skaču, a? White man can't jump.
A nemam ovoga, ali da.
Ah, our local
Makni se. A jebi ga. A dobro, malo sam ga skinuo. Pa je bijela injekcija.
Vraćaš health.
Aha, vraćam health.
Od to.
Pa bijela sa nekakvim, da, kao...
Vrati ti health ako te obali ili ako ti izgori health.
Jebem ti mater. Znao sam, pa jebo ti pas mater.
Neko zapalio?
Ma ovo govno od bossa. E, tu je kasa, si vidio? Makni se. Ubi prvo govno.
O jebote.
Healaj se. Lagde ljudi.
Koliko on ima pre?
Ali ne pogodi ga svakog, evo tu se vremeno. A ubi ga jebo ga ti.
I'm not ready.
Nije. Pa je otrov, pa ne gledaš, Borise, ne gledaš, jebo ga.
Tek kad sam počeo za zelenim sam vidio.
Health je u kurcu, još si ušao u otrov. Kad sam trebao ubi bossa, ostalo ti još jedan put, dva put da ga pogodiš.
A ne znam, vidio sam nekog gdje je provirio tamo.
A place of savagery. Huh. There is power in brutality.
Usro si motku, Boris.
Ste izgibli? Kako ste brzo pasali da nisam vidio šta si koknuo.
Boris je poginuo na kraju od otrova. Ni pazio i poginuo je od otrova. Jebi ga. Jebi ga. Lina! Halo!
I need more time. I need more time. Face me!
Sad se čeka. Lina!
nisi dobio onaj novi knuckle knife. Nagradi nočki. Znaš ti izgleda kao zmija. Okej.
Ljudovićku. I to blizu.
I'm not ready.
Primeval Samurai. Welcome to my channel.
Primeval. Welcome, Mr. Primeval. What's up, dude? Welcome.
Face me. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Meek creature.
A, normalno. Ma kud si me te ubio, pička ti materina. Ti pička materina.
Kako su očudni fajtovi u šumi.
A svi se skrivaju po šumi. Ne vidiš kurca nikoga.
Pa onda izbjegavaš fajtove po šumi.
Pa jebi ga, tu je Boris zaginao, moram sam biti okolo da ga probam dignut.
Ajde skoči. Da Tomo, idemo da jedem, da se spremimo.
Hođi, hajde.
Nenad, dok ti je bio, podržaj. Nenad, dok ti je bio u punoj snazi kad igra taj Hunt, on je volio da istražuje, znaš, kad čuje pucanje, ono ide da istraži. Da čuje ko puca, šta se radi, razumiješ, ja mu kažem nemoj to.
Pa i sad je tak, evo.
I sad je tako.
Pa da.
I znaš šta obično nađe? Shotgun u facu.
Metak, nađe metak.
Ne, obično se neko skriva da mu uđeš u taj efektivni domet shotguna tu 15 metara, 10-15 metara. I da te raznese.
Da.
I to ide sa pištoljem na gotov, znaš. Ja rekao, kao Call of Duty da igra, znaš. Ne radi to tako.
A dobro. Poginuo sam ubio troje, ne znam sam koliko. Ali kole jebe.
Čarobnjaković, interesantno ime za karakter.
A nisam mogao naći, kaj god sam napisao, već je bilo zauzeto, jeboti par smart.
Može to. Napišeš Toma Prorok.
Da. A ima zato sam stavio sam taj rare odijelo, imam rare helmet, daju dobro puno energy shielda. Imam cipele, rare. Jer iskreno nisam našao nijakvu bolju opremu na tak malom levelu, onda mi ovo daje relativno dobro, znaš. Nego je problem kod ovoga čarobnjaka.
Da.
Problem kod tog čarobnjaka je dok ne stekneš nekako malo jaču level, malo si slab, nemaš niš puno jebi ga.
Hey boss, don't play on that.
To je konaj gdje sam krenuo ranger jebi ga. Do nekakvog 25. levela je on turbo preslab.
A?
Da.
Yes.
I?
Šta sam onda zbio?
Bye bye. Hey there.
Onda postane jak.
Da, njemu ja mislim Božić.
We have a deal.
Ne da postane jak, nego je lakše onda i za opremu i za sve, jebi ga. Ovo sad di sam ja 15. level, to je kurac, ni vrit ni mimos.
Watch your step.
A recimo s onim vičom na 70. levelu sam podosta jak.
Možda ti oprema dobra.
Imam tamo već i mislim da 9 ovih da bacaju bombe zombija. Samo skoro oni sve rješavaju, ja ne moram ništa, ja se moram samo micat među. S njima sam prešao, znači sve do endgame-a bez zrna znoja, niš da sam se preznojio uopće u igri. Evo sad sam tu, znači ono gdje ulaziš onaj dvorac, znaš gdje je.
Da.
I ne naći, znači bio sam pokraj ulaza i ne bi ga više našao. Cijelu mapu sam prešao 2 puta i ne naći jebe ulaz.
To finalno boss sad ide.
Pa da, ne mogu naći ulaz u zgradu, čuje.
Ija i dolazi do finalnog bossa.
Said them done, Thaumaturge.
Ili je uče ovoga, zadnjega, Dorijana. Učeš Dorijana.
Gledam moje mašine na što liče. Sve pilaju ljude na pola. Fascinantno.
Elora Jordan. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome back again. Intricate gloves. Fuck.
I need more time.
Vile cleverness no longer surprises me.
There is no time for this. Azeri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
Bure daje kao damage, šta ono radi?
Koje bure?
A to što staviš, taj.
Ono.
Ne, nego rikošetira od bure, svaki moj udar, gledaj. Vidiš? Ili ako radim ovo.
To ti je 3-4 puta jači damage.
Ha. Ali moraš da udaraš s nečim da bi napunio udar. Mogu da radim ovaj breakdance. Ovo se isto računa u to, mislim. Sad sam ga aktivirao. I opet imam. Mogu i ove gađam. Enda bombe neko baca. Palim se od tempe, ja sam samo tada izbjegavam ove napade njihove.
Ja ne mogu naći ulaz u tu jebenu kuću, pa di si u pički mater. A nigdje na jebenoj Tad ti nije označeno.
Možda uzmem jedan brijač dole.
Slaba. Slab sam ko kurac. Jebo pas mater.
40 do 67. Post increase damage, što je baš malo. Tako.
Samo tu zginuo ko pička. Ona govna. Napala. Hrpa onih govana. Bloodsuckera. To mi najgora ova mapa. Znači puna je ta kuća ovih sranja.
Za kurac.
Znači jedan za drugim iskaču. Baš moraš biti malo jak da to sve porešavaš. A? Nisam ni gledao još.
Rekao idem do prodavnice da uzem malo vode.
Nisam još ni gledao. Ma načuo ja sve.
Nema. A moram otići da uzmem. Ajde kad sam naći 10.000 rekao.
Bude na našao sejva. Ne brini ti za sejv.
Nema velac otišao.
Znam.
Ja sam otišao na pijace, nema kako sam se vratio.
On... Ja začudio kad sam ga juče vidi uopšte. On se nekad samo obuče i ode. On si otišao sam do prodavnice.
Aj sve može.
Da se malo prošeta.
Čujemo se, Snake.
Čujemo se za jedno sat vremena, vrat. Dok se ja prošetam. Što je sad ovdje mračan ekran?
1130 sati u Craft the World.
Jombu streamuje za 280 ljudi Hunt Shodan i on je trenutno najveći streamer.
A dobro je, šta?
Kako impresivna brojka.
Je. Jako. A što se čini?
Bad boys, so what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
A što se čini, Milane? A što se čini? Što se čini? Što se čini?
Ode Ilija po pare, računi se moraju plaćati.
Nažalost, da. Nažalost, da. Niko te ne pita ili imaš, nemaš. Nego plati i doviđenja, a sve skuplje i skuplje. A sve je sve skuplje i skuplje, stani moj. Sjećam se one prvi bosse gore na prvom katu ili na katu ispred. One prvom aktu 1. Se ne sjećam gdje. A ne, tu je. Ne, tu je checkpoint. Je tu negdje? A da, tu je prvi boss, da. Tu je prvi, onda onaj dole. Eto, ubijam bossa. Ubijam bossa, Milane. Nekakvoga. Pa lijepo, ovisno kak se zemeš. Ovisno kak se zemeš, Milan. Ma nije ona meni nešto. Nije će na main nešto. A možda ne, možda voli cure. Možda cure voli, ko će ga znati. Maksimum to life, dobro. Možda ti ona Milane voli cure. Za jednu rozgu svi kažu kao da je voli cure, a sad... Jebat ga. Ko to mora znati? Kada? Mislim da ne. Mislim da se nije nikad udavala. A i za Gracu su govorili da je peder, pa vidiš da ima i dijete i obitelj, sad jebat ga. Možda je to sve samo da skine sa sebe da nije peder, a vjerovatno možda je, a ko to mora znati? Ti svi kad imaju previše novca im je valjda dosadno u životu, pa ne znaju šta bi. Mi koji nemamo puno novaca, mi se moramo boriti cijeli život za preživljavanje, pa niti ne mislimo na niš drugo nego na ženske i na... Ko zna, Milana, ti da imaš možda puno novaca, možda bi se i tebi muški sviđali. A ne znat. Ne znat, možda bi ti se baš, ne znam, Boris, ili Kesić, ili Boris, ili Ilija. A pošto ti toliko stalno Iliju spominješ, ne bi se čudio možda da se on tebi stvarno i sviđa. Ne znam ja, neću ja niš reći. Niša neću reći. Ja samo komentiram. Ha. Ne znam, prijatelju, to je tak. Ko to mora znat, možda je to sve tak. Mislim da ovog bossa ne bum baš mogao ubit. Da sam malo slab za njega. Mi tu zginul jeboti pas mater. Mislim da bi prema njemu morao uzeti nešto drugo. Dobro. A? Ne, evo što nikamo ni došao ni pošao. Nikamo ti ne boš Milane ni došao ni pošao. Jel ti si takav? Razumiješ? Ujebem ti mater. Ovo, koliko vas ima jebala pas mater. Evo. Lightning bolt. Krizni šar. Samo ti trežaj. Samo ti treže. Ma ništa bez, tu se nešto svadim sa... Tu se nešto svadim sa ovom. Misliš, a? Misliš da budeš? Pa ne znam, Milane, ne znam. Jel ti je to pametno da dođeš i da odeš? Je. Eto im. Spare the call residence, treba. Normalno da nije dobro, je samo tu zginuo oko velike. You have everything, I promise. Jebem ti mata. Le kako me govno zamrzlo, jebem ti mater. Oj. Nisu. Nisam Milana. A? Šta? Nisam te ništa kužio, šta? Dobro. Pa šta će ti, nemoj da previše, pa nije to 300 kila, to je motor. To je motor, jebote, pa nije to. Mislim da 120, 130. Ali ne trebate više, to su gluposti.
Pozdrav momci, šta se radi?
O, Nenade.
Evo, gledajte koliko su murijaci govna.
O, koliko su murijaci.
A da, murijak. Pandure, kere, kako god.
Dobro.
Ovamo u jednu prodavnicu, mesanicu, kako god. Napravila se sad gužva i ljudi se parkiraju.
Dobro.
I pandursko govno zatvorili ovamo izlaz s jednog dijela parkinga. I čovjek mu kaže ono da se sklonio može izađe. Neću, šta hoćeš, kreći tamo da viče na čovjeka. Žena, ne zlazi, stani tu, ne može nam ništa. Pa ne, gledam, pričam kako policajac ovamo. I tu bio neki policajac uniformni. Kolega, nisam podao, kao onu legitimaciju, uzmi i ješi mi ovog. Ne, da se na mjestu ovoga što je bio u tom autu. Izašao bi, zaklo bi ga 40 godina, ali imam satisfakciju da sam gubio.
Nešto je, malo tiši da bude, šta? Dobro se kao tu ne dere.
Ne, treba prirediti policajci, znači. Nama ne treba 120.000 policajaca. Imamo više policajaca nego vojske.
Pa zato što oni hoće, ako dođe do kakve pobune ljudske, da vas policija može sve riješiti.
A može kurac, kad 300.000 ljudi krene na 120.000 policajaca, od njih neće dostane ništa. I djecu će im love.
Sve je to meni jasno, Nenade, ali vidiš da oni... Koliko je izašlo sad van dok je bilo ovo? Koliko ljudi je izašlo van?
Oko 300.000 ljudi izašlo, pa to još se nisu završili ti protesti.
Samo 3, pa meni je izgledalo kao da ima 300.000, ne 30.
300.000 ljudi izašlo tamo.
A jesi čuo ovog vašeg glupog Vučića šta je rekao? Što je bilo? 100-200 ljudi? Da. Ne, on je rekao 100-200, da je više bilo ljudi na njegovom ručku nego sad na tom prosvjedu.
Jede govna.
A pa nama da jede govna, pa neće da se zna koliko je ljudi nezadovoljno i koliko je... A ti Nenad ste nula, stari, pa ono što je ljudi izašlo van, pa ono je stvarno puno. Ono je stvarno puno ljudi izašlo van. Ono je puno ljudi izašlo.
Kaži? $4.000. Pa $1 po gumi. Pa da.
Daj makni se u pičku materinu.
Pa to je ta cena što hoćeš. Nauči sam da menjaš onda.
Da. Ak ti je puno. Ubio sam ga, hvala kuću. Ubiš ga sam pa ti ne upuno. Sam promijeni gume. Skupi su oni svi, pa evo prošle godine ti kod nas ne znam koliko je bilo po gumi. Sad ti je 4 gume zamjena, balansiranje i zamjena, 70 eura. 70 eura. Pun kurac. Pa i ja sam stavio all season. Ja sam stavio. Nexon. Ne, Nexon. Nexon su dobre gume kod nas, nisu loše. Ma šta ja znam. Nemam ti pojma ko pravi. Sve 4 su mi nove. Bric to. Ne treba. Ne treba. 190. 190. Pa šta znam zašto je bilo. Pa ne, vjerovatno. Moguće. Moguće da je. Da, znam što govoriš.
Ja, protivci su po sebi iznašli to. Znam, ćuti spam. Ko čuva granicu prema Bugarskoj?
A ti je koji kurac? A? A. Znam, Nenade. Ubuće mene Nenade, Milane.
Šta ti je to kotač, točak ili šta?
Kotač je, točak da kako hoćeš.
Kotač. Monovila.
To je traction control, pa ne spušta nego oduzima mu snagu. Je pa normalno, da.
Haj jebote, nevjerojatno. Nisam neki fanatik i...
To ti se kaže, Milane, kod mene nisam ginekolog, ali mogu pogledati.
Jes, pogledat ćemo. Vidjet ćemo kako. Opa, batu!
Znam da ima launch control. Pa imaju ti većinom svi novi motori launch control. Ali to su meni gluposti ti launch control. Šta bu s tim? Da, znam. Da, ba i to mi je glupost. Ali dobro. Danas ti, čuva kvačilo kurac, to ti još više razjebe getribu.
A šta ti je getriba? Što ti je to?
Kvačilo.
Getriba je.
Ne, getriba je getriba.
Ja pola tih naziva ne znam šta je to.
Nije kvačilo getriba, kvačilo ti je kuplung po hrvatski, a getriba je getriba, znači na srpskom i na hrvatskom i na...
Ne znam šta je getriba, ne znam.
Mjenjačka kutija, kakva jebe... A kak more bit getriba lamela, Mila, nesi normalan? Getriba ti je mjenjačka kutija, ako hoćeš tak. Kakva jebena lamela? Jebotela. Lamela je lamela. A getriba ti je mjenjačka kutija. Ili što kažeš menjaš, da. Pa ne da razjebe, ne samo razjebalo, samo nije to dobro za motor. Dobro.
Dobro. Ne. Ma ajde, bježite. A zna šta će štela, šta nek baca kako on misli da treba.
Slušam te, Milane, slušam te.
Pa eto, Dino Jet, šta ćeš ga Dino?
Jebem ti materu, pičku da ti jebem.
Dobro, dobro.
A? Pa jebi ga.
Gdje
Misle da će
treba?
možda riješiti.
A ko je to sjeba? Mića šta?
O jebem.
Gleda nekakav video, valjda.
Kako je Jokić imao ove Amerikanci.
Znaš kad on gleda, kad se smije da gleda onda nešto.
Joj.
Starka ćele, opet. Ajde, stavit ćemo borbu. Stavit ćemo borbu. Ma ne, to nikad nije na motoru jebalo, to vožnja po zadnjem kotaču, ne znam. Ozbiljno. Ma ne, nije mi to nikad. Pa ima svega, ili na leđa.
Reci. Mhm.
A oprema ti je sve jebote. A ja imam full opremu, sve, ja i žena. Ne, imam iz dijelova. Ne paše, vruće je, teško ga je skidat ako moraš negdje. Pa imaš hlače, jaknu, cipele, čizme, sve. A nepromočivo je Gore-Texovo je. Opet sam našao...
Gore-Tex.
Opet sam dobio... Unique.
Unicorn.
Da. Armor 44, 74 increased armor and energy plus 100 spirit. Stari moj, dobio sam znači plus 100 spirit u dijelu.
Kotači.
Ovo mi je za onoga odlično tamo. Jebena stvar. Jebena stvar.
Ma koji će mi kurac? Ajde, ja ćemo voziti.
Mogu uzeti 5 tartonista, a? Engre, budemo mi zeli sad 5 tartonista. Momo jebe mat.
Kotač.
Šta mi baš to spirita? Ne znam, nek budu 2. Skele tartonist.
Jedino Miću na zadnji kotač vozi. A ne, zna on vozi na zadnji što toga tiče. Jel? Pa ima onaj što kaže Bokaš, ceo Mišeluk vozi na zadnji.
Nije, bio sam, ali nisam vozio.
A gdje ti je taj grobnik? Grobnik. Ka na groblje da ideš, jebote.
Grobnik je automobilska staza, motociklistička staza, kako hoće.
Grobnik u Zagrebu, jel?
Prema Rijeci, da. Prema Rijeci se nalazi. Da. Ak ne bi gledao. A to nisu čak i dok, to su luđaci, starima, to su luđaci. Ma ne idioti, luđaci, pa to moraju samo luđaki voziti, evo te. Pa ne, pa to nemaš raz, to su stvarno ljudi koji, imam ošće da njega boli kurac za život. Pa to ti govorim. To ti je normalna cesta, ko recimo sad bilo gdje kod vas, kod mene, normalna cesta i tam se voze, stari moj, 300 na sat. Pa daj si ti lud. Pa nebitno. Nebitno što, ne velim ja šta ne zaustave, nego to nije normalno, kaj ti, pa to je...
Su univerzalne gume najgori izbor za zimu. Iako mnogi misle da su podjednako dobre i mogu da se takmiče sa zimskim, evo zašto nema. Sama oznaka M+S označava blato plus sneg, što nije dovoljno, jer pravi zimske gume moraju imati V šaru koja efikasno izbacuje vodu i sneg. Druga mana je što se na niskim temperaturama guma ukruti. To dovodi do smanjenja trakcije i povećanja rizika od nesreće. Naše mišljenje je da su jedino dobre za uštedu, a vaše ostavite u komentarima. Zašto su univerzalne?
Ide, da. Da.
Jel se čuja skoro skovaram, nisi? Jel se javio? Božić mu je. Mađari se ne javljaju za Božić. Ja, ko zna šta taj radi, jebote.
Zašto piješ čaj, Nenade?
Pa pijem mi se čaj, što? Pa. Bibo pije sebi.
Siguran jeste. Evo, brat Saudi je prođe. 700. Što dvijela samo da vidimo kakva je situacija. Jer motor siguran jeste. Evo, brat Saudi je prođe. 700. Više ti daje osjećaj kako ubrzava nego što stvarno ubrzava, ali mnogo dobar osjećaj. Nemam full opremu, ne smijem mnogo se zajebavam i nije vrijeme.
Odi u pičku materinu, dis.
Chill, smiri strasti, vrate! Slušaj sad!
Ništa pamet.
Alo, vidim da si poslao chatove, sad ću to da sedim.
A što se radi?
1,6.
Ma radi se, radi.
A, šta radiš ti to? Šta?
Ma idem 5 of Excel ovoga,
Imam.
ponovo. Od početka, samo sad igram Sorcerera.
Aj.
Mene smorili.
Ma mene još nije, pa onda ajde. Mene još nije, pa onda...
Sve jedno te isto, mape iste, bossovi isti. Sve
Pa
znaš, sve na pamet već znaš, šta
pa
ti je tu
dobro,
interesant?
mapiranje ne znam, ajde, mapiranje nisam. Mapiranje nisam završio ni blizu. A jo, pa sve ti je to isto, ne, šta je bi još. Meni je jedno kaj mi je zanimljivo još kad nalaziš te unike i to, pa onda nešto je bolje, nešto je lošije. Ali sve je isto, no da je isto, pa nemaš tu razlike nijakve. Jebem vam mater, gledaj kako još će me ubiti.
Tomo, kako beš ide broj telefona?
Čiji?
Tvoj.
092
092
130
130
6610.
6610.
Šta ćeš mi?
385 092 130 6610.
Da. Šta buš i poslao nekakve novce?
Da.
A lijepo onda od tebe.
Sad ću ti zove Gadinovački.
Zvat će me, pa imamo broj telefona. Otkud
Gdje ćete zvat u roamingu si čovječ?
Dva 130 60.
6610, da. Kako me je zjebalo ovo govno.
Nema slika još, kaže, za sat vremena, jel? Kako je rekao?
Ovo govno od bossa. Jebem ti mater. Mislim da ga uopće neću opet pobijediti. O jebem ti mater. A daj, nemoj me jebat, koliko jebenih govana ste došli na mene. Muškolica. Da ide u pičku mame svoje. Sam te ubio ili te nisam ubio? Si mrtvo govno, jes? Jes. No. Zapali jedno. Zapali jedno, Nenade.
Ne. Nope.
Dobro. Dobro, a na koga se vrti? I da se napiše izjava da mu kome hoće manje da se ustupa njemu na korištenje.
A? Ko je na godišnjem? Kako ide, Nenad?
Bionic research in his will, and knowing about all the problems that could occur when he died, and knowing that the clock was ticking for him, he made sure that he had all his ducks in a row. And even with all that effort, his family still had to deal with legal issues. But by then, he had already been frozen shortly after his death. His freezing was overseen by a man named Robert Nelson, a former TV repairman who created the Cryonic Society of California. Bedford's body was injected with a solution intended to protect his organs from the freezing process. Although the materials they used are considered primitive by today's standards, and they likely didn't do a great job of protecting his brain, it was the best they had at the time, and still better than embalming fluid. He was then placed in a metal container called a douar. Bedford's douar was created by a man named Edward, whose primary profession was making wigs. I love how that knowledge just instantly strips away any illusions you might have about what an advanced scientific process this was. And you may be thinking that this guy had hope. Sure, he was a windmaker, but maybe he was just really passionate about the technology. A lot of people were at the time. And that's how science is sometimes, especially in the early days of a new technology. Some kind of citizen scientists. modern-day Ben Franklin. Nah, the truth is, Ed Hope just thought he could make a few bucks from this. And it wouldn't be that long after that he realized that he really couldn't make a few bucks off of this. James Bedford remains frozen to this day, but he is the only one of his contemporaries that does. And many of these people met with horrifying ends, largely in the aftermath of Ed Hope pulling the plug on his company, CryoCare. A 1992 article by For the Record entitled Suspension Failures, Lessons from the Early Years goes into some of these incidents. Basically, after realizing that CryoCare wasn't going to be as profitable as he thought, Ed Hope pulled the plug on the company. Well, now he's got all these dead bodies in jars to get rid of. You can't just throw them in the garbage or have a clearance sale. These are people. You gotta make some kind of arrangement. One example the article talks about is a woman named Eva Schulman. There is very little chance of ever bringing her back to life because before she was frozen, she had already died. Way too much time passed, but they froze her anyway because, hey, we got the cash, we got the metal tubes. So Ed Hope turns this woman's body over to her son, who keeps it on dry ice in his truck. Dry ice, which, although it's very cold, is nowhere near as cold as the liquid nitrogen they use to preserve these bodies. So this dude's just driving his truck around with his mother's stinky autopsy lukewarm corpse in it. Like at that point, you're basically just desecrating the body. Like this is some kind of goofy mission you do early on in a GTA game. Eventually, he gets her a normal burial, though. And then you have the case of what's known as the Chatsworth incident. So Robert Nelson, the man who froze James Bedford, owns the Cryonic Society of California. He receives one of the bodies from Ed Hope, a man named Louis Nisco, who chose this company because they were the least expensive. Nelson continues to freeze more people, and he keeps them on dry ice in a mortuary. The mortuary is run by a man named Joseph Clockgather, who eventually decides that he doesn't want a bunch of frozen bodies laying around his mortuary. So Nelson comes up with a solution. They cut open Nisco's door, remove his body from its supports, and then just stuff them all in there. I was told some were put in head first, some feet first, and it was like putting together a Chinese puzzle. The placement took most of a night. The bodies were not deliberately thawed, but must have suffered substantial warmth, though according to Clockgather, they were still frozen. Then a welder resealed the capsule, which required a wait of several more hours, and it was refilled with liquid nitrogen. It's clear that at this point, Nelson had more or less given up on maintaining the integrity of these bodies. Like, even if you could thaw them out and revive them, moving them around like this had to damage them to the point where there's just no shot. But because Nelson's rates were so low, more and more people kept on coming to him to store their frozen dead relatives. So he wound up getting an underground vault at a cemetery in Chatsworth. He would eventually stuff 3 more bodies in a single capsule, this time one of them belonging to a dead 8-year-old girl. And that wasn't the only frozen child in his possession. There was also a 6-year-old boy who died of leukemia. His body wound up cracking, likely due to being frozen too fast. Meanwhile, Nelson would establish a sister operation in New Jersey, this one run by a cop named Nicholas de Blasio. In 1969, de Blasio's wife Anne would die of breast cancer. She was frozen by the cryonic...
Da, od 2025. Zato što ima period od kad do kad može da povučeš.
Society of New York. After speaking to Nelson, de Blasio was convinced that he could store his wife more cheaply on his own. And supposedly, he also liked that he could see his wife frozen in a lifelike position. Ironically though, de Blasio's operations seemed to have less problems than Nelson's did. That is, until one disastrous incident. De Blasio also had capsules that contained multiple bodies. One of them malfunctioned after the lid was damaged opening it. So they take the bodies out, put them on ice, repair the lid, and put them back. Then a year later, this happens again. And then another year later, this happens a 3rd time. The 3rd time, they finally say, you know what, we can't do this, it's done. So they arrange to give these people a proper burial, but they also have to salvage the capsule. It's a very expensive piece of equipment. A man named Mike Darwin would wind up having to scrape the liquefied human remains out of the bottom of the capsule. Back in Chatsworth, suspicion starts to arise about Nelson's operations, and his crypt is opened by local reporters. The stench near the crypt is disarming, wrote one reporter. Strips away all defenses, spins the stomach into 1,000 dizzying somersaults. The absolute state of decay in this crypt would lead to a big lawsuit by some of the families. But Nelson maintained that he had done nothing wrong, and that he had actually continued to maintain these tanks after the family stopped paying him, and ultimately he just chalked this all up to a failed experiment. I haven't done anything criminal, anything wrong other than a lot of bad decisions. It didn't work. It failed. There was no money. Who can guarantee that you're going to be suspended for 10 or 15 years? Ultimately, he would lose the lawsuit. But while Joseph Clockgether would wind up paying $400 grand, Nelson would only ever pay attorney's fees, despite being ordered to pay out over $1 million. After several decades passed, he would go on to recount his experiences in a 2014 book entitled Freezing People is Not Easy. In the book, he argues that he had previously made arrangements with the families who wound up suing him, and that they were really just after the insurance money. He also explains that he wasn't just some businessman out to scam people, and that he genuinely was interested in cryonics. And then 4 years later in 2018, he passed away. Upon his death, he himself was frozen. As for James Bedford, he managed to avoid all of this trouble because his son was so dedicated to making sure he was always taken care of. He's presently being taken care of by the Alker Life Extension Foundation. And although this company is generally regarded as being immeasurably more professional than those that came before them, they're not without their own share of incidents. Perhaps most famously, the story of Ted Williams. I'm not talking about Ted Williams, the man with the golden voice, who as far as I'm aware is still alive and not frozen, and still has his head attached. I'm talking about the baseball player Ted Williams. So I'm not a huge baseball fan, so as far as I can gather, he's generally regarded to be one of the greatest of all time. And in 2002, after a multiple-year battle with heart disease and several procedures, he passes away at the age of 83. Unlike most of the other candidates for cryonic preservation, this was quite possibly not his choice. According to his will, Ted...
Moment, polako, znači sve je ovdje, znači na neki, polako. Polako.
Williams wanted to be cremated, but ultimately it was his daughter Claudia and his son John Henry who had him frozen instead. This leads to a big legal battle between them and his other children. But the children in favor of cryonic preservation wind up presenting a note scrawled on a napkin signed by Ted Williams. It was an agreement that he would be frozen so that they could perhaps be together at a later date. A note scrawled on a napkin brought into court is, to quote a great man,
more sus than a character from Among Us.
But after investigating the note for potential fraud charges, a lab determined that it was actually authentic. So perhaps this really was what he wanted. But the procedure he received was a bit different from the others we heard about so far. Ted Williams was decapitated, with his head stored separately from his body. It's a procedure called neuropreservation. In theory, if you wanted to bring a person back from the dead and just keep the things that make them them, you only really need the head. Who needs a liver and kidneys and all that other crap? And in preserving the head by itself, there's a lot less that can go wrong. That's not to say, though, that nothing can go wrong. According to a report by Sports Illustrated several months after Ted died, his frozen head, which had been shaven and drilled into, had accidentally cracked 10 times. Also, a bunch of samples of his DNA just mysteriously vanishes for who knows what nefarious purposes. And at the time of publication, Alker was still owed $111,000 for the procedure. So Ted Williams, like most people who opt for neuropreservation, get decapitated from the start. But sometimes that happens. In 1984, Mike Darwin of Alker, who you might recall as the guy who scraped out the liquefied human remains in New Jersey, published research discussing the conversion of full-body preservation patients to neuropreservation patients. Conversion meaning they literally cut their frozen heads off with chainsaws. In doing this, they were afforded a rare opportunity to see what happens to a body after it's unfrozen after a long time. Essentially getting a little insight into what might actually happen if they reach their goal of reviving someone. What he found was that each of the bodies was full of fractures. Fractures that he compared to the appearance of paint peeling away from a wall. Fractures that occurred both on the skin and in the organs. But these findings weren't totally unexpected. In fact, he suspected that there was also damage at a molecular level that we just couldn't see with our eyes. He believed that these challenges weren't fully insurmountable, but he urged readers to opt for neuropreservation instead of full body. This is one reason why so many of us have elected for neuropreservation as opposed to whole body storage. The kind of repair technology which will likely have to be available to repair our brains will make regrowth of a new body a trivial exercise by comparison. New bodies are grown every day in nature right now, while freeze-injured and cryo-fractured brains are not repaired in nature at all. We urge everyone who is whole body to rethink the basis of their choice. If the basis of choice is concern over a severed spinal cord, or emotional concerns not related to the hard facts, we urge you to reconsider. So there you have it, folks. If you're thinking of getting frozen after you die, be sure to go Futurama style. But while the cryonics industry pushes further towards technological advancement and refinement, as futile as it may be depending on who you ask, there are still those who freeze their dead relatives the old-fashioned way. Every year since 2002, residents of Nederland, Colorado celebrate something called Frozen Dead Guy Days. The story goes like this. Bretto Morstel was the director of Parks and Recreation in Bærum County, Norway. He passed away in 1989 due to a heart condition, and his grandson, I'm absolutely going to mutilate this guy's name, Trygve Baug. He had Bretto frozen and brought to the US. Originally, he was kept in the Trans-Time Cryonics facility in Oakland, before he was eventually brought to Colorado to stay with Trygve and his mother, Aud. Like Nelson and de Blasio before them, they intended to make their own facility. But for now, they would just put Bretto in a shed and keep him frozen on their own. Trygve would eventually be deported due to visa issues, leaving Aud by herself. And while she was alone in 1995, she was going to be evicted for having no plumbing and electricity. Being evicted, of course, would jeopardize her ability to keep him frozen.
Pusti bre brkovi, ne da ti kao prekaja. Said one or two.
Zapevamo nešto. Niko meni ništa pitao. Kako se vlada?
Ovo može uspješno da ti pravi kobasicu od svih.
Ko ja?
Pa da.
Ja
ne da se ti tamo da budeš šef proizvodnje.
Ja nisam mesar po struci.
Naučio si se.
Imam 40 banke. Sa čaletom sam pravio...
Ja nisam stručio sam. Zanimanje i zanat se kradu.
Pa kod nas u Srbiji sve kradu.
Tačno. I u svetu, ne samo.
Krade se što se doti.
Ali ja mislim da u Nemačkoj ipak i to ono baš veliko. Krade se huge, a daje se lago. A kod nas se krade huge, a daje se lago. To je razlog.
Pitanje je kako to oni kažu preraspodjela imovine.
Problem je što se mnogo bogate, a ja ih zovem ugroženi. Kao u krvotok, oni su više mnogo pare, to su krvni ugroženi. I onda krv ne može normalno da se poliči. Nešto bi to definisao kao parazit. Sus open time. Joseph Goebbels open time.
Što baš Goebbels?
Ušto je on.
Goebbels je vredio.
Film Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer, za njega znam.
Šta igraš?
Ovamo na parkingu, tu je na granici, ono jebi ga, pun parking, nema gdje da se dođe, i stane jedna muljak i zatvori jednom zadnji što vidi ova parking. I tu će stavi se čovekom, ono, ovako, onako, želi, nemoj ne vališ, znao, sedi tu, ne može ti ništa. Ne, ozbiljno.
Student is here. Treba rešiti nešto i albansko pitanje. Industrijski metod.
Meni nije jasno da je ovo ne staje. Strela se zabije i dezintegriš. Kao teksturu da podleti. Šta si stigao do? To nije neki problem, svaka čast, ali... Tri za sad. Kad izađe igra kao pune verzije, bit će ti 6. S tim što ćeš... recimo... Kad sam ja igrao Path of Exile 1, bilo je 6 taktova. Kad sam opet uzeo da igram Path of Exile Cats poslije, ne znam, par godina, bilo je 10-11 taktova. Tipa dodali su svaki par godina, dodali su po 1-2 akta. I sad kampanja u Path of Exile 1 baš dugačka. Tako će vjerojatno biti i za dvojku. Pošto je ovo early access, znači za sad samo 3. Ne znam kako si prešao onoga vuka da ti neko nije tenkovao, ali svaka čast. Mislim da sam dobro rekao, da? Najveći je problem kad pozove one vukove. To je malo jebanje neko. Koga sam ja uzeo to, znaš? Neću zaboraviti to što sam vidio sam, spremio sam bio robu za sutra, vidim da gaće nisi nijedna suva. Uzeo bi ja pa se ručkalo. Treba li nešto?
Evo ti cic.
Nek. Aj sad. Ma vidio sam, nema vas. Sedi. Ajde.
So in hopes of getting her situation resolved, she brought her concerns to a local reporter. The reporter would then go to the city council on her behalf. And as a result, the city council passed a law banning keeping dead bodies at homes. So now Odd had to get rid of the body and pay even more fines. But the story got a lot of attention and it generated a big public outcry. And thus, Grandpa Brito was allowed to stay frozen. To this day, thousands of pounds of dried ice are brought to him every few weeks so that he may stay frozen. And Grandpa Brito would become such a local legend that in 2002, an event called the Frozen Dead Guy Days Festival was created. The celebration of him grew into a festival with contests, food, music. Tens of thousands of people come each year. At one point, you could even go and add ice to his container yourself. Although more recently, it seems like his caretakers have grown a bit uncomfortable with that, reasonably so. They also have no idea what the actual state of the body is right now, although I imagine it can't be that great. Have you ever wound up with a bad case of the gamer leg? In case you don't know what I'm talking about, take a look at this post that's been going around recently. And like a lot of people, I was wondering what this actually is. Because see, to the best of my knowledge, this man is not blue cheese flavored, nor is he cookies and cream flavored, and he probably doesn't taste like blueberry muffins. I haven't tasted it myself, so I can't say for sure, but it seems unlikely. And the more this image spread, the more theories I saw about what this actually is. Most of them completely off the mark. But as it turns out, the owner of this leg actually came out to tell the real story. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at a condition known as gamer leg. You might be surprised to hear that I've seen a lot of gross shit in my time online, but there's always specifically been something about diseases that actually bothers me extra. I don't know what it is, I've just been always a little more skeeved out by it than most other stuff on gore sites that people consider worse. I think it's just something about the unknown factor here. You look at it and you're like, is this contagious? Will I get it? Is there anything that I can do to prevent myself from getting it? And this one has no context, it's just a caption that says, anyone else have gamer leg? And it just looks straight zombified. You got patches of gray skin with scabs and open sores. And among all the jokes, people are really trying to figure out what this is. It's clearly not something that a little moisturizer will help, even if you pay top dollar for the drunken elephant stuff. One suggestion that I saw a lot was the bubonic plague. And you might be like, wait a minute, I thought they wiped out the bubonic plague in the Middle Ages. They didn't. In fact, it still exists all over the world, including the western half of the US. On average, we...
Priđeš njegovom lešu I držiš levi klik. pomažiš?
Ja samo nudim, evo. Ubi mene. Šta je ovaj? Faradin.
Schofield, Pistols, Schofield. Huh.
We get 7 cases a year. These cases generally come from flea bites from fleas that were carried by rodents. That being said though, the bubonic plague is actually very treatable now, and it's very rare to actually die if you get it. And it looks nothing like this leg. The leg looks worse than the plague. Another common theory that I saw that this was the effects of poorly managed diabetes. Issues in the feet and legs from diabetes can manifest in a lot of different ways, but they generally don't look like this leg. Probably if everything I saw suggested, the closest match was scabies. Scabies, if you've forgotten from health class, is a parasitic infection that you sometimes get as an STD, but you can actually get it from any prolonged skin-to-skin contact. And some of the more severe cases do kind of resemble this, but the gamer leg picture clearly has a lot of necrotizing skin. On occasion, you will see a case of scabies where that happens, but it's super rare, something like 4% of cases. And when it does manifest, it's usually not as severe as this leg. But here's the thing, while we're all having our minds blown by this picture of a limb that looks like it was handcrafted by Tom Savini, myself included, for members of the fighting game community, this was old news. This was already an important piece of ancient lore. As it turns out, the leg belonged to a pro gamer named Marn. Marn had competed since 2005 and was most known for Guilty Gear. He also competed in various Street Fighter and Marvel vs. titles, as well as a Dragon Ball title. So technically, it really was gamer leg. The gamer leg situation came to be in July of 2014. Marn had been posting about this condition, showing the onset until it developed into the infamous gamer leg picture. The picture starts to make the rounds first inside the fighting game community, and then it breaches containment, spilling out all over the internet. In particular, this one post on r/WTF blows up. A top 5 hospital in the country doesn't even know WTF this is. The comments were filled with a lot of same speculation that we all saw.
Što reče za grafiku? Da se uspori igra, ne da se seckam, da se uspori. A to ti je onaj tamo, idi u grafičke opcije, to ti je downscaler onaj. To moraš ručno da isključiš.
Meni početak kreći računar, od koje posle ovaj kronik lidu.
A može se puno kašine, da?
Mogu.
ne znam, rekao sam ti, smanjio sam ti zbog onih TikTokova i gluposti. Znači, kad treba da te čujem, ne čujem ti, izvoli.
Ja si me to smanjio.
Kad si slušao TikTok i te gluposti, reci.
Pre 2 dana.
U redu je. Kako si... Šta je? I jeste upscale, ne treba smanjiš, nego treba stoji na 100%, znači da ti nikad ne smanjuje, default je 100%, ja mislim, osim ako nije nešto on pomeri.
Piše mi nis...
Mislim da je to default i ne može da se isključi.
Možeš da se isključi FSR.
Ne, FSR može, ali... Ne možeš to, da.
Ubacio si drugu Intelovu kartu. Evo ubijam neki kabalist. Kabalat konstruktor Queen. Ideš kod mamona. Kaži. Ja ti se ne čujem više ako pričaš.
Ja ga.
Ako si nešto rekao, ne znam. To je bilo pitanje. Rekao si idem kod mamona.
Šaljem ovu kod mamona. Tamo će da pošaljemo sve što dovoljno.
Da si bio na ovom rudniku, izvukao si ono žensko, da?
Šta znam, ja nosim vatru.
Šta nosiš?
Vatrenu i samo sa potpunom municiju.
A, to je okej, pretpostavljam.
Nije toliko dobro za robot. Eksplozivno, radi na sve. Ja ne znam što oni imaju toliko tak da prave... Ne znam zašto imaju toliko tak da naoružanje da bude previše jako. Hoću da se šetavam na klubama. Da, ja sam tu prestano nosio. Ili ja, ili ja.
Znaš šta misliš, na? Čok bombu?
Ne, one...
Revive bolt.
Ja nešto municiju krenaju mi se. Supply janac.
Pa dobar je. Ne može ti paliti ni granata, ni špriceva, ako uzmeš support weapon, na primjer onaj machine gun ili granatni lancer, jedan taj supply ti da full municiju, ako se ja dobro sjećam. Moraš da upgradeš to prvo. To je dosta jako.
Znači ovo je nemoguće da ovako izgleda.
Šta? Ta grafika?
Ma pogledaj ovo.
Ne moram da gledam, znam o čemu pričaš.
Ma
Javi se pikselizacija.
Stavio bre ovo... Ovo isto je žene. Ja zlike 10 godina. Ne, 6 godina. Magnesium, sine magnesium.
To su ti ove žene što ne jedu slatko, znači izbjegavaju čokoladu. A čokolada ti je bogata magnezijom. Znaš?
Saznam.
Bi znao.
Ovo znam. Znaš čekajte na gori Purbeadu. Znači ja gledam ono, vate me grč. Tako reći ukrkle me vata grči. Ono kako sam pijem recimo vodu i sipam čep sirćeta i sok. 1, 2, 3 jama sok. Jer tamo je više ne vate grčevi uopšte.
Sirće ili sok?
Ne, sirće i sok pomrešam. U suštini, tebi i treba soli, ti dosta soli dana, još
Olin.
Što je to?
Welcome to my channel. What is up?
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for asking.
Happy Thursday.
Same. Are you a digital artist too?
Yes.
Well, how did I know? Because no real person comes to my channel other than digital artists. Hello, Mr. Digital Artist number 255. No offense.
Zelenih, ha?
What will be the next game you after this?
I don't know. Helldivers maybe? Or Path of Exile 2.
Best of luck for the next game.
Thanks. This is bullshit, but thanks.
This game is very interested.
Not really. It's a campy game with people sitting doing nothing. If you think that's interesting.
Oh, I see.
It's interesting for me because I'm shifting around the map. But if you're doing the main objective is set up in a fashion that intensifies.
You be playing on PC or console?
PC, of course.
I have both PC and PS.
Oh, well, I don't know, it can be fun either way. But don't play solo.
This game looks dope.
I'm gonna guess to a new person, yeah.
Attacking very, very neatly.
That's 6 freaking thousand hours. AK 6 years of playing, I guess. time. Time. So what happens, like, if you're not doing the main objective, like me, I'm doing the side thing, and as soon as the people with like a bounty reward get out of the match, your clock starts ticking, and you have to fast exit the map, or the game's gonna collapse. And at this point, you should avoid shooting or fighting. You should avoid. Just pedal to the metal and straight to the exit. What I like to say, but relentless. Sure. No. Also, collecting points unlocks like a battle pass, like in every other game, and it's more of like a challenge or something to do. Stacking money in this game like does nothing, I guess. When you are like past $1 million in-game bucks, I guess. One successful match give you between $250 to, I don't know, $3,000 during the event. Well, like $250 is like a minimum, I'm gonna guess. I guess there's the usage of that skill. Also, if somebody tries to headshot that zombie with anything, you're gonna get your head blown because you are at that position. Which can happen. Anyway you want it. Hello, Mr. Huba. Huba.
Buba.
A to si ti.
Da, Buba je to ja.
To je tvoj inkognito mod.
Da.
Defending and attacking very neatly. Well, yes. Yes, I am.
Lepo napravili. Ovo bre, mislim, ima više mapa za ovo bre, za DayZ.
Da.
Server. Sunnyvale se zove. Jeste modovano, ima mnogo modova, ali brate...
Sophia Purple. Welcome to my channel.
pam, 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 pam.
Jessica White. Welcome to my channel.
Jessica White. White 08. Huh. Huh. Opa. Hakeri, a? Svido? Ovo je neka nova metoda, a? Moram Nenadu da pošaljem da vidi.
Za šta to?
Pa za ovaj PvP.
Za hunt?
Nebitno. Gdje je šef?
Šef.
Tu sam.
Gledaj. Ne možeš da mu otvoriš profil, ne možeš da vidiš ništa.
Znaš kako? Spustiš na njega, sa strelnicom i tako možeš.
Ne, to sam već uradio. Preko hotkije. Ali ne otvara ništa za njega.
Može preko sajta skinuti.
Steam stranica nije linkovana, a ne postoje mu statistike za igru, što je nemoguće.
Ne. Može skinuti sa njih.
Sa njih?
Njihovu, sa krajteg sajta.
Da resete poslije svakog meča statistike.
Može ljudi, ne. Ja znam.
Poslije svakog meča resete statistike.
Ima razni ljudi.
To nešto onda nije u redu.
Dok sam ja došao i ga pojavi. Vidite neki dejan, a?
Jebote Murphy. Murphy, zakon vratnoći. Lama TV. To su streameri koji ne streamuju ništa. Makes sense. Da svi rade Benny Challenge, ne mogu da verujem. Onda će se u cirkusu pobiti. Aha, našli su ga. Jedan, dva, tri, četiri. Vidim 4 bounty na mapi. Ovo još nisam vidio do sad. Gdje? Brš! Treba i grane me blokiraju da prođem. He's so fresh.
Saddlebag. Where do you want to go?
Gasworks.
Dođi, cici. Iđo, bit će za jedno 40 minuta gibanica. Dođi,
Ajde, ajde,
cici!
dođi.
Izbači je. Dođi!
Ajde. Šta ti zoveš?
Daj, mako, dođi, koko. Da. Dođi.
Potential of people being here?
Yeah.
Tagged him, he's poisoned, he's on their cart. There he was.
Throwing, no, here.
They're over north side.
Oh.
One stag. Nice.
You dead? I'm reloading.
Oh. I am
Welcome
back. I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome in, everybody. What's up, Big Ram? My bad, I was AFK there. Oh, howdy. Oh, you guys getting shot at?
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the way.
Yeah, you're gonna pull back and heal.
Hang in there, guys. I'm coming. If you want to strike fear into them, just say Rebel's on his way.
Is he
If they
inside
know-
now?
If they know me, they get scared.
One guy just got up, he went to the right.
Is it full team?
Yeah.
Pokušavam da skontam da li ovaj lik igra na konzoli
Two of them.
ili na joysticku.
A šta misliš da priključio te se truje mission na konzolu?
Ne, nego vidiš mu onaj UI od konzole, znaš. Bio je u lobiju gde sam ja bio, znaš. Što me navodi na ono što sam ja manje više znao, da su toliko serveri, znaš.
Prazni.
Da su uradili crossplay. Možda grešim. Vidim da koristi UI od konzole, onaj s onim okruglim, onim barom. I vidim kad ono menja oružje da mu pokazuje naš ono joystick, onaj kružni meni, ona govna.
A što mi ne može ovim od te kružni meni?
Tebi se to sviđa?
To si koristio jednu.
Pa dobro, sve ti je na gomili, znaš, tačno čim otvoriš, tačno znaš šta imaš, znaš.
Good follow.
To je jedna od prednosti.
I think you got that one because I didn't get a tag. So.
Ajmo tako reći.
I thought
To je
I
prednost.
seen the poison hit him at the same time, so I didn't know who got it.
I may have gotten it, just I didn't get the register, so I don't know. Wait, when the fuck did I get dark sight?
You can get dark sight sometimes.
I don't remember hitting the fortune teller. What?
Sometimes you can loot it off a hunter.
Really? That's...
I did not know that.
I've gathered it that way. Alright, shall we go visit the bounty? Ringleader gives you dark sight. You got ringleader?
I mean, I have corpse here. Oh, that's, yeah, the ringmaster trope.
Yep.
That'll do it.
That'll do it, donkey. That'll do. See, when me and Shadow used to run all together, he was donkey.
He was trick. In the morning, I'm making waffles.
Wait. If I'm Shrek, you're Donkey. That must be Fiona.
Well, no, I get the better end because I get.
You get a dragon.
I get a dragon. Dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon's gonna win.
Sranje.
We got 4 people.
One's dead. 2 people.
Treba boca za health.
Ne treba.
Imam boca od 11 do 20 levela.
Ma imamo 23 sam još ovo.
Dobro.
Hvala ti.
Ništa, mislim se možda...
Like up here?
Now they're all on the bottom. Go up.
Ovo je sve zapravljeno.
Šta se radi?
Gdje si, Dragane?
Cepamo se.
Beto Fexo.
Gdje? Tako je.
Oh.
Može. Ovi novi zadaci što smo dobili...
Koliko je stiga?
Pa nisam, igrao sam... Bio sam do centra da uzmem pare sa bankomata da dam Kevi za račune. Vratio se, uradio par zadataka u Huntu. Ima jedan da potrošiš 15 tokena da se kockaš na onu slot mašinu. Jer je više ljudi sad pokupe bounty i neće da izađu s mape, nego idu da se kockaju, znaš. Znaš da.
Nemam ja volje ni da palim tu igru koliko mi se igraš.
Pa dobro, ne, ali ajde sad recimo te zovnu Milan i pomozi mi reći.
I to, i kad me zovnu više, pre mi je bilo aj ono kad me zovnu pa ajde možemo igrati. Sad već i kad me zovnu pa mi... Eto, juče sam primjer preko sile igrao. Ne igra mi se uopšte. Ne zbog toga što mi se ne igra, nego zato što igra toliko ubagovana da je to strašno.
Ne razumijem te Kesiću. U potpunosti.
Kapiramo.
Stalno jedne iste stvari se stalno dešavaju. Isto, znači sve isto, ono, ništa se... Godinama se vuku iste stavke.
A ja kad sam ti to rekao...
Da.
Ili treba, brate, da ubace jednostavno hit reg da vidiš gdje si čovjeka hito, u kom predelu tela, čisto da znaš.
To je previše lako.
Čisto da znaš onda da li te server jebe ili je stvarno do tebe što loše gađaš. Ako treba nekad i 3 puta da ga pogodiš i da ga ne ubiješ, onda ne znam kakav je to hit reg, šta je to onda?
Glasne mi Peđe, jednoga ubi iz metka, drugoga je gađao 3 puta, meci su prolazili oko njega svuda. A nije čovjek bio dalje od 15 metara. Čega da ne verujem.
Wow, they gave me levering. We better not find us cheat.
Bullet grubber. Oh, you got more points?
Yeah, I have a bunch of points.
Okay. I'm gonna start running toward them. And I'm gonna check this card up ahead.
I completed the challenge.
Good. 975.
1275.
Oh, bragger.
1475.
Bragger.
1425. Now I have 1575.
Wow.
Nice.
My own fortune teller right here. Ooh, rampage. I'll take it. Was it me? If you notice, there was dark sight already there, so somebody was there before us, and they killed the boss, the bear. So what's not us? Scientific fact. Wow, what?
I just got that.
No. You have to die now.
Run, Shadow.
Yeah, I got Dusty and I'm Berserk from the fortune teller.
Run, Shadow. Run.
And I just got levering.
I'm gonna uninstall.
Just like
Run, Shadow.
With 1,150 hunts.
You don't know what she did to Karn. She Constantine bombed Karn one day and rezzed him multiple times. Run!
Listen, he deserved it. I don't remember what he did, but he must have deserved it, right? Because that was the first and only time I've ever done that.
I need to tag 2 more people with Sparks Pistol than I'm done. W.
WASD?
Oh, maybe. I'm taking he's a solo.
Scary! Vidiš ovaj reforging bench to je kao ima u Path of Exile. To ti je primjer ovaj waystone što se koristi za mapiranje, za mape ove kao. Staviš 3 waystona, primjer level 1 i on ti da level 2 waystone.
Got one tag. Poison.
baca, moguće ovo. Šupičku materinu. Stavi ih lightning orbova, boga oca.
Get out of crossbow.
Uci si.
Oh shit.
Kome gađi čime? Ovaj.
Prvi pa Exalted Orb odmah.
Good morning, Stone. Not bad, Stone. How you doing? Get my last shot of poison.
I still need it.
Okay, I'll keep bringing it then. Alright, close to extract. Unless you guys want to go back and gamble. I got 8.
Opa. Crveni. Pancir.
Oh, you're getting snow. Nice.
Unikat.
It's a shadow. Did you have snow?
No smeće daje sve male levele i jebo mu ja mater.
Pa nijedan od njih,
mali level.
nijedan od njih nije veliki level. Znaš? U tome je point.
Šta će mi to smeće malo?
Ovo što imaju posebne efekte, znaš. Naprimjer imaš pancir koji ti svu štetu koju primaš kao physical, to ono kad te bossovi udaraju. Znači sve što nije magija, ono, kao kad te bije, ono. Sad physical ti pretvara u fire damage. A fire damage možeš da redukuješ, znaš.
Energy shield na inteligenciju ide.
He's a bully, I tell you.
To da.
To je za neku maga.
Ne mora mag. Ko ti kaže da je mag?
Pa mi joj tanku.
Pa nije ni tank. Recimo Monk ti ima otprilike istu količinu strengtha i intelligence.
Isto.
A, otprilike polo. Vidio.
Hey Shadow, my birthday?
Vidio. Mršu pičku materinu. Mrš!
Ej, ove mape su sranje živo. Treba da tražiš ove waystonove, a jedino ih na mapi, mislim, nije jedino na mapi, ali na mapi ih najviše dobija. A ovako se retko dobijaju u obično, da kažeš, progresu. A bez waystona ne možeš pokrenuti mapu. Treba ti taj waystone.
Šta njega radiš? Farmar za njega?
Pa to ti je u suštini taj kao neki kamen, to ti pa da, ključ, bukvalno ključ.
Well, I got the charm and 20 blunt bombs. I'm done. Done with this event. Lovely. I'll be right back.
A runa ovih imam za izvoz. Svako malo dobijamo moje rune, jebo.
Evo ti dao. To je cool definer. Ovi imaju po milion.
Ko to?
Boss.
Sad baš Kelta.
Ovo mene kogu... Evo, 200.000 smo.
Svaki igrač dodaje 50% više HP-a. To znaš, jel da?
Ove, nas je 4.
Nemoj da se buniš što ima mnogo healtha. Svaki, ako ne radiš DPS, igrač koji je viška, može da izađe slobodno iz igre.
And I completed a couple pages of the Battle Pass. Let's go.
Alright, I'm back. I didn't have to go outside.
Nice.
Oh, wow. That was some high stars we had in here.
Pocket is full.
Oh, we got Big Joey. One of you guys killed Big Joey twice.
Što ja mislim nešto?
Doj, kurac.
Ajde mu pomoći ništa reći.
I had 5.
Nije. Ne znaš šta ja na... 40.
Koliko bossa to ubijete vas 10?
Ne ubijemo samo bossa, progresujemo jak svi zajedno.
Igraš mapu, šta?
Ćao aktivno.
Yep, I'm done with the battle pass.
No.
Even got the charm at 15,000.
Pomisliš što da se mučiš sam, da idem kamo...
Naravno.
A poslije ćeš da se mučiš sam.
We had a total of 11 kills between us all.
Problem je što ćeš se posle mučit sam.
And I didn't buy no premium.
Ovako ne progresuješ uopšte. To je malo retardirano. Kao svi zajedno igrate, jebi ga, ne ide tebi experience, nego ono što ti ubiješ tvoj experience.
Mislim, pročite šta je bilo u ovom pismu.
Jes, tako, ne sabira se experience, nego
kad nisi u kampanji, nego ovako na mapama, ne?
Pa ne, nego i u kampanji, svejedno. Kad igramo zajedno... Što ja ubijem, meni ide XP, što ti ubiješ, tebi XP i tako je.
Ne.
A jes, tako.
Svi dobijaju. Svi dobijaju.
To ti je lako provjeriti. Idi okolo i ne gađi ništa. Samo gleda da se pomiče XP. Ono je skali.
it's gonna stay upgraded for a while. Because I went from 1660 to a 4060.
Ja ću da se vratim na pobjede bossa.
Army could be getting him another graphics card and CPU, if I'm not mistaken.
Pošao sam ovom pretičem.
I'm not ready.
A jesu i ove mape ogromne, brate. Ogromne. Neke su baš ove.
You're like level 30? Most everybody
A imaš recimo ogromna mapa, imaš recimo penal na manu. Ja i ti, brate, izguraj do kraja mape.
To mi teži slučaj.
A neprijatelji izuvaju, brate. Imaju taj chaos damage. Ono, znači bupnete od jedan put te sašije i vidimo se.
Imaš kod Warriora Kesiću da mu ne skida manu nego health. Mogu to svi da uzmu, ali Warrior može da uzme ne brže. Koliko ti košta mane, to ti skida s health. Kod meni recimo, verovatno ne bi bio problem pošto imam 43 healtha po sekundi regeneraciju, a ovo mi ne košta nešto, a ovo je košta 6 mane.
Evo, koji je apšen.
Dolazim.
I can get rid of this now, then. Well, hello? Can you hear me?
Dobar XP ovdje.
Yeah, now.
Dobar.
Hey, would not let me shadow leap.
Oj, oj, oj.
I was jumping to another half.
A posle dobijaš kao chaos poene. To jest ne čumene chaos poene, Atlas poene. Kad mapiraš. I tu su ti kao s tim, da kažeš, Atlas poenima, buđiš sebi da dobijaš bolje nagrade kao u ovim mapama.
Spiders here. In the, not the red building, but the other one. On Darrow's side.
Jebote, kad ispamujem ove magije, sve što imam, padne mi frame na 40, jebote, koliko si ispamujem. Sa 140 na 40 padne.
He likes her lunchboxes.
Sad ću doći.
Levering. The game really wants us to have levering.
Trait slot left. If
Yes.
I want it, your left cheek.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh my god.
I did not expect the back. Oops.
thing's squirrely. Grab.
Trap.
Okay.
Do we want this red barrel out of the way?
Hey,
Yeah,
take it.
probably.
Stay back.
Oh, you have fire, so there wasn't even a preparation for it.
I could just ran for it. Oh, now I got you in the corner all to myself.
Are you sure about that? I think she wants some of you.
Bully.
Ew.
No.
You want to talk about trapping in corners? Hey, don't be jumping my traps. I can't do that.
It's them tiny little looks, I tell you.
I'll figure it.
Now you get in that corner.
Okay.
See how well she listens. See, I've trained her well. He's just talking about the weather.
Foggy day. It's probably go for a walk. What happened? Okay, goodbye.
Scared the little hobbit off. Now he's gonna get into trouble.
Hungry.
Oh, fuck that.
We can easily run it. You guys want? Or you guys just want to extract?
Take it for the win. I don't want to cross the map.
And plus you want food.
Yeah,
Any leftovers?
All the
need to go to the store.
Or mini money.
Čekaj, za otrove sneg treba da idem na Chaos Resistance, jel?
Nothing around.
Ooh.
Well, you said you wanted to extract, so we'll extract. We don't have to fight nobody. Pull it, Gerber. Wow, I look for stuff for you, and you're like, I don't want it. No, no, thank you.
Wow. Where are you going?
Going to extract.
Nuh-uh.
Extract's right here.
No, it's not.
Where are you going?
It's to hell if I don't change my ways.
Play with that one. Play with that one in front of me right now.
That is true. He's not lying. He's trying to eat me.
Where?
Behind me, isn't she? Help me, Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah.
Gdje si ti, Tomo?
What was that?
How quick we run tonight. What up, G? How you doing?
Plus I can do.
What up, sir?
Damn it. I win.
Bloodline XP. And loot box.
My stamina.
He's like, wait a minute, this is a new feeling. I'm not last.
Honestly. I got a sticky bus.
You got supply. Mm-hmm.
You're quiet.
No, I'm not. I'm talking.
You are. Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow, so you don't even recognize when I talk.
Damn. There's a balloon I'm trying to hit. Got it. I should have brought an ammo box.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really need special ammo now. I'm gonna search the compound.
There is a card out here, right? That they're not.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If you think you still need more, I can
I got one too.
Okie dokie. What was that? Did you guys see that? It was a weird gunshot. Bad.
Probably shooting in boss room, maybe. I don't know. Yep, because it's sure as red.
What? That.
They're in the mine. They got a bow. Red, white.
Red.
Traded.
I got some more over here on me.
just wait. I like that whenever you're ready.
Oh! Whole team, whole team, whole team. I thought that was maybe us, the last one.
Waiting.
So is this their teammate then, or?
No. Ah, shit, I'm dead.
That's whole team.
Okay.
One dead.
We got a sniper outside too. Northwest. I can't hit for shit.
I got the one outside. Oh, there's another one. He was right on her body.
GG.
I know him. No, he's gonna take that as a big victory. And another 5 kills. Old man,
Oh,
pew pew.
sparks. Compact ammo, pistols, kill monsters with poison. Yeah.
And what about your pistols?
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Okay. I just bring the same loading up in there.
Bum 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 bum.
Okay.
Šta ima, momci?
recent posts, with the addition of some other theories, like one that was posted about a woman with a condition who made her suddenly grow fingernails instead of hair. But this time, Marn himself came to set the record straight. Hi, that's my life. Clear up the lies and bullshit about everything posted here. I decided to post the real story. 3 weeks prior to making this post, he noticed some bumps on his foot that he thought were mosquito bites. This wound up spreading throughout his arms, his legs, and his butt. The doctors told him this was a condition called HS purpura. HS purpura is a type of vasculitis that causes a distinct purple rash. Basically, the blood vessels in your skin, intestines, kidneys, and joints get inflamed and they bleed inside of you. The doctor told him that this isn't contagious, and he gave him an antibiotic and steroid to treat it. He was also tested for diabetes and his blood work was fine. And note that it's important to the story that the doctor told him it's not contagious, because shortly after he would be attending a major tournament, and some people would accuse him of knowingly spreading an infectious disease. In fact, from what I saw, some people still think that's what happened. In any case, the doctor advised him to not go to the tournament.
Kako?
What do you need?
Pa dobro.
Farewell.
Pa da nas ne padne u Bugari sa leđima.
Need a guide? Won't eat anything colorful.
Oh, our local
Bugari će preuzeti.
Stay wary.
Kakve mi za Bugari? Pa nije ovo 1091.
Greetings. Nothing is set in stone.
O'Brien.
Just because his body's going through a lot of stress. But he went anyway. It wasn't a great decision. During the day, it feels fine, slowly deteriorating until nighttime where I couldn't even walk. At night, it's unbearable burning pain where I couldn't even sleep. I never had fevers, chills, or anything, just intense burning, throbbing pain. I'd sat down and played blackjack for a couple hours into the morning because it hurt to lay down. Unfortunately, I got up from blackjack and felt really dizzy, blacking out on the casino floor for a couple of minutes. Afterwards, I got up and felt completely refreshed. Some people suggested that he tried to soak with Epsom salts to help with the pain. It didn't really do that much. Eventually, the pain gets so severe that he has to go to the ER. They give him an IV, fill him up with some antibiotics, they run some tests, and his blood work and These doctors advise him to go see UCLA Medical. That visit came sooner than expected. Later that night, he had to go to the ER because the pain was so severe, on top of throwing up the contents of an empty stomach. So his friend takes him to the UCLA emergency room at 6 a.m. and basically he just goes through the same procedure again. IV, antibiotics, tests. Once again, everything looks fine. They give him something to numb his stomach pain and tell him to set up an appointment with the dermatologist. And at the time of this post, he was waiting for that appointment. So now I just wait until Tuesday. The pus is oozing out by itself with a foul, rotten smell, but it's all scabbing up. At night, my left leg still gives out on me. That's basically it. Only pus is from my legs, but there's spots all over my legs and arms. We later come back and edit the post to address claims that he picked up the disease in Vietnam. I did go to Vietnam from January to April of this year. This happened last week in June. I haven't been sick much in my life. My parents and brother have never had this. I had chickenpox when I was young. Everything depends on the appointment on Tuesday, I guess. Oh, and Marina ER doctor says she thinks it's vasculitis with a secondary infection, but not sure. Tuesday would arrive, and he would come back to the thread with an update. Went to the dermatologist of UCLA today. They didn't even seem worried. Said it was vasculitis or PLEVA. They cut into my leg and arm for 2 different biopsies, stitched it up, and sent me on my way. They prescribed me a month's worth of doxycycline, a panaforol, so I'm probably going to die. Then they brought in 3 to 4 UCLA medical students to look at my stuff and explained that it's probably PLEVA/vasculitis and stuff. So PLEVA is described by the National Library of Medicine as follows. PLEVA is a relatively benign cutaneous disorder of unclear origin that affects children and young adults. Patients present with a spontaneous eruption of erythematous macules that evolve into papules, rapidly undergoing hemorrhagic necrosis and ulceration. It generally just goes away on its own, but that can take weeks or it can take years, and sometimes it just comes back out of nowhere. It's also important to note that they don't really know what causes it. When I made the short versions of this video for TikTok and Instagram, I noticed a lot of comments because it's a bigger TV that, oh man, now I'm so scared, I'm never going to let myself get to that point. And it's good to be fit for a lot of reasons, but in this case, it probably won't save you. Although they don't know exactly what causes this, there is some evidence that it might be a weird immune response to some kind of viral or bacterial infection, or possibly the medicine used to treat such infections. But they haven't been able to identify exactly how it works. In any case, Martin's leg did clear up, he didn't get an amputated and get him with tacos out. And as far as I know, he didn't die. I saw a few people saying that he did die, but I think that stems from this joke memorial video that came out in 2012. But anyway, that's the story behind GamerLeg. On September 4th of 2015, Men's Health published an article entitled, "Why You Can't Keep Your Hands Out of Your Pants." The article is a science-based exploration of the phenomenon of men just casually grabbing their junk. I'm not necessarily talking about playing with yourself. You're sitting around and you give it a little grab. You're sitting around and give it a little grab. You don't really talk about it, but it's a thing that you do. And you catch yourself doing it and you're like, what am I even doing here? One of the theories that was presented in this article is that this is some kind of evolutionary instinct to protect yourself. If you're at home trying to relax, it stands to reason that you'll be more relaxed if your junk is protected. Vanessa Van Edwards, who researches human behavior, told them you could think of the hand there like insurance against a friend who might give a nut jab, or a kid who accidentally hits a ball. It's an instinct that served us well throughout evolutionary history. If you watch my channel long enough, you know that not everyone shares our same self-preservation instincts. So for today's video, let's take a look at men who have mutilated themselves.
Ja imam onu najjaču. Što mogu da se...
Fallout 4.
Mene je u
April 22nd of 2007, a 35-year-old Polish man entered a Zizi in central London. Zizi is a chain of restaurants with over 135 locations across the UK. They're known for putting their own spin on classic Italian dishes, like their oblong rustica pizza pies, stuffed garlic balls, and fried pasta crisps. Fittingly for this story, Zizi is also a French term for penis. You see, this Polish man was not looking for a menu packed with Italian-inspired dishes with twists in theater, warm and natural restaurants with playful, fun touches, and a team that make you feel like you're among friends. No, what he was looking for was a knife, and he found it in Zizi's kitchen. Stuart McMahon, who is one of the nearly 200 witnesses to this incident, explained it to The Sun. This guy came running in, then charged into the kitchen, got a massive knife, and started waving it about. Everyone was screaming and running out as he jumped on a table, dropped his trousers, and popped his penis out. Then he cut it off. Couldn't believe it. The staff were really upset. Blood everywhere. I just picture that one bar scene from the Wizard of Oz, dead body in there. In like a circular, cartoonish manner, jumping over the dead body one, except now he's jumping.
Koliko misliš da možemo do ponoći
Police
preći?
incapacitated the man with tear gas, then they collected the pecker from the floor. It was put on ice and he was rushed to the hospital for attachment surgery, which was apparently the first of its kind in the UK.
Očigledno da nemam slobodno vremena koliko ide ćeš ti to igrati bez mene, znaš.
A igrat ćemo na tebe na sve.
If it didn't take, they may have to cut it off and do it all over.
Oh, Gokle strane 2.
He'd have still lost sensation and need a penis pump.
Kako?
After the procedure, the man would undergo a psychiatric...
Gokle strane, Ghost.
Ghost Runner, ono, Ghost Runner Tokyo.
Nije loše. Matko je jeste, ali... Kad je džabe, ti sviće tako.
Jer me bar pusti da očistim ovu mapu, znači neću 15 puta da igram. Znači ne smeta mi da farmem, ali volim da jednom završim, znaš.
Ovo mi završiš čemaš.
Psychiatric evaluation, although as one person who spoke to the Sun noted, he's clearly not a well boy. Our next penile self-harm story is a bit more accidental, and it happens over a very... In a Reddit thread entitled, TIFU, by not cleaning my penis for 16 years, a user named FewNotice9304 details his journey of self-discovery. At the age of 16, he got interested in porn a lot older than a lot of his peers. And up to that point, he had basically no exposure to other men's tunnel snakes. And it was only at this point that he realized that his didn't quite look like theirs. Because most of the men in the porns he was watching were circumcised, whereas he was intact. But he did see some with uncut men, and he noticed that they were able to just extract the horse. He had never thought to do that. So, you know, what do you see monkeys do? He tried to do that. But he couldn't because it was so tight. This is a condition known as phimosis. It's relatively common at a young age, but you usually outgrow it. Sometimes people are circumcised to treat this, but it's typically not necessary. Sometimes, though, you're not born with it and you develop it as a result of infections or injuries or scars or whatnot. In any case, FewNotice decides that he's just going to try to loosen it up himself. I finally started to make progress, but I began to notice a white material under my foreskin. At first, he thought this was just pieces of dried toilet paper, but he would look it up and learn that this was called smegma. But he noticed that, unlike the descriptions he found online, his smegma was very hard. He compared the texture to clay, and he just keeps picking at it. I kept going further, and larger chunks became visible. It was like an iceberg, where initially only the tip is showing, but there's a lot hidden underneath. I noticed that each chunk was painful and tender to take off. I got further and further down the head, where eventually, one shower, it slipped all the way down. And that's when he finds the biggest smegma deposit of all. It was burning. My penis head had never been exposed properly, and with the shower water on it, it was so painful. But I kept pushing through to get all the smegma off of the head. It was like it had formed its own map onto my penis, with indents on the head I still have today. And then he noticed the discoloration. Parts of what was now exposed were purple and swollen, while other parts were gray and completely numb. He had a theory on why this was. I was devastated. I could only guess that the gray part was for me sleep with it erect under my stomach face down, and as my penis grew, the hard smegma was constantly rubbing it and damaging the nerves, hence the gray. The swollen purple was most likely from the more recent masturbation. Why did I spell masturbation like that? Masturbation, where I'd forcefully jerked my penis, but not realizing I had clay rubbing the head. He expresses anger at his father for not teaching him better, anger at himself for not knowing better and possibly stunting his own penile growth, and anger at other men for not having harmed themselves in this way. He notes that in the following years the purple reduced a bit, and the gray parts are still gray, but there's increased sensation. He also noted though that certain acts, such as receiving head, can be painful. He describes this first time and having his leg shoot up in pain. We joked about it later, like, damn, the head was that good? It jolted life into you? But I hate breaking it to girls I don't enjoy. He ends with a PSA to educate your sons and potentially yourself. Although as one commenter pointed out, it could have been worse. You could have found out during your first time. The smell or taste would have been life-changing horrific for the girl. And honestly, at first, this story was sounding kind of phony to me, because I mean, how could you go 16 years of your life and not notice that something was wrong here? But apparently, a few commenters had a similar situation. Like, I guess this is more common than people realize. Same shit almost happened to me, but I managed to salvage it when I was like 13 before it got bad. A couple Google searches later and it all made sense. I guess I should count myself super lucky that I got hit by a giant wave at 14/15 while surfing that somehow made mine fully retract for the first time. By the time I realized why my crotch was feeling so weird, it looked perfectly clean from the salt water, well. And it's not just these two, there's several comments in the replies from people who learned at a surprisingly old age that they should have been cleaning themselves all these years. And which also gave me the terrible thought that there might be someone watching this video who is just realizing this because of this video. It's not your fault though, it's your parents' fault. I mean, maybe it's your fault a little. The next story comes to us from the proud nation of Ghana. Land of beautiful, horrifying movie posters, like the Tales from the Internet one I have for sale in my store. You know, as a kid, I always thought sleepwalking was something just made up for cartoons. It turned out that quicksand was a thing that they were really exaggerating, and sleepwalking is quite real, and often quite dangerous. But of all the real-life instances of sleepwalking, this is probably the most horrifying one that I've heard. So one night in August of 2022, a 47-year-old farmer named Kofi Atta was preparing dinner for his family. As a farmer, he has access to some of the freshest meat possible. So he takes his knife and he kills one of his goats to prepare for dinner. And then he wakes up, and there's blood everywhere and his balls hurt. As it turns out, he had not slaughtered a goat. Rather, he had slaughtered his own wiener. He starts screaming in pain, and his neighbors rush to his aid. And upon finding the horrifying scene, they call his wife, who rushes home to see him holding on to his schmeckle and bleeding out into a pot. She puts a diaper on him to try and stop the bleeding. You know, there's some people in the world that would be like, God, I wish that was me. And then she brings him to the hospital where he receives fluids and injections. They were able to save his life, but you have to wait a bit until getting reattachment surgery. It's important to note that throughout all this, he hadn't even realized what he had done. Until he got to the hospital, he was perceiving all of this as still being part of the dream. But it's like Jamie Josta said, when I wake up, the real nightmare begins. Our next story isn't as graphic, but it's a classic tale of a guy trying to find new and exciting ways to get off and it going horribly wrong. TIFU by spraying Afrin nasal spray up my penis. So Afrin is a nasal spray. It's used for treating allergies and congestion. It's a bit more advanced than a simple saline rinse, like something you get from a neti pod or a Navage. And I just considered the possibility of someone putting a Navage in their fucking pee hole, which if you don't know what that is, it's like a nasal irrigation thing with suction. So if someone tried to do that, they would probably, what's the term? They would give themselves like a urethral prolapse, which honestly would be an incredible name for a band. In any case, Afrin isn't just a saltwater rinse, it's a medicated spray, which also means it has more risk of side effects. The poster begins by explaining his reasoning for doing this. I thought that, since it clears up your nose so well, maybe it would clear up the penis in a similar way.
You, sir, are an idiot.
As in, widen the inside of the urethra so it out with less resistance. Basically, I wanted to make some epic cum shots. Turns out it doesn't work that way at all. You know, this guy is trying to come up with his own ways to have a big cum, and he never came across the advice to just take zinc and L-arginine. The thing about Afrin, though, the way it works is that it's a vasoconstrictor. It reduces irritation by shrinking your blood vessels. Great for a stuffy nose, not ideal for sexual activity. So he's about to get it in with his girlfriend, and he sneaks off to the bathroom to fill himself up with Afrin. He's all set to cocoon this girl in a load like those trapped women in Duke Nukem 3D. When instead, he couldn't get hard because that's how Afrin would work in that situation. Constricting your blood vessels down there is the opposite of what you want. So of course he explained to his girlfriend why this was happening, and she makes fun of him for it to this very day. Honestly, I'm just in love with his reasoning here. That you could come bigger if only you weren't so stuffed up. Now, when I was working on this video, there was a particular story that I remembered from so many years ago. It's a story that scared me off from using psychedelic drugs because a guy in an LSD-induced rage just cuts his dick off. So I was looking for that particular story, and then I found that this has happened so many times. When you look for it now, the incident that seems to come up the most is one in 2016 France. A group of people were having some sort of get-together in an apartment, and one guy had taken LSD, and he was having a bad trip. He had what witnesses described as a fit of madness. During the fit of madness, he attacks his girlfriend, who had light injuries that needed to be treated at the hospital. He'd also, at some point, partially severed his penis. None of the reports elaborate on how partial, but I'm just picturing, like, you ever bite a sausage, but you don't get all the way through the casing, so it's kind of dangles? Something like that is what I'm thinking. The most horrifying part of that, though, it's not really clear when he did that. He might have wandered off to the bathroom, did it in there, and then pulled his pants back up and was just getting smushed all around. The fit comes to an abrupt end when he jumps out of a second-story window. He's not okay. Although he did manage to survive the incident, the permanence of his injuries is unclear. Then you have another situation in 2017 in Chicago. This one has ample photographic evidence, which I mostly can't show you. Police received reports of a naked man on a drug-induced rampage a block away from an elementary school. And he's walking around and bleeding from his crotch as he had previously
Welcome to my channel.
Cut off his todger. According to witnesses, the man
Да,
began
да,
clothes,
мапу.
and then he stripped naked
То есть
again,
ты
bashing
должен все
into
любить
windows
постный
of
проект.
houses and cars. Police arrive at the scene.
Ako sam dobro razumio Kesića, ovo ti je pred bossa u trećem aktu. Ovo sam već krenuo da radim, ali sam morao da odem i mapa mi se resetala, znaš. Ne bih da radim ovo svako malo. Ne smeta mi XP, ali nije progres, razumeš, kad svaki dan očistim mapu i onda radim nešto drugo. A mapu uopšte nisu male, ja ne volim da speedrunem.
Ja sam preko završio.
Hvala.
But this situation took him to the next level. And in an interview with Vice, he speaks about what happened next.
Aj, još jednu minu postavim, ajde. Ajde.
O, Tomo.
Nice. Umro, a?
Shortly after the incident, we also spoke to E about how in control he was. Yes, I was doing drugs that night, but I was in complete control, he said. I cut it off because that was the root of all my problems. My solution to the problem was the realization that sex is for mortals, and I am a god. Those kinds of activities got me into trouble, and I came here to be a god. After working with a psychiatrist following the incident, he came to realize that he had been dealing with severe depression. And like a lot of people, he was using drugs to mask his mental health issues. He also spoke about how he now felt that mental health issues aren't taken as seriously as they should be in the hip-hop community. In another interview with Vice, he also commented that his mental health was made worse by the media frenzy and mockery by celebrities he once admired. Specifically, he calls out Charlemagne. He also notes that although he was a Wu-Tang affiliated rapper, he was basically only known by fans of underground hip-hop. And then all of a sudden he's cast into the mainstream by these insane circumstances. Because of this, he laments that if it was this bad for him, it's probably even worse when things happen to mainstream celebrities. It was initially reported that doctors were unable to attach the part that was cut off, but later it was said that he underwent multiple procedures and did maintain some function. In a BBC documentary, he explained, "When I'm actually having the act of sex, it's not like, oh, I wish I still had my shit. It's like, I'm in there, like it used to be." In 2020, he would get married, and in speaking to TMZ, he noted that everything was in fact fully functional now. He also reflects on the incident once more. "I'm the only man who ever did what the FK I did, and I'm proud of it. Because why? In the annals of history, I don't think you got anybody who ever did it. I might have made the biggest mistake ever in history, but I'm proud of that." Clearly from this video, he's far from the only one, but he's definitely by far the one that's given us the most insight into the person's perspective. And as much as I'd like to end this video on that relatively positive note, I believe that I actually did find the exact story that traumatized me all those years before. It happened in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, all the way back in 2003. An unnamed 34-year-old man with mental health issues, and also a history of self-harm attempts, including stabbing himself in the head with a pair of scissors, had taken some kind of hallucinatory pills. Then one night, he wakes up with voices in his head. Not the Randy Orton style of voices telling him to RKO somebody out of nowhere. Instead, the voices are saying, "Cut your dick off." Who is he to doubt the voices? So he cuts it off. Then he wraps it up in a piece of cloth, and then he cooks it and eats it. Shockingly, he did survive this ordeal, although he would have permanent issues urinating. I actually came across a similar story in Japan, but this act was much more deliberate, done by a performance artist named Mao Sugiyama. Like the foot taco guy, he serves it to people, but there's actually a lot more to the story that it merits its own video, so I guess subscribe to see that one in the future. Let's talk about the Cars period, as in the movie Cars. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a new jar. It honestly hadn't occurred to me before, but thinking about it now, I'm actually kind of surprised that there hasn't been anything else like this that I've covered exactly. In that, I mean a weird jar, but it's kept by a woman. I mean, I've heard stories about the women's bathroom. Supposedly, you guys are nastier than the dudes, particularly when it comes to leaving period stuff all over the place. One father on Reddit was not prepared to witness such a scene. He was horrified when he looked at his daughter's closet and found a menstrual blood-imbued monument to the movie Cars. This is the story, the tow truck mater period.
Pleasure in harming one of my own, but if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
On October 22nd of 2023, a throwaway account named PurpleLinlet79 posted to a few different subreddits asking for advice. Found something nasty in my daughter's closet. Don't know how to react. Mods in r/advice and r/parenting deleted the posts, but it remained up in r/confessions where it got a lot of engagement. The poster, who is 43 years old, is cleaning his 17-year-old daughter's room. In the process of doing this, he notices a really, really bad smell. He follows the smell to its source, which leads him to the closet. He then discovers something that he claims is mystifying as a sheltered white dad in his 40s. Which really, who describes himself as a sheltered white dad? It makes it sound like it's some kind of offbeat sitcom. Or, you know, something for some weird guy fantasy. Nevertheless, he finds that behind her clothes, she was hiding a filthy, disgusting mason containing a cast iron figure of the tow truck for the movie Cars Mater. And he's not alone in there. He's covered in what he says appears to be 2 years worth of used tampons and period blood. Now, of course, Reddit being Reddit, they get really hung up on the 2 years estimate. Like, now you have discussions of the story being fake, which of course those would always come up, but it's not that it's fake because it's a crazy story on Reddit by an anonymous guy. It's fake because the numbers don't add up. You have some people actually doing the math where they're calculating a range, how many you could possibly produce in 2 years, with 144 tampons at the lower end and 520 tampons at the upper end, depending on how heavy or light this girl's periods are, and how well she observes the recommendation to not use one for more than 8 hours at a time. Like, realistically, if this story is true, it's not like he sat there and counted each tampon by hand. He just saw a lot of tampons and a big number. Like, he's not trying to come up with an accurate estimate like he was counting jelly beans at a circus. And as a lot of people pointed out, this is a 40-year-old man who's probably not the best person on what is and isn't normal for tampon use. He also had a poster who pointed out that because she was so athletic when she was younger, as we later learned that OP's daughter, that she missed a lot of her. But then if we're considering that, then we're coming up with a situation where the father is now factoring in how often her period actually occurs and it's abnormal. It's getting way more complicated than this would realistically be. As others in the comments suggested, this was likely something that happened for a relatively short amount of time, and then she just left it there because she didn't know how to dispose of it without getting caught. In any case, though, the filth doesn't end here. In addition to the blood monument, there's drawings. Drawings of Mater with another truck, a female truck that kind of resembled his daughter, and they both have realistic human genitalia. So basically, the average DD user, he's flabbergasted. I know this stuff is common on sites like 4chan, but my DD is not the type of to use those sites. She is popular, plays soccer. I was on the top of her class last year. Alright, yeah, popular. Although, you know, Taylor Swift uses Fortnite. If I had to guess, I would expect the average 4chan user to be someone who has better than average grades. Not because the website's educational, but because that's who winds up sitting on a site like that all day. Although, you know, realistically, this sort of filth has breached that containment decades ago. And we come to the reason why he's making this post. He doesn't want to tell his wife about it because he's afraid she's going to overreact because she has a very Christian background. He's worried that his daughter will get traumatized over stuff that he thinks is probably harmless teen stuff. School gets out in less than an hour, and I'm pretty sure she'll realize I've been snooping around. Please give the mortified dad pointers, please. In my day, the most we thought about sexy cartoons were a few giggles about Jessica Rabbit. And those definitely weren't things you'd hear a popular girl talk about. Is this common among the new generation of young? Obviously, the main reaction to this is people who think it's fake or an attempt at creating a new copy pasta. Which on some level, I think that's probably kind of worse. He came up with this fantasy scenario where his imaginary daughter is fantasizing about the tow truck from Cars, getting off to it, and this is all manifesting with her using her period blood to do it. Not the best thing to have just walking out there among us. But believe it or not, there actually was a surprising amount of decent, reasonable advice given in these threads. One user, Matt Jom, gave a little step-by-step on how to address the situation directly. I guarantee you that some of your peers in your day were doing more than giggling about Jessica Rabbit. Kink is not new, it's just not your thing. Your kid is almost an adult, and nothing you found is criminal or hurtful. Unfortunately, it is unhygienic, so you can't ignore it. When she comes home, ask her to sit down. Here's some talking points. I love you. I found the mason jar in your closet while cleaning. It's unsanitary and you can't keep it like that. Aside from the hygiene issue, it's not my business and I won't be sharing this information with anyone. But you have to deal with the hygiene problem. And since you're almost an adult now, you can start cleaning your own room. That's the deal. I'll respect your privacy if you respect our need for a clean and healthy home. If you break the deal, we'll have problems. Can you do that? I love you. Others had suggestions about how he could hint at it without being so direct. Yeah, that's a lot, OP. If you and your daughter have a strong bond, I suggest going for a drive and asking her about it. Not a bad idea. He could keep the car in reverse and say, "Shoot, I'm the world's best backwards driver. Just watch this right here." That, of course, being a quote from the character in the effigy. If I for some reason found myself in this situation in life, I would probably be inclined to go with this advice written by Flipper Gonzo. One of the earlier comments suggested that it's something that she grew out of but never found a way to get rid of. I wonder what would happen if you told her you cleaned her room but that you didn't have time to get to her closet. Let her know you're going to do that next week and give her the opportunity to get rid of it herself. If she gets rid of it herself, then you just have to kind of monitor and make sure she's okay. If she doesn't, then you know you have to start a conversation. I like the suggestion because it gives her the opportunity to deal with it on her own while still thinking her parents don't know about it. But Purple Limerence 79 would come back the next day with an update. He had completely ignored everybody's advice. After some considerations, I have decided to play it cool and not bring up the jar with my wife or daughter. I do not wish to shame my daughter for whatever kinks she may have, as long as she kept it in her room, and I do not believe it is my wife's business. I am planning to buy some air fresheners and scented fragrance to put around the house. To avoid embarrassing it, I will simply say that I left some meat in the fridge too long. I will think about getting counseling for my daughter, but I don't want to stigmatize her or think something is wrong with her. Also, therapy is rather expensive in my area. If you have any tips on this, let me know. I hope I am being a good father. This is such an unsatisfying ending that it almost makes me think the story's real. As a number of users pointed out, you can't just leave that alone. It's a health risk. If you think back to my video about homemade fleshlight disasters, there was a case where someone had actually developed severe respiratory issues because of something like this. And here you are, putting your whole family and yourself at risk just to avoid a difficult conversation. You even had one poster, Rage Monkey 91, who pointed out that she feels she's turned out to be a much better adult, specifically because her father was willing to have these kinds of difficult conversations with her. But ultimately, I think it was the user of third-dimensional crisis that really got to the heart of the matter. Can you, make up a different ending? And that's the story of the tow truck mater period blood effigy. There's this screenshot from Craigslist that goes viral every once in a while. It's got a man in some sort of gimp costume, floating around in brown liquid. And no, this is not Augustus Gloop from some gritty reboot of Willy Wonka. That is no chocolate ribbon. That is the contents of a septic tank. I pay to enter your septic tank for an hour at a time. $150, Jacksonville, Alabama. Some might judge me for this, but it's what I enjoy. I will pay you $150 an hour to bring my equipment in and gain access to your septic tank. I then have my associate close the tank after I have set my tripod and camera. Believe it or not, it's a great place to reflect. He's all stanced up like that trade-off of you receive $150, I receive poo water. So what's the deal with this guy anyway? Let's find out on this episode of Tales from the Internet.
I found it.
To sam ja neko isto. Ako živ komentar.
This story right here was actually suggested to me by Lee Webster. I guess he figured this was more of a news story. I had actually looked into this back in the day and it didn't seem like there was much of a story there. I figured there wasn't enough lore to looking into it again, I'm not ready. So the oldest version of this screenshot that I could find dates back to 2019, but the man shown here has been around a lot longer. Most popularly in a video referred to as Septic 5, which dates back to at least 2013. Septic 5 begins with a man turning on his camera before putting on his poopy glove. He backs up and sinks into the water, revealing his large body in a latex suit. He's wearing a gimp mask that almost looks like some kind of retro luchador. And then he takes a deep gaze into the camera before diving, bringing his head below the surface of the water. Then he comes back up above the surface, rubbing the filth all over himself. This goes on for nearly 3 minutes. This video, which surprisingly stayed up on YouTube for several years, became the subject of a lot of reaction videos. Popular ones include Your Mom's House and Mega 64. And now, the name Septic 5 implies Septic 1 through 4. And sure enough, there is another video. The earliest appearance of him that I could find was in January 2012 on the Documented Reality forums. The one that's posted here is a completely different video with the same guy, but its contents are basically the same. And while I was not able to find Septic 2 through 4, I think we can all take a guess as to what those videos may be like. You've also got a sequel named Septic 6, but this one features a different guy, some type of old wizard-looking dude in dirty but not as dirty water. So who is the man under the mask? According to Google's AI, it's Rocco from Mega 64, who is a food influencer and was paid $5,000 for making this video.
I hate that I have to make a statement about this, but for the peace of mind of my family, my loved ones, and myself, I have to get this off my chest as soon as possible. I am not the man in the Septic 5 video. Google and its CEO have been spreading a false narrative that I'm the rubber suit shit swimmer. There is not a grain of truth of this narrative, and I want it to stop now. Every time the video is passed around, someone in my family asks if it's me, if it's true that I got in that septic tank and just submerged, that I just made soup, and that I just swam and did a little doggy paddle in the shit stew, and it's false. If anyone ever calls me a rubber suit shit swimmer again, there will be severe consequences, the likes of which you have never seen. Do not contact me, do not reach out to me, and do not replicate or upload this video in any way or retweet me at any point. Thank you.
Some have pointed to a man named Mark Martin, but he's actually a completely different guy who did a very similar video. In this video, he also rolls around in poop water with the addition of touching himself as he does it, but his was framed as more of an art piece. Mark is a French artist whose mission...
That's they're still up.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Hatzoatl has finally come for me.
I'm not here for you, fool. I'm not ready.
I bear the burden for our future. I'm not ready. You are blind to the greater good.
I need more time.
You will burn. Nothing can stand against us.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
I can't give up. I must save my people.
You know why we're here? It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed. Let's see you survive this. I will burn you alive. I will put someone inconceivable. You will pay for this.
I can't yet.
You think you can stand in my way? You think you can run?
I can't.
Respect it. But not critical. I've been preparing for you for years. Fatal ambition. This is
It's not over yet. Burn to ash, demon of Atzoatl. You think you can stand in my way? I cannot let my... No! Do not fail me. Not now!
Zašto mi je ping takvi su 92.
All I've done. All that I
Hoće nam neko radi smetnje.
To ti je zbog sira, vidi.
Your people cannot be saved. History is already written.
To nije dobro.
You can stay here and die,
Kad jedeš
or
loš sir,
come with us and help save the future.
onda ping ode ure.
The legacy of the Val must be protected. I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Best you start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
If only I had more time. There is an ancient weapon. A weapon that was used against corruption from a civilization lost to the ages. I have one piece of it. 3 others were scattered.
So will you help us?
I suppose I must. It is too late for us here.
Absolutely.
This era is
Ako
over.
ga nisi uzeo, imaš ga tu.
I pleaded with Atziri for her patience, but she would not abide me. She will attempt her communion with the beast, and utter devastation will ravage our people. But the fact that you are here, I will come to your era. Perhaps...
It's settled then.
Moj Tomice, dobri.
Ja inače ne uzimam taj konduit, ali nije ga loše uzeti. Ja si uzmem staminu, ali... Nije loše uzeti, ali dobio.
Ili uzme onaj recovery shot.
A sad mi je 150 latenci bio, pa jebe ti mater. Gdje kurva? Tamo.
This is curious.
Aj meni je skinula cijeli čank.
You're alive! I'm glad to see another... Now I would appreciate it if you could... Reach Clearfell. Find the pillar.
Ko je digao ovdje pčele?
Clearfell could be in danger. I'd best hurry.
Ali neko ih je digao.
A nije ti prvi trag.
Jebe, majko. Oj da jebe. Čulo se nekakva karat. Clues found. Naš sam bossa, evo. Skroz gore u labirintu.
Vidi da je palu.
A?
Vidi da je palu.
Evo ba. U labirintu. Ajde idemo bossa. Sad ćemo, nemam nijedan bossa.
Vidimo predstavu.
Imam stikija.
Da vidimo predstavu.
Ako dođemo prvi.
Neku predstavu imate?
A u cirkus. Da vidimo poslovi. Posleri. Da vidimo dvorsku luku Milana. Šta misliš o tome, a? Ne, da vidimo dvorsku ludu Milana u cirkusu. To ti...
As he puts it, is to push the borders between public and private spaces. And in addition to his book video, he's also made books and art exhibitions. But the name that I see associated the most with this guy is Gary Moody. Most sources seem to state that without a shadow of a doubt that the masked poop guy is Gary Moody.
That man is not just a myth. Him a monster from the shadows of the past. His arrogance helped
O, ali je uporna jebote. Vidim je li izbacila nešto ili...
Ljudi su tu.
Ljudi su ovdje, ljudi su tamo, a ne.
Ne, već su ga ubili, evo. 1000 sam dobio, idemo van.
Pa da.
Sad.
Dobio sam 1000, evo.
Viš bounty ne daje toliko. Znaš?
Dolzim. Welcome to my channel.
Pa šta će mi?
Ti igraš radi PPL, da?
Ej, ljudi.
Gdje? U cirkusu?
Negdje ovdje.
Cirkusanti. Destroyed.
Hey, boss, don't play on that.
Gdje?
Pa, pese te gađam, jebo im Isus, materi, pesima.
Utsal. My people. They're all alone. I can't change their fate. But the Val are not entirely gone. Alva, and for that to happen, we need the weapon. We must travel to the archipelago, the Karui called Namakanui. If the pieces still exist, I gathered the greatest minds of our era in one place. We embarked on journeys of discovery that mankind could never before conceive. We sought immortality, both in flesh and in machinery. We sought understanding of corruption. Study of the beast was my life's work, and the work of many Vark scientists before me. Despite its danger, the beast showed us it can be done. Our experiments with life, with death, with machinery. Go.
I don't trust you. I can't pretend to guess the consequences of what you've done here.
Što će pravi robot,
I'm not
a?
going to give lecture. I promise you this.
Čelu dižu neko.
Evo vidim, čujem neko pusti.
Kuće negdje da potrči.
Ovaj lik je neki Elon Musk svoga vremena. Elon Musk iz Kostolca.
Evo.
Elon Musk.
Jeben ti mater. hitova. Oh, desno od mene.
Don't get eaten.
Jeste. Niko se ne slaže s time što...
Returning with Doriani was an inspired move. As the foremost expert on the beast, I doubt we can trust him in the broader sense. But for the moment, our goals are... If he thinks we should travel south to Namakanui, then so we shall. This weapon of the precursors. Go.
Opet nema ovoga. Nema, da. Nema trejda uopće.
Ne. To je sređeno. To je sređeno.
Sređeno je, da.
Ništa sad tu. Sve normalno.
A vidi, sve je sređeno, nema trejda.
Yep. Nothing to see.
Ci deve lasciare un altro, ci dicono...
Selo. Nije me teleportovao na checkpoint, nego je teleportovao na ovu plažu. Znaš onaj početak, ovo ti je kao nastavak na kao treći chapter, umjesto te baci u četvrti taj akt, on te teleportuje nazad do prvi, jer tada samo dođem do sela. To ti je ona plaža. I onaj mlinar, mislim račun. Opet peš ga. Šta je ga? Izvuo sam onoga Dorianija za 30 sekundi, čini mi se sam vidio.
Pa za tako. Nije ga teško. Ja sam ga vidio da je puštao.
Se ono pre njega izazov bio, a on sam ne baš.
Ja sam do sad, ne znam, riješio sam 20 mapa. Sad mi je ostalo ono blizu tornjeva, a zna bit dosta. Našao sam niko dijelo koje daje 100 spirita.
Šta je tu, unikat?
Da, rare. Unique, rare, kako hoćeš.
Ne, rare je žut, unikati su crveni. Unikati.
A crveno, da.
A nije isto.
Crveno, unique.
A da, nije rare.
Ne, rare je žuto.
Jeste.
To sam našao sam jedno 3-4 odjela unique. Ovaj daje 100 spirit, ovaj mi daje za ovog drugoga. Zač energy shield i... Samo evo, sad sam negdje 19 level na sorcerer. Nijedno oružje nije dovoljno jako, a...
Što mu na epiku?
Prije. Moram se logirati na epiku.
A za praznik imate slobodne dane?
Pa ja sam doma, utorak smo radili do 1, doma sam sreda, četvrtak, sutra radim, subota, nedjelja sam doma, onda radim ponedjeljak, utorak do 1, onda smo srijedu doma i onda sve radim.
Znaš kako je kod nas?
Doma,
ako se pada državni praznik, ti taj dan dobiješ besplatno ako si normalno. Znači, pružavati se odmah za jedan dan.
nije bilo ovoliko velik.
Alo! Da si ispod?
Šta? Hoćemo yes ili no?
Čekaj. Ne, yes, ako stisneš no, izgubiš šanku.
Nećeš nam biti, ali...
Mislim da hoćeš.
Hoćeš. Popravili si to. Izgubiš garanciju.
A što su popravili to, nisu fiksovali ligiju?
Pa kao li neko, ne daj Bože, ne eksploduje nešto, znaš. Znam, ali dešava se. Ja isto, pre neki dan. Ne, pre ne.
Sve je popravljeno, sve radi vrlo. Pušti ga s mirom više.
I'm sorry, Brannock. It was me. Or you.
Well done. Čestitam.
Father, you're alive. Where have you been, lad? It's a good we could sorely. There's a beast that particular. Now, if you could jump. Well, the monster's creeping. I don't have a. This part of we weren't.
Nismo izginuli.
It's a shame. Oh, he tried to. Anything take your fancy?
Stara. Šta je me vežan, meni su ove stare mape 10 puta bolje. Ili još uvijek imate snijega u Srbiji?
Tako tebe nije ni padao?
Ne, tu ni kap. Tu ima malo -4, -5, ali ništa nema. Ni snijega ni na pomolu jebote, ne da ni pado, nego nema ni na pomolu.
Deal. You have a keen eye.
Jeboti konj mater. Sam mu dobro rekao.
Ja ne znam šta je s tim Milanom, jel? Znaš, ja ne znam šta je s tim Milanom.
Nemoj čovjeka vređat.
Kako ga vređam kad je konj plemenita životinja?
Što diraš konja, Boris?
Vređaš konja jebote.
A, to?
Nemoj da konja zoveš Milanom.
Ležim na te osjedu ti ga...
Kako?
Ja ne kažem da ti Milana vređaš, da vređaš konja.
Si lego, a?
Mačo piču, mater. Ma idemo pustit ta gomli. Dok si tam za...
Trči za mnom.
Oh well. The Count must die for what he has done to us.
Emuljator hoće da te prati po celoj mapi ako je otvoreno, ako nema prepreke.
Da, džaba bežiš, jurite do smrti.
I know you must some. I fear that friendly brings the strength. He doubts himself in many ways. Stay safe, if you can.
We will survive this. I swear it.
Ako smo tihi, nema šta.
Ja.
Nikad tiši nismo.
Bitno da je iz početka se igralo, nemoj pucat, nemoj radit buku, ni sad balone gađam.
Znaš kako me boli kura. Svi da znaju kada ode.
Ovo je trt.
Ovo nam je uzelo čank cijeli jeba mater svoju.
Nenad čanak.
Jedan čanak mi je zelo govno. Tu su već ljudovi. Budi malo oprezni, ali tu su ljudi negdje. Tu imaš loot box. Konj.
To je to, ćao Nenade. Ili ćeš da odmoriš?
Idemo na bossa, pusti njih. Došli bi oni kod bossa. Ili bomo mi došli, ili bomo oni došli prije.
To mi tu trka tranzistor neki.
A ne,
tu su.
So, Gary Moody is a main man. When I say main man, I mean the guy from the state of Maine. I don't mean like, hey, my main man, Gary Moody, the poop guy. He's a main man who was arrested in New Hampshire in 2005. This arrest was made after he was found hiding in the chamber underneath a woman's outhouse in a park. He was caught by a 14-year-old girl after she went to the bathroom and saw her looking up at her through the toilet. So here's what he said. According to Gary, he was changing his clothes in the woman's outhouse because he was cold. While he was changing his clothes, his wedding ring fell off and went into the toilet. So of course he had to climb into the whole toilet. He had to change something. Of course, when the part was, there was no wedding ring to be found. Regardless though, Gary only received a 30-day suspended sentence. As long as he had 2 years of good behavior. And you know what? He did have 2 years of good behavior. But then in 2009, he was caught once again underneath the toilet in the same park. The smoking gun sums up this incident pretty well. According to an affidavit filed last week in U.S. District Court in Portland, a 9-year-old boy waiting to use the bathroom noticed that the toilet had been pulled out and was lying on the floor. At that point, a man popped out of the hole leading to the waste vault. After a few minutes, a completely wet man exited the restroom and told the boy, "Man, sorry about that. I was getting my shirt." After learning of the bizarre incident, federal investigators immediately suspected Moody had been in the vault based on the extremely rare nature of this type of activity. When interviewed at his home, Moody admitted climbing into the vault, claiming that his shirt had fallen into the waste bin. Moody claimed that he had removed his shirt and placed it on the seat of the outhouse because he thinks that outhouse seats are dirty. Because, you know, if outhouse seats are dirty, that's where you want to put your shirt. After being pressed by the police a bit more, though, he admitted that he's actually done this a bunch of times where he wasn't caught. And now, like I said, I've often seen it taken for granted that Gary Moody is the septic tank man, but I've not seen a single piece of evidence for this. And frankly, I think it's extremely unlikely that it's him. For starters, he removed his shirt and placed it on the seat of the outhouse because he thinks that outhouse seats are dirty. Because, you know, if outhouse seats are dirty, that's where you want to put your shirt. After being pressed by the police a bit more, though, he would admit that he's actually done this a bunch of times where he wasn't caught. And now, like I said, I've often seen it taken for granted that Gary Moody is the septic tank man, but I've not seen a single piece of evidence for this. And frankly, I think it's extremely unlikely that it's him. For starters, the septic tank guy seems to just be in it for the pure joy of being in the sludge, whereas Gary was more of a peeping Tom. Furthermore, nothing in the reports talk about any kind of costume or any kind of recording gear. Perhaps he developed this all later on, as the videos do seem to be later than when he was arrested, but to me it just seems like he has completely different motivations. Gary is also not the only man who's been caught in such a scenario. In 2011, you have Luke Ivan Christko of Boulder, Colorado. He was hiding in a toilet at a yoga festival and admitted to having a series of peepholes all around the city where he would watch women in the bathroom. Then in 2013, you have Kenneth Enslow, who was found in a toilet in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He was caught looking at little girls through the toilet, and then he claimed that what really happened was his girlfriend knocked him out with a tire iron and put him down there. Of course, he had no such injuries to support that claim. So for all of these people who were caught in such a situation, it seems like it wasn't really about being in the poop sludge, it was about looking at mostly children. So as far as I'm concerned, the guy from Septic 5 is basically unidentified. I've seen it claimed that he used to go by the name Septic Man and had a whole channel dedicated to this, but I haven't been able to verify it or find any chatter online linking to it or anything like that. Although there was an unrelated movie in 2013 called Septic Man that features the wrestler Kurgan. There's also people who say that these videos are probably staged because he would have died had he done this for real. Their reasoning being that if not the disease that's carried in sewage water, then the fumes inside of the septic tank. And for that matter, I've seen it said that he did die, including one post referencing an older thread. IDK, but I think this guy died of some disease. I saw some posts on a subreddit that said Septic 5 Man dead, and it was apparently a 15-year-old post. So I guess he got some disease from that shit he was sitting in. So that brings up an interesting question. If there actually was a man going inside people's septic tanks and floating around in it, would he actually be able to survive that? So once again, I asked real medical professional Chubby Emu for his thoughts. Wow, good question. All of this supposes that the septic tank hasn't been heavily treated with chemicals, and we're talking about a dude swimming in mostly just human waste. It depends. Does he have any cuts or breaks in his skin that could allow bacteria to get into his body? Is he immunocompromised somehow? Like from taking medicines or having an existing disease? Those two things could make a life or death difference. Hypothetically, at best he might feel a little ill afterwards, like the flu, if he isn't totally grossed out during the swim. At worst, the bacteria from the human waste gets into his bloodstream somehow and causes his immune system to overreact. That would cause sepsis, which can then become shock from blood vessels dilating, and then cause all his organs to fail because blood can't flow through any of them. The waste touching his butthole while he's swimming shouldn't cause that much of a problem, since the rectum and colon are meant to handle all of that. If he swallows some by accident, it's nasty to us, but so long as it stays in the GI tract and doesn't leak into the blood, probably isn't something that causes death. The addition of chemicals to the tank could change this a bit, depending on what those chemicals are. Honestly, when he puts it that way, it seems more survivable than I expected it to. And that's not me recommending that you go do this, although if you're the kind of person that would go do this, I don't think you would listen anyway. But then again, it could cause death depending on a lot of factors, so it's always a gamble. So once again, would not recommend it. But anyhow, that's the story of Septic Tank Man for now. One day in 2018, a high school teacher named Mark Mangiardo was driving home when he notices police sirens behind him. He's being pulled over. The cops suspect he's driving drunk. When he stops, the cops decide to give him a breathalyzer test. Of course, Mark hadn't been drinking at all, so this shouldn't be a problem. So he takes the test, and they find that he has a blood alcohol content of 0.18. In New York, where this happened, the legal limit is a 0.08. He explains to the cops that this has to be a mistake. He hadn't even had a single drink. But of course, the cops have heard this story a million times before. Mark gets a DWI. This time, he was only 3 weeks into a brand new job at a school. 6 months later, this would happen again. With pending felony charges, the school has no choice but to let him go. And subsequently, he was struggling to get any job at all. But he wasn't lying to the cops. He lost everything, all because of a crime he legitimately didn't do. How could such a thing be possible? What if I told you there's a disease that makes you drunk without drinking? Today's video, let's take a look at auto brewery syndrome. There's this guessing game that you see people play sometimes. They had a few drinks and they're trying to figure out if enough time has passed, if they'd be good to drive right now. I'm not saying you should do this, I'm saying it happens. But imagine if you had to do that every single time you got behind the wheel, whether you'd been drinking or not. The problem for Mark actually started all the way back in 2006, long before any run-ins with the cops. In an interview with ABC 7, he speaks about how at the time, he was a teacher in New Jersey. People started to complain that he smelled like alcohol, but he insisted that he would never drink at work, especially because he worked at a school. But administrators kept getting complaints, and he could tell that despite repeated denials, nobody believed him. And why would they? I mean, you can catch an alcoholic red-handed and they'll deny up and down that they've done anything. Throughout his time teaching in New Jersey, the smell wasn't his only symptom either. In an interview with Today, he described some of the symptoms. I thought that there was something wrong with me. I wasn't exactly sure what. I just thought I was tired all the time. My wife has on numerous occasions said I wasn't acting right. Of course, though, there are other more obvious reasons why he might feel this way. For example, he was working 12-hour days. How couldn't he be exhausted? And at that time, he was pushing 40, so you can expect to just not have that same energy you used to have. But the exhaustion wasn't his only symptom, and eventually even his wife began to suspect that he was lying. I had all the signs and symptoms of drinking even before she smelled me. So, for years, she thought I was hiding drinking, and I would come home each day and I would basically be drunk, he says. I had symptoms of being intoxicated, from slurring speech to balance issues, and this happened even at social events where I had not been drinking. But at this point, these things weren't happening as often as they eventually would. It was in 2012 that these symptoms began to really ramp up. He found himself speaking to administrators about his suspected alcoholism all the time, and he realized that he couldn't stay there. By no fault of his own, his reputation had been ruined, so he would leave to a different school district in upstate New York. Now he was working as an athletic director. Just 3 weeks into this new job, he's pulled over by the cops. And it wasn't even that he was driving erratically or anything like that. Basically what had happened was a car was reported for littering out the window on the road, and Mark's car just happened to resemble that car. Just a sheer stupid coincidence. Although it's not mentioned in any of the interviews he's done, I think it's likely that when the cops pulled him over for this, they, like a lot of his coworkers, probably smelled alcohol on him. And that's probably what prompted them to give him the breathalyzer leading to this first DWI. And at this point, the school was actually willing to overlook it. The superintendent said, "You've done such a great job within the first 3 weeks of being an athletic director that we actually are willing to move past it." But 6 months later, it all happens again. This time he's pulled over and it's his own fault. They caught him on his phone while he's driving. Once again, they give him a breathalyzer test and once again he fails it. No matter how good he is at his job, the school can only look the other way so much. So he's placed on leave for the remainder of the school year and they don't renew his contract. He tells ABC what happened next. "That's when I lost everything. I lost everything that somebody could lose," he said. "I had to sell my house. I had to sell my car. I couldn't get a job in education. I couldn't get a job at a grocery store. I had pending felony charges. You know, I was facing prison time for 2 DWIs when I had not been drinking." With his whole life falling apart and people around him suspecting that he's an alcoholic who's lying, it was actually his mother who cracked the case. All she did was think to Google if it's possible for someone's body to make alcohol itself, and it turns out it is. It's a condition known as auto-brewery syndrome, first identified in Japan in the 1970s. It's an exceptionally rare condition with less than 100 documented cases worldwide. Basically what happens is you get this bacteria or fungi in your gut. Then when you eat carbohydrates, these colonies in your gut cause them to ferment, creating alcohol. And now if this alcohol is in your body, you have to digest it, so your body makes itself whole. Apparently, there's also a similar condition in which this process happens in your bladder. I can only imagine that this is how they make Keystone Light. There's a wide variety of risk factors that can increase your chances of getting this. Think next to Crohn's disease, diabetes, but it seems to most often come as a result of treatment with antibiotics. Where we take antibiotics to kill off a bacterial infection, but it doesn't just kill the bad bacteria. It'll also kill off some of the good bacteria in the body and other things like that. And in some people's bodies, when this good bacteria is killed off, it allows all these other things to run rampant. Such was the case of a man named Donato Giannotto, whose story made the news several years before Mark. After having what should have been a very simple procedure on his nose, Donato began to experience symptoms very similar to Mark's, notably exhaustion and slurred speech. Then one night after dinner, he would suffer from a seizure. When his wife Michelle brought him to the hospital, she was told that he was experiencing alcohol withdrawal, which made no sense because he hadn't had a single drink in years. So with no idea what was going on, Giannotto's wife was left to hopelessly watch him fall apart. After what should have been a very simple routine procedure. They struggled with this for nearly 2 years until a cousin who was a doctor suggested a brewery. They tested him for it, and sure enough, the cousin's suspicion was correct. But here's how the test works. Basically, they'll monitor your blood alcohol levels as they feed you more and more non-alcoholic carbs. If that level increases, you have auto-brewery syndrome. Michelle noted her observations when speaking to New York 1. He would not show symptoms until it went a little bit higher. So my theory is that he was brewing alcohol for so long that he was becoming tolerant. But the condition was so rare that even though they had diagnosed it, they had no idea how to treat it. His condition kept worsening, and he kept having more seizures. She described a moment of desperation to CBC Radio. I called my husband's endocrinologist crying one day and begged for help. And I said, please find me a doctor. He's going to die. I don't want to bury him. The endocrinologist said, let me make some phone calls. Eventually, the endocrinologist referred her to a doctor in Staten Island, Dr. S.W.Frost. Although at that point he had never had a patient with the condition, he had heard of it and was interested in studying it. The doctor collected samples from the patient and determined it might be causing his condition. He then prescribed antifungal medicine to kill them all. This treatment, combined with a no-carb diet and probiotics, would help restore the gut's natural levels and effectively end the oral brewery syndrome. Unfortunately, Donato would ultimately pass away in 2020, but his wife Michelle would continue to provide help for people dealing with this very rare condition. Since Donato's treatment, Dr. Singh would go on to become one of the world's leading experts in this condition, treating over 30 patients, including Mark Mongiello. And it was with the doctor's treatment that Mark would finally begin to get his life back, although it wasn't without its challenges. I come from an Italian-American family. I haven't had pasta or pizza or anything like that since I was diagnosed in May 2015. It was extremely challenging in the beginning. Of course, it is possible for some people to eventually return to a completely normal diet, as was the case of the North Carolina man who, like Mark, got an AWI because of the auto brewery syndrome, but now says he eats pizza and pasta with no problem. But the doctor warned that sometimes people will relapse after another antibiotic treatment or some kind of other trigger event. And it can also have much more serious health implications. There's the case of Sarah Lefevre of Connecticut. Sarah had been dealing with the condition for at least 15 years without having any idea what was going on with her. The seriousness of it wasn't realized until her 23rd birthday. It was extremely cold outside and her friends dropped her off at home. Before she could get inside her house, she passed out in the bowl. She had had some drinks that night, but nowhere near enough to cause this to happen. And throughout the years, she would often pass out like this, on some occasions breaking bones. The diagnosis didn't occur until she was already suffering from liver failure more than a decade later. She needed a liver transplant, but at the same time, they couldn't give her a liver transplant until her condition was controlled, and the conventional antifungal treatments weren't working so well. Although there were glimmers of hope with more powerful antifungal treatments, it was too little too late, and Sarah would eventually pass in July of 2021. Because the condition went untreated for so long, but it's the thing that people don't even think could happen. And if you do think of it, it's the thing that sounds like you're an alcoholic in your life. And one of the concerns raised by Dr. Singh is its being a lesion. Although most DWIs return out due to prostitution high, and there are cases for autoimmune syndrome being accepted in court, such as the case of a woman charged with a DWI in upstate New York, there's also been cases where the judge rejected the diagnosis and gave out jail time. This happened to two of the doctor's patients. One in Indiana who was given 6 months of jail time, and another in Ohio who was given 2 years. All that being said, if anything I'm describing in this video sounds familiar to you, it's probably worth looking into. I suspect that this condition is far more common than people realize. Because like I just said, it's not something that even occurs to people. And also it seems like a lot of the patients who get the diagnosis are geographically close to the one guy that's an expert on it. So there's probably been some people with the condition who went to doctors who just didn't know about it. But in any case, that's all for now. I made a short a while back about a girl who had a bit of a gross misadventure with a pool toy. A very stinky misadventure. And a lot of the comments that I got on that post seem to reflect the fact that normally this is something that happens a lot, often in even more gross and horrifying ways. And they were right. I mean, just look at the coconut story that I covered a while ago. But really, that story is just scratching the surface. There's so many more of these, and a lot of them have much more severe consequences. And I warn you, some of the tales in this video are going to have you uncomfortably crossing your legs. For today's video, let's take a look at some online misadventures with improvised pocket kittens. Before I really get into this video, I just want to talk about how, you know how in the first 15 to 30 seconds of a video, you have to keep it extra G-rated or else YouTube is just going to bury the video, demonetize all that crap. So the way I get around it is I gotta come with like euphemisms. So I'm like, what's a good euphemism for a flesh cow? I'm coming up with nothing first. So I look it up and the things that they're giving me, Alabama Eskimo, Fleshkimo brothers. To me that sounds more like if you and your friend are sharing the same one. Probably my favorite one that I saw was Green Peas Hot Pot. It sounds more like a hot pocket that's vegan. Get what that is technically vegan. In any case, I wasn't really satisfied with any of those, and I pulled pocket kitties out of my ass. But anyway, here are some stories of homemade toys gone horribly, horribly wrong. Our first story is like something out of Silent Hill. Specifically, Silent Hill 4. You know what I mean. TIFU by mostly circumcising myself with a drill at a pool noodle. How do you circumcise yourself with a drill? I'm picturing someone, you know, like doing the fork and spaghetti type deal. Anyway, this is a throwaway account because his friends know his real Reddit account. He talks about the birthday he had the year before making this post. This was a depressing birthday for him as he had nobody to spend it with. All of his friends were too busy to do anything, and to that experience made him officially feel like he had reached adulthood. He had also been single for about a year, so he was feeling particularly lonely. So he decides that he's gonna celebrate this birthday by himself with what he describes as an extra special masturbation experience. Starts to look around his house for ideas. Makes me think about how back in the day people used to wind up on this website called Jackin' World. It's actually still there in its original form, that beautiful 90s web design. This site would have you come up with all kinds of crazy attractions. Things
Za 30 sekundi sam ga skinul.
Banana peels. This guy didn't have that. He just MacGyvered something up on his own, tinkering in his basement like a little Thomas Edison. Here's what he comes up with. He cuts off a section from an old pool noodle. I have no idea why this always comes back to the pool toys. Stuffs the noodle with a microfiber cloth, and using a needle and thread, he winds up fixing it to the inside of the pool noodle. He moves up the inside, puts on a condom, as he says, smoothness, and he just goes to town. The idea of using a cloth, any cloth, even a microfiber cloth, sounds like a terrible
150 do 280 damage radi.
It's actually really good. But then as he's finishing up his special experience, he notices at the other side of his apartment, his power
Oko
I guess on some level,
2 do 3 puta više nego ono s kojim sam sjebao Dorijani.
That little like twisty motion, right? But you would never in a million years.
Nenade, imaš i ti petog sajla.
Gdje je to?
Šta si uzo?
Peđe mi dao regijem, pošto ne može.
Aha.
Ovaj radi 75 do 130, a ovaj radi 140 do 280, pa ti vidi.
Čekaj, čemu služi taj veliki?
Čemu služi?
U tome. Taj u sredini slot. Čemu on služi?
Ovo?
Ma ne na Kjozbu, nego u stešu. U stešu?
Možda ubaciš šta hoćeš ovdje.
Jesam lupi nenormalan.
Možda ubaciš šta hoćeš. Razumeš?
Uopšte se ne fokusiram na novac, imam 220.000 ono. Ne možeš ti pare paliti. Znači,
ne.
U ovoj igri je nemoguće.
Pa ja imam pola miliona, mislim na 600.000. Ako misliš na petog sajla.
Dobro, ja sam i trošio po nešto
Šta si napravio s tim parama?
Nemaš ništa.
A ništa, šta da radim s tim novcima?
Pa postoje načine da se uradi nešto s tim novcima.
Pa da.
Gledaš u prodavnici kako imaš oružja, pa onda kupiš oružje sa svaki... Ne, nego ti misliš da nema ništa pametno.
Ne, nego nema. Ovo imam, sve sam našao puno jače i bolje od toga.
Dobro.
A sada idem bez veze kraftat, nema mi smisla. Za sad još uvijek imam dosta jako oružje.
Volio bih vas da umuknete sa Pet of Exile stadion.
Da. Situacija je ozbiljna, ali tako?
Tad je preozbiljna.
Vrlo je ozbiljna. Za ozbiljnu igru, koje definitivno nema tradovanja.
Sad svi znaju da smo mi tu.
Čekam da, znači rekao znaš da legneš, jel? Hoćeš da se ustaneš?
Već sam ustao, već sam pored kompa.
Odlično, ajmo.
A šta igraš?
Ali igrat ćeš danas sa mnom ovo i ko zna kad, zato što se rekao ja kad radim.
A šta je to?
Moć igra prekad za moju, rekao sam ti, upozorio sam to odmah, ali bolje da se čekaš 3-4 dana da dobijem.
A bolje.
U firmi, ono.
Bolje repalit to. Ti...
Reci, Nenade.
Beka, šta radiš?
Mi prebacimo ligu u sobu.
Pa prebacite se vi puno pričate.
Ne, nema potrebe, ja želim da sabotiram Borisa dok igra.
Pa njega možeš slobodno što se mene tiče.
Aj malo na silu se smeješ, molim te.
Može, on je bolji.
Na Reforming Bench ovu klupicu ti, Tomislave, praviš wasteland tier 2.
Sam ga i...
Na Reforming Bench staviš ovaj wasteland i praviš tier 2.
Odsloviš, šta?
Da, tradeovali smo.
Šta znaš kad ništa ne znaš?
A vidio sam ga i...
I ubijet.
I ubije me, da.
Pa tako to ide.
A pravite šulja gore na katu, iza kutije jebo mate svoj.
Kat. Šta ti je kat?
Čekaj, stvarno me to pitaš.
Zajebava se. Duše, mi smo u školi učili srpsko-hrvatski, Tomislave, znaš, tako da je meni ono...
Pa ne, ali kad me pitaš šta ti je kat, pa mislim da me zajebava i...
Šegači si s tobom.
Šta ti je to kat?
Jedan Mađar, ovaj iz Vojvodine, ja moj bivši kolega, otišao negde u Hrvatsko primorje i tražio hleb. Oni mu kažu, nema hleb. On razmišlja...
Zašto nema?
Pa da su imaju kruh.
Čuš sad. Sad ćemo...
Ali kažem, neče fora što...
Ćemo sad, brate, pravi tu...
Pa nije to isto da dođem u Srbiju i tražim kruh.
Rekla mi kažu, imamo hleba. Kažeš, dobro, daj mi lep. Ajde. Isto je to, isto je.
Kao bijelo lađe, ono.
Isti kurac.
Dabe hleb, lebac i kruh ako to neko hoće da jede.
Eto ti, sad. Bravo.
Ja ovdje ništa ne razumijem se. Ja definitivno ovdje ništa ne razumijem. Šta ćeš razumjeti? Ja ništa ovdje ne razumijem.
Nema šta je.
Ja ovdje...
Ništa ne razumijem.
Ja normalno ubio nas je Rus jebeni.
Znaš šta ti je sad novo, Tomislave? Klikneš mu na profil, ne dobiješ ništa, ne piše ti ni koliko ima sati, ne piše ništa. Za bugom profil.
Ima 2500 sati ovaj.
Ne, ja sam naišao danas na tako nešto, to još nisam vidio.
Ja sam naišao i uopće nisam mogao otvoriti njegov profil.
Ne se bave.
Da.
Ursa Mortis.
Šta slikava i dalje?
Ti Ursa Mortis.
Profile.
Da, jest.
Jebote.
No.
Nevjerojatno.
Budal. Volim me kurac za Hanškodan.
Turra.
Ok, ovo su lepo farbali, mogu te reći, znaš.
Što ne poće za Novi Sad, lih?
Stvarno.
Pa kad pre jebote?
Pa gdje ti ovo, laži?
Šta ćeš Novi Sad koji kući?
Molim. Ruskija duma.
Me nisu banovali na nebi.
Koga, mene? Mene nemaju potrebe da banuju bilo gde. Šta si im...
Tako je, daj mi keo sorbove, patice. 919 evasiona jebote.
Kakve su ovo? Pa ko ovdje round majem?
Zamisli to, 919 evasiona, samo armor imaju.
Ali evasion ti je...
Pa znači ne može ništa živo da te pogodi, znaš.
Može.
Pa gdje može, ne sprdaj se. Sve živo izbjegava, evo.
Ne znam, izbjegava dok te ne udari. Kad te udari, onda ne valja.
Pa dobro, ti si
Meni je najbolje...
Strelom gađa, Rangersivi gađaš strelom.
Pa, ne znam...
Tebi treba evasion, jel?
Nisam... Rangeri ne treba mi evasion, ali...
Evasion ti treba nekome koji je u mele.
Što ko je mele? Baš ne treba nekom ko je mele, brat.
Kako ne treba?
Pa ne treba ti kad si mele, brat. Treba ti kad si ranger.
Još ti je bolje kad si mele, zato što... Znači, ako to njih 10 udara, bar ćete torica promašit, kapiraš? Nećete si udarit odjednom.
Pa mi
ti kad si mele, brate, tebi treba što veći armor, valjda.
Ako imaš ti, da.
Ali ti treba i evasion, da imaš izmicanje. Meni recimo evasion ne znači ništa na recimo... Pa idem sad po njega tu. Na ovome, ni na čarobnjaku, ni na viču. Meni je više bitno recimo Energy Shield. A jeboti Isus materu pičku.
Druže, kad si ranger sa evasionom samo se rolaš, znači ništa živo, ništa, ama ništa živo ne može te dokači, evo.
A ne znam baš. Ali dobro. Obično te sve živo dohvati.
Ako nemaš evasiona, sve živo te kači i umireš istog trenutka.
Ma ima sam ja i evasiona i svega, ali i jebeni armor.
Slabo evasiona, zato ga nisi. Diviš sad kad imaš u velikoj meri evasiona.
Ali ne miče se on sam po nekakvom defaultu.
Kill count.
Tako da mi to baš ne igra neku ulogu, ali... Bori se, kam ideš ti?
Tek vidim, samo da li glavanja ovdje, Helbor. Što mi jako blizu. Tutnja. Ko zna gdje, vjerojatno je između ova dva, ali...
Kad je ovaj klu mater mu jebem negdje unutra u...
Više nismo ne krenuli da igramo.
A već se o bazi priča.
Pa isto mjesto. Ti bi da kreneš peške tamo, onaj veliki grad, jel? To ti je plan.
Ne bi.
Gordo!
Ti pitam.
Ja ti kažem, nema logike.
Ništa.
Možemo da hoćeš, ali...
Kuca se ovdje. Ko je boss?
Jebem ti shit.
Što ti je, Nenade, što ti je?
Mene je samo sliku, molim te se odlučit ću
Mori vrata da nas ne juri ovaj, jebem te blesao.
Budući se tete ministarstvo.
Šako veri...
A, Tomo, jebem te u dupe.
Sad imam 2 charm slota. Imaš i ti ili je?
Ja sam imao pre par sati.
Koji se ti lik, evo?
A ti je, evo,
Pusti ga nek se sme. On je duboko uznemirujući.
Imaš nekakvih problema, vidim.
teški.
Budalo.
Nenade, šta ti je?
Diši, diši. Diši, ribice.
A vidjela je nekakvu sliku i ne može se prestati smijati.
Čujte mi komentare.
Stani, ne trči!
Znaš šta znači toliko evasiona imam da neprijatelji stoje kao ne primećuju, znaš.
Ne čujem!
Ispred tebe je! Brate mili, jebote, tu!
Kako orbovi padaju, druže, pa to nije normalno, brate. Na ove mape Snake nemoguće je da orb ne dobiješ, znaš.
Znam.
Od Exalteda do Chaosa, znači to ti ono, svaka moguća party.
Nekog su gledali unutra njih dvojica, evo.
Možda je neko izgora?
A pobego je dole seljačina, a ubio si ono što ga i ja ubio.
Najobičnija seljačina.
Nemoj se kretiti. Tu je negdje.
Aj daj, Nenade.
Daj Nenade, aj dobro je jebote.
Jebote, Vučić.
Eno ga.
Dobro. A gdje ovaj drugi koji sam ja kopao?
Ako si ga negdje robu, ne znam gdje je. Išao je da ga diže sigurno.
Nije, mislim da sam ga ropnuo tu negdje.
A ne znam gdje si ga.
A tu negdje gdje sam ja.
Ja sam ga tu ubio prvi put. Tu. Pokrivaj me, bacio sam bub.
Čim da te pokrijem s lišćem.
A stoji pored mene i...
Jebate buba.
Brate mili, čime se aktivira glupa buba?
Pa sa ovim.
A oće kurac. Si našao?
Lijevi klik. Pa nisam jer sam te pokrivo.
Nije sa levim klikom više.
A nemam pojma. Evo tu je. Čekaj, tu je oružje. Tu je, evo ga.
Vidio sam jednog. Šešir i maramu ima preko.
Jednoga sam samo vidio.
A jednog, da, i on steo da aktiviram bubu i nije tela na levi klik, ništa.
Tiho, 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 tiho. Tu je, čekaj.
Dolazi ti još jedan, pazi odavde. Ovdje je, i tu je još neko zginuo. Daj, gdje je ovaj... Govno.
Ovdje ostaje ovoga.
Nisam ovog vidio, ovo drugog sam vidio.
Tu je niko, čekaj. Čujem neke korake.
Da, čuo sam ja. Ovdje. Ovdje je iza. Hitao sam ga, dovrši ga, hitao sam.
A doći on tu. Ja se završi kad ga ne vidim, jebote. Ovo jebao mater svoju. Čuj. Isto ima bounty.
On ubio još nekog.
Možda je solo lik.
I ubio je nekoga.
Nema veze. A ubio je nekoga, pali... Ništa, idemo u Church. Tu je mrtav. Tu su dva mrtva. Jebote, pa svi imaju nekakve sparkse i pizde materine. Koji kurac? Isto. Pička ti materina.
I ubio ovog ovdje.
Ko je? Jesam sam,
Aha,
ne...
evo ga.
Sam ne znam gdje je. Jeboti, 250 mater u pičku. Witness. Relentless. Oppressed. Sve skupa 1075. Još jedan poen. Repent. Ništa, idemo, ajde. Idemo vanka.
Gdje je Makić, bek?
Makić?
Da.
Ne znam.
Čovjek je možda s familijom negdje. Možda. Šta je bilo, Boris? Ti ideš na kojeg idemo, na ravno ili na desno?
Da, ovaj mi je bio bliže.
Onda ajde.
Dižeš kjera.
Da.
Dobro večer.
Gdje si Marko, šta imam?
Kako je Marko?
Brate, bio sam u Meraku, uzeo sam onaj njihov specijalitet, ovu pljasku. Pogledao sam me.
Da si danas bio, ja sam bio.
Pa sad sam bio pre pola. Sad si bio ozbiljno?
Ne, ja sam bio danas.
Pa ja sam pre, ne znam, pre možda 40 minuta, 50. Kaži pre sad vremena. Ao, brate, kad sam stao na onaj semafor na glavnu raslicu u gradu, brate, kad sam htio da kašljem, brate, vidi. Kako nisam vidio.
Joj, krsta mi!
Beograda ti.
Jebem ti Beograd i Beograđan. Gdje ide ovaj narod?
Napalit ćemo Beograd.
Zašto?
Onako.
Što je to govno grad?
Zašto?
Jebote.
Čekaj, s kim se ti boriš?
sa demonima prošlosti.
Demonijak?
Demonima iz prošlosti. To, amerikanizovan.
Marinđa! Pa gdje si čoveče, brate, u?
Ma umirem, bre, čuješ?
Oživi, evo ti, uzmi rakiju neku.
Ne smijem pijem neke druge lekove.
Ne
Kaže ova komšika, ili imaš neku rakiju, imam što nema, hvala Bogu. Pa stavi malo obloge oko vrata, ovo ono, a ja onako, došao bi da kažem, ali nisam. Pa gdje da stavljam oko vrata, to se pije grevota da razbacujem. A ne smijem da pijem neke druge zjebancije. Jebi ga. Pa neću još dugo. Neću još dugo.
To je laž.
Neću još dugo, ne brini. O, koja si ti? O. Ja, ovo. Koliko li ova ima? Da, nema sis.
Ma da, ne valja ovdje.
Marinđa.
Nešto poznato je. Na.
Marinđa!
Gdje?
Što činiš, Marinđa?
Ma evo bre, seo za komp malo, da vidim šta ima. Šta mi stižeš, jebem ti mailove, a nije mailove. A ne, nešto mi poslao nešto. Aha, viš neki mailovi, malo pet pentim.
Marinđa!
A ne deri se, jebote.
Jebo tebe.
Ujebeš. Nada šta se dere, a ti se dereš po sivoj.
Pa da, to svi znaju jebevih usta. Mogu pocrkalo. Pa čo? Harry Potter, ova igrica Legacy.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter? To Harry Potter?
Ma taj.
Mislim, Potter. Mislim, brate.
Ništa mi se nije igrao, apsolutno ništa mi se nije igrao, to sam stage.
Mislim, Harry.
U ponedjeljak nešto se montira prva kuhinja i večeraj. I taj deo je gotov. Da sam zvao ovog drugara da mi donese u ponedjeljak. Kaže ima termin. Ima slobodno i služe.
Mislim, Harry. Mata Harry. A je li tu naš drug, plemenita životinja? Alo, plemeniti!
Milane.
Nije tu čovjek, brate, šta ga zoveš?
Ja ćeš mi pošalješ pot.
Ja, kako ja sad hostemo?
Čuo Marko, ti kaže Milanu da je konj, kaže uvećam tu plemenitu životinju.
Kad je Milan plemenit?
Ne, on konj je.
Nije Milan plemenit.
Kaže vređaš tu
životinju?
životinju.
Viš? Žene. A gdje ja to hostam?
Ti ovdje malo hostuješ,
Evo te koja gužva po Požarevcu, nije normalno evo te. Gore nego u BG-u.
Da, me kad sam vidio danas...
Da, čekao sam 15 minuta na jedan sem, 5 minuta.
Ne moram ja ništa.
Pazi ovo, u dulju NC-a...
Dobro.
Izlazim ja iz MZ-a, ide kao, i sad stao neki buljak i zagadio da može se prođe tamo dalje, nije kupa i ono.
Ujebem ga u koja je glavo, tamo materina.
Ja mislim da, da. Mislim da da.
Ga moli da, samo kaže moli.
Samo Marić.
I čovjek ga zamoli, pomeni se ono da mogu da prođu.
Jebem te usta. Si me nategao da igram ovo, a nevjerojatnije da ne radi. Ma čoveče, samo da vidim. Mislim da vjerojatno nemaš multiplayer opciju u ovom buildu 42. Gdje?
Društvo, šta radite društvo?
Pa zdravo Vlado! Zdravo Vlado!
Jesi mi dobro?
Sve u redu, ali ne vidim.
Čovjek lepo zamolio, krenuo da ga veća, ženi, ne mori baviš za
Škripi, evo te šta bude.
Kako ti škripiš, ti mi za manje škripiš. ti škripiš koji on, evo.
Seri, ja bar ne kreštim.
I što utjera čovjeka i kaže tu. Kaže, kolega, nisam ponao legitimaciju, uzmi i završi mi ga. I čovjek došao do njega da vidi šta je. I čovjek kaže, idi oko, pusti mu da.
Da mu se jebe sve živo i mrtvo.
Marence.
Evo ga, meine kleine Juden. Aj tam na Discord.
Judan,
Ajde, kam.
Šta sam hostao?
To stigao Brajer ili se meni učini?
Šta sam hostao, čovječe?
Ako nešto ja ti da...
Ali ne možeš ni ti da hostuješ.
Kako znaš, ne mogu kad nisu i ne mogu.
Dobro, aj hostuj. Aj hostuj.
Ajde,
ne. Pa ne, ajde hostuj. Hostuj bilo šta. Pali, aj.
Ajmo na crkvenicu.
Nema u multiplayer.
Gdje ćeš tamo?
Piše ti build 42 unstable, piše launch koji imaš opcije i piše later, kad ga fiksaju, piše multiplayer reintroduced. Jel vidiš ti ovo? A? Evo, pogledaj moj ekran kad si gledao do sad.
Crven, tu su iza.
Vidiš šta piše desno?
Ponovo će da ga ja evo sad ću da hostujem sebe, ili ja sam
Stani,
zadnji...
Nenade, stani!
Ne možda hostuješ ništa, pošto ne radi multiplayer.
Soft 10? Yes.
Jebem ti mater.
Sada ćeš poginut.
Obojica ima.
Pa tako da nema poente da će u timu.
Da idemo dole niže jedno, realno.
Eto više.
Ne mogu igrat, tako i gotovo.
Pa, ko što rekao. Niste čuli za puštu mute ako ti se ne sviđa. Ne. Ne radi ovo. Nenade, koji ti piše verzije igre u glavnom meniju? 41 ili 42?
Šta kažeš?
A? I jesi hostao? Ajde. Bez modova i jednog. Samo startuj.
Evo. I niti je lazy...
Ajde.
Evo.
Nemam ne kurac ide ova muzika. Znači samo malo de... za oktavu niže. Mozak ubija. Dobra je muzika, ali nema potrebe za... Ono što možeš da uradiš je da pozoveš drugog igrača da igra s tobom split screen, na istom ekranu da igrate. Zao Boris. To možeš da uradiš. Ali to neće da radi. To je onaj remote play. To ti je bukvalno streaming. To možeš. To je moglo i ranije da se uradi.
Kako da vratim na...
Da?
Ovdje Steam mi se poremetio ono kao za kontroler. Kako sad da vratim to ponovno?
F11 ili 12.
Kako?
F11 prvi.
Nije.
F12.
Nije.
Evo, palim upravo.
Pogledaj ovo kakvo smeće. Kako da izađemo odavde? Jebem ti...
Lepo izgleda grafika. Definitivno.
Sad negdje ima da se pricne. Ali gdje?
Dalje invite.
Display. Nije.
To je ovome u...
Evo ga ovdje. Kako da...
A jebem ti mater. Šalje opet. Ne znam zašto dole stoji live. Vrate, live party treba stoji na skroz drugi kraj. Ili da stoji sa zadrškom, a ne klikneš jednom i livo si party. Pa jebe mu mater, valjda ima konstruktor taj malo da nije toliko retardirani. Ili ako stoji gdje sam meni, onda treba da stoji sa zadrškom, da držiš klik i onda livaš party, a ne ovako je. Klikneš i isposi iz party. Ili da ti izbaci, da li hoćeš da napustiš.
Šta ima?
Oh my god!
What's up?
Šta se radi, Peđeva?
Ništa, ovo sjeo sad bre na komp. Jeo! To rekao bre da vidim šta se čini.
Evo sad upravo krećem.
Igrate Hunt, a?
Ovo je hit.
A koji treba?
Evo. Kako me ovo kida sada, jebem ti konzole i govna!
Pa nije to baš stop. Da. Da.
Ako nećeš, ne moraš. Ne želim nikog...
Nemamo istu verziju igre. Znači ja lajem. Ja sam počeo da lajem. Znači ja kad lepo kažem, znači ja pričam gluposti. Šta jebeno piše ovdje? Šta piše? Šta piše?
A gdje pa čuš?
Jedno kažem, znači pričam zidovima pričam.
A, džabe pričaš. Znaš kako je s Nenadom, šta ti?
Znam. Ne, sve u redu. Multiplayer trenutno ne radi. Radit će za nedelju, 2 mjesec dana. Radit će. Trenutno ne radi. Razumeš?
Skinuo sam ga juče.
Odlično. Sad udeš desni klik i uključiš Unstable build da bi igrao build 42. Ne build 41 koji smo igrali 200 sati.
Neće, baba sine. Gotovo je.
Što težak tako čovjek? Ja ti objašnjavam, ti mene jebeš u zdrav mozak.
Jebi.
Još ga pitam šta ti piše u ćošku, on kaže piše build 42. Aha.
Ovo jebi.
Aha. Hostuje server za verziju 41.
Jel tebi Snake radi onaj PBO? Precision boost onaj?
Ne. Nema potrebe za overclockovanje. Meni grafička radi sporije nego što bi trebalo. Zato što i dalje imam 90-100 frame-a.
Zašto ti meni secka, ček?
Meni isto Snake secka. Nije do tebe, Kesić, i meni secka.
Šta? Hunt secka?
Ja moram do cirkusa, imam 9 od 9 da uzem onaj samostre.
Ja znam slagu. To je prvi put u ovih 15 dana.
Pričaš, jedino ti, ali jedino ti, bukvalno. Jel i ti čuješ tako?
Da.
Tražno. Discord.
Moguće.
Oprosti, ne druže, ali ako ne slušaš šta ti pričam, u redu.
Bi momci.
Vem ti igru retardirano je. A ne no, gađe me. Evo ga, meni zludi žica na čisti pik.
Još ja nisam ni proverio da li radi multiplayer verziju 42. Vidim nema u glavnom meniju multiplayer. Neki modovi rade u verziji 42, ali dobar dio njih uopšte ne radi, zato se ja... Jebi. Sat i po vremena menjako ćemo da igramo, evo, ja igram. I ne može da se igra. Nije ni proverio da može da se igra. Jebote, šta ti radiš? Taj 41-71 smo igrali, pre pol godine smo igrali, igrali smo ga...
A što bi bio neraspoložen, ide da se opusti, da malo uživa.
Ozbuduju ide beše.
A? Da mi startujemo?
Da, ono sladiš, njega beše.
Pa nije meni to problematika poći do tržnog centra, ona svoga posle, ja svoga, šta? Nije mene to, šta?
Kojeg svoga posla, Krišću?
Pa ona gleda šta ona hoće, ja idem, šetam, lagano,
ja
nije meni to napad.
Da radim, čovječe, ja mogu 10 minuta se izmasiram na onu stolicu i to je to. Svatam, brat.
Češ napolje?
Jebi ga, ne može to, nemoj očekivati to. To je tako. A radostan si. Jo.
Germany for the Germans.
Crvene.
Ako ćeš da igraš tu stari verziju, ja neću da igram. Ako ćeš da igraš, preporučujem ti Arsenal mod i Brita Weapon Pack.
Kad ću ga ja s nožima nuditi? Pazite vrata. Kako ti to znaš? To se čulo.
Ja ti nisam čuo. Šta izjebalo, to se žele.
Kako su nas nasamarili jebu.
Tradeovao si. Zamisli, tradujem se s nožem.
Nemoj me zajebavati da je s onim otvorio i bacio bombu unutra. Jebote, 9 poena sam imao!
Da, treba se tići odmah tamo, ne u boss arenu.
Aj jebote, trebao sam odmah u cirkus, jebo me.
A ne mora cirkus, mogu se već na supply, Makić. Supply ti ima onaj zlotvore.
Zlotvor, treba mi onaj samostrel.
A gdje još nisi to uradio?
Ne.
A
0, brat.
Ups.
Da nisi imao deti. Jebote, kad ovako bez borbe poginemo stvarno...
Trebao si odmah ići u...
Ono govno, ono... Pilu, otvori prozor i ubaci bombu unutra. Terem se u igru jebote.
A čekaj, kako kaže Milan, za to treba inteligencija.
Pogledaj ti
Dvojicu
ubare
sam
teško.
zakla. Tradujem se s ovim, zamisli, tradujem se s nožem, bre. Stvarno,
ovo su
nema
teške
kuć
ubare.
više. A imali su jednu šesticu, ali nije imala dotira s nama.
Taj im je otvorio prozor. Odmah ti kažem. Ti jebote, život ne mogu da verujem.
Znali su gdje su.
Nije to, jer sam ja trčao gore da zatvorim prozor, zakasnije, jebote. Jebo. update od ovoga nisu mogli smisliti.
Pa nije ništa ni posebno.
Ma, da ti iz daljine otvaraš vrata i ovo i prozore, koji kurac onda prilaziš kompoundu, šta? Šta je problem?
Ja molim.
Ali većina ljudi to neće ni da koristi, znaš.
A koja je poenta, šta ne razumijem, sad neko ubaci bombu unutra. Onda se ukinite ove žice i ovo da ne treba i da nećemo se zabarikadirati unutra i bravo.
Pa cilj jeste taj da se ti ne praviš.
A onda ukinite te koncertine i te žice, to vrlo jednostavno. I onda će biti ulaz sa svih strana. A ne izmišljati glupost.
Neka koncertina je dobro, je
Misliš da izbušuje svaku boss arenu, to?
A nije, nego razumeš, nešto vide kao ljudi stavljaju puno koncertina, onda smisle nešto drugo. Onda kad smisle tu glupost, a ovo ne valja, aj sad nešto drugo, znaš. Umjesto nešto da ukinu, brata, kao ne valju igri izbaciti.
Pa ima rešenje za koncertinu, dinamit, bat.
Pa ima, ja ne znam da je čista glupost, tu su ovo bacili.
Jes, ali to jako retko će ti biti korisno, jer obično ljudi bace tek kad skuvaju pred kraj dinamit i onda ga ne možeš ugasiti.
Šta, ono, Dauntless?
Da.
To streameri koriste protiv ljudi koji imaju 3 zvezdice, pravatno.
Pa, bukvalno, jedino tako ima smisla.
On uzme igra kao...
Svako ko ima 5-6 zvezdica zna da mora skuva dinamit da bi ga bacio.
Pa ga ti ugasi u vazduhu. Pa ga ti ugasi do protiv.
Jebo, kako te sad iznervirao, jebo, mater, jebo.
Teoretski ima efekta ako si baš pored dinamita i da ga odmah instant klikneš onako.
Ali to ti niko ne baci pored tebe, uvijek baci, dinamit ima 10 metara radijus. Razumeš, on ti ga skuva na 1 sekundu i ti ćeš valjda trčiš ti pola metra da ga ugasiš. Već je šansa da umreš nego da ga ugasiš. Kakve gluposti. Kako samo ovi streameri mrtvi koji igraju protiv ljudi koji su, razumeš, ono, operisane da razmišljaju. Kako ja ne nalazim na takve ljude kojima mogu da uradim takve neku glupost.
Ajde, pojavi se.
Čovjek se direnkuje na profilu pred meč, 30 rundi izgubi i onda uzme da streame na tom profilu i kao, wow, kakvi kilovi, epohalno, 30 kilova, kako ne.
Bio.
Ne bi trebao ovaj. Ovdje treba.
Dobro je.
A što ćeš, mora si.
Sastavni deo.
Ako već imaš 9 pojene i hoćeš takav zadatak da radiš Makiće, nemoj da izađeš.
A dobro je, vi ga.
Čekaj, ti si
ti. Ne bi smeo da pokazuješ mi. Ide ti na nerve.
Mularica jebote živi.
A ne moraš da...
A kako si ti iznad 9 poena junior u sljedeći meč, to mi nije jasno.
Pa može.
Što ne kupi na kraju toga meča, taj...
Kako prilazi?
Ne, ja kad bi toliko nakupio, ja bi po svaku cenu otišao tamo. Ma kad lutuješ ljude dobiješ, znaš.
Krikov si bio baš skroz na kraj mape dijagonalno, jebote.
Znam, zato što kad ubiješ druge igrače dobiješ njihove pojene. Bravo, Peđa.
Bravo.
Bravo, Peđa, šta radiš?
Šta radim? Evo, Vlado, 10 i T1.
Dolazi jedan čovjek sa 255, tek se vidi na skenu.
Znači, troji.
Post runner 2-3 jebote.
West pravac, ovamo. Vratno. Idu prema drugom bossu, pa... Ali jednostavno je bleh, ne ideš onda ako ću to...
Sve moja!
Jednostavno.
Sve je vrtano. Sve moja sada.
Ali nije, meni to nije problem, ja ono... Neka gledaš što gledaš, šta je boli kurac.
Dobro, a šta ti radiš, na primjer, 2 sata?
Pa ništa, uz YouTube šetam, malo gledam, ima se što i gledati, jel? Jel Makić?
Samo buci.
Pa ima, brate, svega.
I prazni kjeti. Ne znam, ne uopšte.
Znaš ti da... Znaš ti... Brate, pa ja sam u brate butiku radio, znam, to je pa kao, reci. Ljudi nisu htjeli da ulaze u brate butiku. Znam si ja iskućem na te mozak, ko je to psiha mora znači butiku.
Jes, ti si ono govorio se surac, da?
Ali mora da se potrafi sa njenim ukusom, da ako se njoj ne sviđa, a tebi sviđa, ne vredi.
Ali ako njoj sviđa,
tebi se sviđa,
dobro, a onda nije dobro. Mora se
Mi se, kad uđemo u ovu promenadu, mi se razdvojimo. Svak svoga posla.
Pa je, to je na
to podem na kapu.
Ili masaža ili nešto. Razgledaš nešto što bi tebe možda
nekad interesuje. A i to može da do sat i po vremena plafon, onda već počne nervozu. Najbolje to ili...
Najbolje onda svak svojim autom da ide.
Ne, to s drugaricom mogu to dan. A mislim da to sad sve za 2 sata. Ima li koga ljudi ovdje, šta je ovo?
Pa kako nema?
Jesu.
Nema nikoga. Pa boss do bossa.
Ono misliš...
Drugi je ono, ne prvi. Evo te sad baš ide neki period ladnog vremena. Biće maksimalna do 5 stepeni. Sutra do 5, preksutra već 4, nedelja 2, ponedeljak 2, utorak 2, sreda 3. Maksimalne, znači neće, tu oko 0 će biti. A ići i do -4, svako jutro piše -4.
Ma ne moraš, brate. Bolje da povede nekog, ili drugaricu ili sestru, ali ovo ti fino njih postaviš. Devojke, vi kad završite mene zovite, idem prema nija nešto da vidim. Ma kako, gdje god treba. Nije problem.
Pazi, 5 prsta na ruku, kad pogledaš nijedan nije isti, brate.
Evo što buti. Evo što i sad popis radim, pa brate, vozim koleginicu kući, da kaže, ako radimo sutra popis, a dobila sam 3. do 7. dan, odmah ću da pobegnem sa posla, inače ću ubiti, brate, nekog. Ja ovako šokiran, ono, tresem se u, brate, kola, jebate, rekao, jebaće mi, brate, majku, A, brate, zamisli u, brate, butiku, meni dolaze ljudi u, brate, butiku, mi kažu ti si car, brate, koliko si ti kao sultan. Slušaj, kao, brate, sultan si, devojke oko tebe sve, a ti jedan jedini. Rekao, da si ti, druže, brate, normalno. Gde, brate, oči jedne, brate, sebi, da, brate...
Sve one se ne vole među.
Si do kutka, brate. Milion puta, pa, brate, lik dođe kuka, znači, i kvačke. A ja jedine, ja sam ti koji... Ne možete, ja sam ti ono...
To dajem ti fazon. Pazi ovo, uđete u promenadu i u prvi butik uđete. Sad ona tu nešto proba i okej, sve okej. Ajde vidim još gdje šta ima. Posle 4 sata vratim se opet u taj prvi butik i kupim to što progledam.
To je Postoje, vrate, netko, vrate, kaže ono, posodi se.
Čekaj, ja sam već ogugo, imam sad tako.
Vidiš.
Tako je.
To ti ono, znaš, nas, ono, posadi se, pusi...
Pazi, samo podvučeš crtu. Aha, čekaj, ja sam sad u Novom Sadu, jesam u promenadi? Jesam. E sad, šta je tu za mene najbezbolnije? Ja odu na masažu, odu u kafić, malo čačkam telefon, YouTube, ono, pijem kaficu, sok, ti kad završiš dobi.
I onda mi neko posle mi neko, brate, kaže dobro je imati neko.
Bolji ti je Big, pa ima ti tamo imaš gdje da sedneš, ali Big ti je bolji, Big je 3 put manji, brate. To nije problem. Bigo je najbolje. Kako tamo dok je bila ona arkada, ona da malo
Prišao neko mi.
Nije, ali znaš ne tu, ajde okej, nije problem ni otići, ni sačekati se, nego gledaju se stvari koje neće da kupi.
Windows shopping.
A hoće da je prođe vreme.
A ne, gleda šta ima, gleda šta ima.
To ja gledam, ali ja pazarim što...
Jebote, sunce. A ja, brate, ne gledam šta ima, jebote, ja vidim šta hoću da kupim, odem i pogledam, jebote. Uzmem to što mi se...
Možda ti nešto zapadne za oko.
A ne, mora se vidjeti potencijalno šta ima da bi se planiralo šta će se kupiti.
Da, otišao si, na primjer, ideš da kupiš farmerke i ti sad tamo u 10 butika gledaš, ne znam, pidžame.
Pa nema smisla.
Ja sam jednom bio, rekao ja ću ide s drugaricom, oni dve odu i plaćam ja autobus i gorivo sve. Ili s koleginicom, brate, jedan dan, što ne biste odvojili jedan dan, brate, slobodni ste, sednite pre podne u 9 na autobus, svi